right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Accelerated Meta Test, and this time we're live for the actual stream. And today we have a couple of guests with us. Would everyone like to introduce themselves?
Hey, my name is Andre for the Metropole Grid. Thanks so much for having me. I'm super excited to be part of today's tournament.
Hi, I'm Cranked. I'm from Wisconsin, and I'm happy to be here.
And I'm Justin, or Cephalopod Wizard, and I'm here to push the stream button. So today we have the first, not a major tournament, but it's the first event we have since the new ban list, and we're going to see what's good and what's broken.
This is good. I think, if I'm not mistaken, on Cobra, there's about 31 players today, which makes this a substantially well-sized online event. I'm really excited to see what the new meta brings us, and I think if you can see the runner IDs right now, we're not seeing a lot of Shaper anymore, so I want to see what these good criminals and annex are bringing.
Music to my ears, not seeing a lot of shape. Love it.
We've got to be able to do something with them eventually.
Yeah,
Hey,
no doubt.
you could de-sleeve your decks and put them back in your binders.
So for those who are just maybe catching up to the meta, there was a ban list that came out, an update to the standard ban list about feels like a couple weeks ago now, and there's 4 cards that got banned. There were 2 big Shaper cards, Cabanessa Wu, the Identity, and then Endurance, the boat, one of the big the console type icebreaker from the Borealis cycle. And then on the corp side, we lost Drago and Nana Civic Grid, one of the newer cards to release. So we're going to see the changes that this makes on the impact. Obviously, Endurance has been kind of the biggest deal for the last, I don't know, it feels like 6-7 months if you watch the Continental season up to World season. So this is the first major tournament in Endurance Less World.
I'm honestly really excited to see what people have cooked up. I was on JNet a little bit last night, getting a feel for what the new meta looks like, and it's a brave new world, folks. It's gonna look weird, but it's gonna look fun. Hey, do we want to jump into a game and just give people a taste of what they're gonna be playing for a little while?
Yeah, we can do that. We're currently
Do
sitting on
any?
the tables, but anything look interesting?
I was eyeing table 9 possibly between Gohawks and Deer. Deer, very strong player.
All right. Yeah, can someone jump in and check if we can stream that?
I will be happy to.
Oh, all right, it's not up yet.
It is on the tournament tab.
I don't see anything in the tournament tab.
Are you on
Refresh.
JNet or are you on the NISA?
Oh, I needed to refresh. I see it now.
Oh, perfect.
We are good to stream on table 9, so feel free to jump on in. We've got Hoshiko and Sports Metal.
All right, sports medal wasn't really affected by the latest ban list, so a lot of people are probably going to be jumping back to that. We might see some stuff like stock buyback. Maybe I don't know if Nightmare Archives makes it into this list, but there should be a lot of little agendas in people's score areas.
Yeah, it could. I know people were definitely toying around with ontological dependency out of Sports Metal because one instance of core damage knocks that thing down to a 3/2, which is just where you want it, and then every other core damage on top of that is really just icing. Hoshiko definitely one of the decks that's affected by the new ban list. Reg Hoshiko definitely loved its boat. It too was sailing the 7 seas, but that ship has sailed. Stargate though.
Speaking of
Stargate looks pretty
ontological
good.
dependence, there's 2 of them.
Whoa.
Well, there's a taste of what we're going to be seeing.
That's 4 straight points off the top. Now, this is really interesting because once you steal the first one, they can draw up twice. So that's what Sports Metal is going to do, mind you. Draw 2 or gain 2 whenever agenda is scored or stolen. So while Deer, they didn't have clicks left, we know there's an ontological in hand. And with no bad publicity, that thing's not moving anywhere anytime fast.
Though
This
it
is
gonna
exactly
be...
the...
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say that it's going to be sitting in Sports Metal's hand. No core damage on the table yet for Hoshiko.
Yeah, and that's like really good pressure. Deer, in terms of breaker check, we got nothing. We're basically like 1 to 2 turns into the game. I think 3 turns going to be now. But double daily cast and just Stargate, that's kind of all the pressure you want. And these Sports Metal matchups, it's often like how soon can you get a Stargate on the table to control the matchup? Again, it's hard to interact with these agendas. If you're stealing agendas, you're giving them fuel, turning on stuff like, I don't know if we're going to see a fast break, but like it's just cards and credits. So Stargate allows you to disassemble that fast advance, let alone trash the agendas if you don't need to steal them. But we have something in 5, and we know that big old 4-2 is in hand, and HQ is wide open if you want it.
I think playing ontological is a little risky in sports metal. Every 4, it kind of means that you can't play. It's tougher to play Vitruvius maybe because every 3-2 is a sort of a double-edged sword. Those are the ones you don't want the runner to have. And it sounds stupid, but I mean the ontological takes setup, whereas Vitruvius, like, you're just happy to score that as a 3-2. You're never going to score ontological as a 4-2. I just don't ever, unless it's the 7th point and the stars align. I just don't think you can do it.
Yeah, we're seeing the fail case right now where there's a known 2 points in HQ somewhere, and there's just no way you can score it.
Yeah, we're assuming Spin Doctor put that ontological back, and we're going to be able to Stargate in with that Boomerang. Boomerang now showing up. It's not Endurance. It's kind of like Endurance. You still like it. We're seeing 3 off the top. Yeah, right? That's the last Spin Doctor there. If that goes down, there's no more recursion. So that's the
that's
first
a big
Spin
deal.
Doctor.
That's huge.
Barring anything like a Vitruvius with a token, if we do see that, that's going to be a limit to the recursion that's in this deck. So GoHawks has to figure out how to win with, admittedly, these last 38 cards. We got a new server here. We haven't seen any fast advance pieces, but there's an upgrade there on HQ. I'm not sure if you're expecting, like, if it's a Managarm or just kind of that, like, tempo Giordano at this point in the game. It does something. It's not like the late game nightmare, but maybe that's going to keep D off of HQ for a second.
Is that I'm dumb. Is Nightmare Archive is that an upgrade?
No, it's an asset.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that's not what it is.
That could be Mr. Hendrick, though.
Oh, true. I forgot about Mr. Hendrick. Yes.
Yeah, there's
that would be
interesting.
Upgrades. Yeah, that would be an interesting upgrade to see Mr. Hendrick. That one I don't think is seeing quite as much play as Nightmare Archive.
Yeah, paying 2 credits for them to lose their turn if they don't want to take the core damage, like, that seems like a fair rate, you know, for up to 3 clicks, right? Like, that's not too bad at all. But even like a Mavirus, you expect that if you're expecting to play around Clot to some extent. Not that it's good on this board, but Deer's going to pause to think about this for sure. So Hoshiko, mind you, I don't think we've turned on the Hoshiko ability in a minute. It's very important to know that Stargate doesn't access cards. It just reveals the cards and you trash them. So we're not getting that free card draw from Hoshiko, let alone going digital, getting that credits up and then down eventually. And that sort of click compression, just getting that free card draw on top of your already pretty powerful game plan is something that Deer is probably going to want here. This is going to be our first access, I think, for a minute. Maybe we missed the first turn.
Yeah,
that's the Nico.
I wonder if the knowledge that this is a ontological dependency build of sports metal is affecting Deer's decision to just run remotes. I mean, you got to think the GoHawks would be willing to throw Nightmare Archives out there just to see if they're willing to check. Ooh, there is Mr. Hendrick.
1 click left for the respect, so it's 2 credits. You see a Biotic Labor, and Hendrick's going to go down for 2. So 2 on each side. Cranked, I think you're totally right? If you don't play super aggressive and you don't kind of stumble, you fumble into some of the core damage, a deck that's holding 3/4/2s that probably has no ability to score is not going to be as fast as maybe some of the other sports metal. Now, they still have sports metal tricks, Audacity, Biotic, stuff like that, but yeah, there's a chance that you can go a bit slower. Speaking of going a bit slower, Elevagao, just for 1 extra point on the table, gain 2 credits. We're not going to de-res that drafter, of course.
Could be fun.
You can do it.
It's a legal game action. Ultra?
All right.
Wow.
All right.
Yo, MK Ultra found dead in an alley. Wow.
R&D's back on the menu.
Influence? Yeah, we got to spend your influence somehow. This is almost the influence of a boat.
That's true. We got the boat influence back, so we can spend that 10 influence elsewhere.
And there's a Biotic Labor. That's fast advance on top of an Audacity, and in the middle we got a fast break. It's a card that is a bit of a combo card. So with fast break, you often expect there to be some sort of asset or upgrade that can allow you to fast advance. You don't generally see somebody tempoing out a new remote server, but that's really good, like really good start here with just the Begalter that you need, the Stargate, and enough money. Maybe that Gachapon hits a DreamNet. I think that would be the best case scenario.
Catching the fast break rather than the Audacity is really gutsy and interesting to me. Audacity is often how you lose to sports metal because they get to 5 points and they find the Audacity and that's just it. That's such a hard card to interact with. Fast break is not quite as deterministic. It's not necessarily going to win GoHawks the game, so I'm really interested why Deer chose to trash that instead of the Audacity.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you respect the fast break because you don't know what it's capable of. Oh, I think we got a DreamNet off the top. That's perfect. But I think the Audacity is so much harder to play with no more Spin Doctors, right? Like if GoHawks ever draws 2 agendas, you're basically dumping stuff just to get a 3/2 on the table. If it's a Luminal, worst case, but like maybe you can let that go through.
What are we getting rid of? Looks pretty. Yeah, Pinhole Threading and Keiko is our console of choice. That makes sense.
So Getchbun cracks the top 6. You get to remove 2 from the game. You have to, in fact, and all the others go back. So yeah, that console's coming down, or coming out, same as the pinhole threading. And pinhole you don't really need. It's really interesting to see. This is one of the cards that I was worried that less runners would end up playing into the modern meta. I still think it's fantastic. We're going to be seeing a lot of it today.
Oh yeah, pinhole's still super nuts. Really,
Yeah.
really strong card.
And
Ushia.
we've got Fermenter coming down. That's probably enough money for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's called break in case of emergency.
That's an O from Deer. That's an Arc Lockdown. A very interesting card. Often ends up in these decks. Yeah, that's scary. This is often the decks to make sure a clot that gets thrown to the heap doesn't come back. This card prevents cards, removes them from the game from the heap. And at this point, it's only the Black Orchestra, but now Deer understands they can't do the sort of classic Anarch thing where you just trash all your breakers. There you go. For 1 credit, Arc Lockdown is going to add that Black Orchestra to the pile of other removed from the game cards. So if you want to hit a code gate on R&D, and the game seems to be in R&D right now, you're going to have to go find your probably only one of other Black Orchestra in the deck.
This is such a respect check on this Stargate. I love it so much.
That's wild.
The 3 ice in R&D, no ice anywhere else. Come get me.
We know there's a biotic, so it's about 7 credits what you need to score most of the agendas. Some of them do get a bit cheaper as in the money comes back, but generally 7 up front is what you're expecting. So can Gohawks figure out how to get 5 more points off of 3-2s? It's definitely possible. And Deer's going to slow down a bit here. It needs to find they need to find some real breakers.
They also need to find a source of money to turn on Keiko. That would be... We talk about fermenters that break in case of emergency, but Keiko is just the money right into your bank account. And there's Paladin.
There it is, right on schedule.
She comes in for free. We're going to remove some other stuff from the game. I reckon that paperclip's going to stay back into the deck. You don't want to get that out if you can, but we can remove another Paladin, no sweat. And looks like a steel skin. It's card draw, as much as some of the other cards in there were pretty important. But now we're getting 2 credits a turn just to build board state on top of the fermenter. In fact, hey, there goes the fermenter. We're on 7 credits. Deer can play any card from their deck right now. Going HQ?
This is probably Mr. Hendrick again.
And you can see the respect there with 1 click left. There's the Hendrick. So we're trading 2 on each side and a click. Not too bad. Eventually, again, you know these are not coming back, so you just have to wear down the storm. And we know the hand has a biotic labor and an audacity. I'm pretty sure we might know 1 more card in there.
Don't think Gohawks, if he has a 3-2, can afford to fire off this B labor. I think while seven credits is the magic number, but I don't think you want to risk having R&D shields down on R&D against the board that Deer has assembled.
I think the best case scenario is like maybe you score at something like a Luminal and then you can maybe stock buyback if it's in the deck, but you're right. Like dropping low on credits means that Stargate's at least going to connect once and you can run R&D probably 2 or 3 times next turn if you need to. So we're going to see that credit respect for sure.
I think Deer should be is probably sitting pretty happy with the way that they've navigated this game so far. Having Sports Metal on only 2 points on turn 9 is like that's wonderful. Like you're always happy when that happens. The longer the game goes on, like the worse this is going to get for Gohawks, I think. There's Nightmare Archive.
Yeah, speaking of a longer game, what do you want to take here? Core damage or -1 point? Now, the -1 point, obviously, that's not great, but the core damage is not so much relevant because of trashing cards. Okay, maybe Arc Lockdown hits a breaker, but more importantly, it's because those ontological dependencies. We know there's probably 2 more in the deck, and that becomes a 3-2 on a single core, and then a 2-2 on a double core, and 2-2 is an absolute nightmare. So it looks like we're going to take a single core damage and probably call it there.
Yeah, not too big of a risk yet on the ontologicals. It's just a Vitruvius with no text.
Yeah, the second one's the nightmare, so we'll see how that goes. But that means, again, doing the math on how many Nightmare Archives you can take and how long you think that's going to add to the game, it's kind of hard in a deck like this that has 1-pointers and 2-pointers. So there it is, Ontological Biotic out. So Deer's choice mattering just the next turn, though. Gohawks down on 4 credits, we might see that Stargate. But that was actually a really important turning point. With only 1 more not ontological, maybe the core damage starts mattering less and less.
Ooh, boomerang. Yeah, we're getting in. Could you imagine if that was the ontological that we saw in Enter Gohawk's hand like 6 turns ago?
Yeah, it's
could
been
you
there
imagine?
forever. Yeah, just open HQ.
So gutsy.
So we're going to hear 4 credits. We can res most stuff. You're not expecting a lot of ice like Fairchild 3, which would be the high end for most of the HB decks. You're assuming Gatekeepers come back. Magnet makes a lot of sense. That's a really good res here. As much as you're not expecting a 1 cost to be between it, it does reposition and kind of strand that Botulus. We'll see if there's simul chips or other ways to use it.
All right, we're trying this
Sure.
again.
Yeah, there was a misclick. I think Deer passed the magnet when they hadn't boomeranged it yet.
Oh yeah, boomerang. Right. We don't have a Black Orchestra. There's only one probably left in the stack, so where that magnet is going to be a kind of a problem outside there on R&D. Drafter for 2 credits after refund. We see double Vitruvius into hedge fund, so 3/2s are huge, and mainly though you can only contest one of these. Now you do know if that Vitruvius gets drawn into hand, it's not going anywhere anytime fast. So you can now just leave agendas in archives. You can also just leave agendas in HQ because you know there's no spin doctors, and HQ is not going to get iced up meaningfully next turn. So I don't even know if Deer has to swoop archives this turn.
I don't think they should. Nightmare Archives are live in archives. Go figure.
Yeah,
And I
that's totally
don't
true.
think that they're going to want to take this. Like you said, the second core damage is where things start getting really bad in an ontological. Though, granted, there's only one left, but who wouldn't want a 2/2 in their deck?
And the corpse on 1 credit, you have to make them suffer the indignity of clicking for credits.
Corpse on 3 credits if Deer goes and grabs that Vitruvius.
I think we're just going to let this one ride now. We don't have the Hashiko flip. We're going to end that up with a sure gamble. So we know there's 1/3/2 in hand, 1/3/2 in archives. Now that if you steal both of them, you win the game. So there's a chance that Deer next turn can just hit HQ, and if they do find the 1 in 5 potentially, just run archives to close it out. So this could be the last corp turn, and GoHawks has to figure out how to stop this with only 1 credit to their name. Oh. Oh, there's the audacity, but of course, we have a real game.
All
We knew
right.
that was in hand. So we know the top card of R&D is a hedge fund. So running R&D with the Stargate's going to be a bit difficult. They trashed your whole hand. There's a chance there's multiple agendas in archives. And if you run archives first click, Sports Metal can't draw because you're drawing into an unsafe HQ. You could run, hit the 1 and 2 on HQ if they draw up. But we know there's a Vitruvius, and we're just going to go mad dash in. It'll take us to 6 points. Let's see what else is in there. Nothing besides the Vitruvius. So we just need 1 agenda on either side. We're looking at 1 more Elevagao, probably on the corpse side. And otherwise, you're going to have some fast advanced pieces. There's a Nightmare Archive in there, too. I think you can
There's
take the
2
4
Nightmare
damage.
Archives.
Oh, no.
Drawing is really good if you're GoHawks here.
Yeah, we're taking all the core damage. We're just saying there's 1 more. Now it's a 1/2 agenda?
It is a correct. So Ontological is a 1/2. Elifagar is a 2/1. Both are lethal.
We're ray dropping into the magnet just for click compression to draw. Now we can't get through that magnet, and this arc lockdown actually is going to be really important. If that Black Orchestra is 1 of 2 in the deck, that magnet is you need exactly the Black Orchestra to get through, barring the boomerang. Kippo will sort of help. You still need to get through it once. But we'll see. GoHawks has a top deck here that just wins the game. Uncomfortable to draw, though, because understanding that HQ will be wide open, top of R&D is unknown.
I can't believe GoHawks didn't draw off the Sports Metal trigger on the Archives run. That's
so risky.
I mean, it's risky, but
Well, we saw that they needed that to go to play hedge fund. I'd feel good about hedge fund credits now.
I don't even know that you need to play the hedge fund ever.
This is likely going to be the last turn. If the Stargate connects, Deer should have it on either server. We have all 3 breakers, 2 clicks left. So you have a Stargate, and then you can run archive. So if we see any amount of points here, that is it. Now, if this whiffs, that's not a great place for GoHawks because we know there's not an agenda in the top 3. So GoHawks can't really do much either. So this seems we might be coming up on checkmate. This at least is definitely a check here. We're gonna run to that magnet. Unity, mind you, is pretty strong at this point. We're just playing the regular, most kind of boring breakers, but the value proposition is pretty great here. You can't even hippo this if you want. Second ice. It's a Hagen. We have 3 breakers, so it's only 2 credits, and we're going to pay 4 with 2 returned on the drafter. We'll see 3 from the top with Stargate.
Yeah, this is the reason I like the draw. I think GoHawks has to assume that. Well, yeah, there it is. Yeah, GoHawks has to assume that the game's going to spiral away very shortly. He's not going to, or Deer's not going to be lacking a Codegate breaker forever.
Elevagao is the next card.
Brutal.
So close, both players.
Brutal.
8-6. It was really hard to come out there at the end, but 6 points for that audacity in hand. Of course, there's a panic button if you draw into that Vitruvius, but good game to both. 50% Unity. Thank goodness. Yeah.
The Unity.
Yeah, if the Unity misses, GoHawks wins, right? If you don't have a decoder or a boomerang, that's it. That's wild. Good stuff.
The good news for GoHawks is that he still has a shot to run it back in game 2. I'm very curious to see what I don't know what that matchup is off the top of my dome here.
Yeah, real quick for those at home, can someone explain what the format is today? I think it's just double-sided Swiss. We're looking at 4 rounds, no top cut.
4 rounds. I think it's top cut. It's a cut to top four.
Oh, perfect.
Is what I saw. Yeah. And then
And
all right, we'll get into table. Looks like the second game is up here.
Perfect. And just so y'all know, because this is the first accelerated beta test, this is an ongoing series of, it looks like a monthly series that No Signal Games wants to put on. There is prize support. If you do come in the top here, you do get a Circuit Breaker Invitational, which is an invite to the end of the year. It's one of the few invitational only tournaments that No Signal puts on. So if you want interested and you want to get involved, mind you, we'll be seeing some top tables, of course, but there's a lot of players who are just using this event as a way to get some organized play in on a Saturday. So it's open for all y'all. I hope you enjoy this sort of tournament series.
Here's a fun one: 419 versus PE.
What do y'all think
Not-
about PE right now? I think it's in
Love
a
it.
really good spot, and it's
Really
like
strong. I think
it's really hard
strong.
to tell. You can't tell what they're doing, right? Like there's so many PE decks that it takes you a couple turns to figure out what their strategy is, and I think all of them have like really solid strategies. In fact, all of them you're going to need a lot of cards, more than I think you have access to in a 45 card deck.
I played PE at a local a couple weeks ago, and I cannot tell you how many accidental Reaper function kills I ended up with. Where oops, you didn't run anything? Oh, I guess you die then. All right, cool.
Yeah,
it just happens all the time.
You got that bravado.
There's just been so much PE stuff printed. It could be anything.
Oh, we're trading. That's a Diesel for a Tithe. Off the top, though, that's a Rashida. So this gives you a bit of information about what this deck is. 2 ice on turn 1.
That was a GameStop trade for Deer. I think that they got the raw end of that deal.
So we're finding a lot of more ice than you expect. So I think this actually might be more towards the like sort of the Bridgman PE list we saw at Worlds that is running a fair bit of ice and actually has like a score and a remote server over time game plan. Whether we're going to see Hokusai's, Price X, stuff like that. This is kind of what it looks like right now. Now, of course, you do against 419, who does force you to pay a credit if you don't want to expose the first installed card. Getting 3 installs in a turn is kind of the best you want to do. Any turn you install a single card is like the least efficient for you. So we're going to see if Deer can just tack this out. Again, we're already down to, 41 cards. We lost 4 hit points on turn 1 somehow. Admittedly, some of that was playing cards, but you see kind of over time what this can do for you. That is, in fact, a price tag. I do think we are scoring in a remote server.
Yeah, 419 always the matchup that I think PE doesn't like. PE doesn't really print money, let's say.
Oh, you say that, but then stock buyback for 20 is going to happen at some point this game, right? Like, it's going to happen. There's no way around it.
I also 419 also has the best way of getting through sentries between Amakua and Bukalter. I think the Bridgman list is it's very sentry heavy.
Yeah.
So though on the flip side though, the one thing that Bukalter does not like is stacked sentries, and I would bet good money that we're going to be seeing some stacked sentries this game.
Yeah, and GoHawks now has Amakua up to 6 strength, so that'll break DNA Tracker. And now there's just no teeth in the deck if we were ever thinking about resing Gigantic Ice.
As much as Mavirus does say that we're net damage on it, I'd be surprised if we see it. So I think at this point, Deer needs to ice up everything just a bit. Admittedly, you always have a liability on that Tithe if you want to go through it to start your Amakua engine. It's a bit ugly, but yeah, you're totally right. Getting that Amakua purged and then stuck out of servers is going to be the most important part of this, unless Deer can just, string some traps and strings more damage together than GoHawks wants to interact with.
I will do a jig if we see a Mavirus kill.
Oh man, people forget about the text. I know I do all the time. It's usually not relevant, but like in this matchup, it's probably the most relevant it'll be.
Yeah, it's not relevant until it just kills you.
It just kills you bladderwort. You're going to have to give it some time. That's taking a Wake plan out of hand. Deer exactly on 4 credits. That's the threshold you want to be after this gives you the money. So we know that's a bladderwort on top of a price tag. And this is the beginning of the no-win situation. If you want to leave that, it's going to be some net damage. If you want to trash it, it's going to be some net damage. Immediately, if you trade for a Hokusai and price tag, Deer's going to have literally no money. But it's still quite hard, and it doesn't really push you forward as much as it stops the Deer from, kind of pulling away.
No, do we think that Deer has any way of punishing the tag from the prize sack? Are they cheeky enough to slot a 1x end of the line in their Jinteki PE list?
I think a bunch of them run one of Retribution. I think you're going to see that more likely because of the
Yeah.
influence, but I think often they do. If they're running news teams particularly, they'll spend some amount of influence on like soft to hard tag punishment. Not the hardest in the format, but like whatever one influence to two influence can get you.
All right, we've
Yeah,
got Miss
Retribution's a good
Bones.
shout. It's
Miss Bones is coming
Miss
down
Bones.
to deal with the clown car remote.
Worry Tracker, we know we're playing some Netrunner.
Okay.
So Miss Bones doesn't help you with this. So if you want to trash any part of this, and mind you, Miss Bones is a lot of money, you're gonna have to do a trace for it. They're gonna have to trash a bunch of their installed cards. Turns out all their installed cards are really good. This is a really rough tracker. I wonder if you just bounce
so
here. You don't
bad.
have to trash these. That's two
Well,
installed cards.
Gohawks is trashing the bladder wart.
Yeah.
That's super surprising. And a price tag is going to trigger here too. So there's going to be a tag as well. So Miss Bones will be challenged. But what do you trash here? Like your Amaku is so important. Your Miss Bones is how you're contesting the server in the first place. Penny Shaver is probably the weakest link, albeit it's a 5 credit click next turn or next click. I don't know. That Warrior Tracker was really well positioned. I can trash Warrior first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but this was
I
known
think
information.
it will still trigger though.
No, it's not
Yeah.
persistent. If you trash Worried first.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Yeah. So this is not the first time. It's anything they trash in the server, including the Warrior. So yeah, if the Warrior goes down first, the Bladder Word won't as well trigger.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I thought that Warwick got around it to be persistent, but you are correct.
Yeah, so we're going to be able to redo that. We might call it a judge in here, but the idea is that the Warlord will be rezzed. And so you trash a Warlord first. That changes it a bit because you want to trash a Warlord so that you can use the Miss Bones credits, or it just makes it a bit easier for you. But I still think this trade is very much in Deer's favor, whether or not we need to hit the price deck or not. There's no way Gohawks can lose 2 cards on this board state and feel happy about it.
Yeah, and I think you have to.
What do you
I think you have to
here?
take down the Warroid tracker because otherwise they put a second one down and then it becomes a real clown car remote.
What do you trash here off the Warroid tracker though? Do you like what card are you keeping?
I think you're keeping the Amakua.
I agree.
A lot of these decks don't run more than one, and it makes the 4/9 tax even more reasonable. As much as like you're at 8, it doesn't matter that much more. But that is like probably your best breaker in this whole matchup, because otherwise you need to find your breakers, install your breakers. There's a lot of work to do. Now, hopefully you're getting enough Miss Bones value after you trash one card, I guess. But yeah, it's really difficult, especially because hit points matter. It's like really hard for you to put a Miss Bones and only get like 2 credits worth of value off of her. Like your cards need to be giving you a lot of value in the PE matchup.
I think the only argument against keeping the Amakua is that all the servers are iced up, and Gohawks has no money, especially because I think that you're going to be pretty committed to trashing the Penny Shaver, at least in my opinion. So if your Amakua is already big, you got to think that Deer's probably prepping to purge, probably as soon as next turn, especially if this bladder ward's living, especially.
Yeah, the purge is hard, right? Like, so we got to see what kind of ice suite this is. I think you're right. If this ice is like Tithe, Divine, or let alone like a Mind Games, then you can maybe res everything. But like purging into open central servers, like with 4 credits, maybe they can res a lot. So yeah, I think you're totally right. It comes down to the money. And if you're on a Bladderword deck, there's a chance that this deck just doesn't have a lot of money to float. So maybe it's hard to res all the ice.
The other advantage of actually choosing to keep the Miss Bones is you can then just turn around and use the money to trash the price sack and the bladder war, and you can actually accomplish your intended goal of cleaning out the remote. It's still coming at a pretty hefty cost. Gohawk's really paying the iron price to do this.
Speaking of iron price, we took another net damage off of the Tithe. So it was a daily cast this time. Last time it was a Wake Implant. So I feel like if you roll that back, you have to trash the Wake Implant. Unfortunately, we got a bit more information here. But yeah, you can argue what you want.
Are agreeing to just keep going.
Cool. Huge shout out to Sengren, who's popping in to do some judge calls there. Actually, huge shout out to Sengren, who's organizing these events on behalf of No Signal Games. There's a lot of work that goes into this. So always huge shout out to the organizers. Cool. We're just going to push forward through this. Again, this is a really ugly board state in terms of this interaction. And I do think there's a chance keeping Miss Bones is okay as well, right? Like there's a lot of money on that card, and money is not the best right now, as much as 2 cards are going to have to come down.
We're just gonna
we're just gonna drag cards around
manually. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Was it Mad Dash?
Looks like it was
Oh yeah, the wake happened before.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Okay, so Warraid comes
You got
down
there.
first for Miss Bones. Trace 4 on the Warraid to trash 2 install cards. So it looks like the Turtle's coming down. We're leaving the Miss Bones. Yeah, so exactly as you called, Cranked. Which means that we can contest the rest of the server. We'll see if Deer is going to pay 2 credits here to get the price X. So price X, you pay 2 for a tag and a meat damage. It looks like we are going to fire that. Inside job comes down. Now, if you want to sweep this whole server, it puts Miss Bones to good work. But you still have a tag. But Deer's only on 1 credit. We're just going to clear that tag. Maximum respect here. And mind you, there's nothing like neural EMP in this format. Not that Deer has the credits, but holding 1 card in hand is only risky to Blood in the Water, which I'd actually be kind of surprised to see in this deck. But Deer, in theory, can score 2 points. In fact, up to 4 points if they have 2 of them in hand and go for the lethal.
Spin Doctor coming down.
Spin
Server
Doctor.
one, if server 1 is Bladderwort, like another copy of Bladderwort, that's going to be pretty brutal at this point.
It's going to be Rashida, right? Like, it's just going to be something so good for that remote server. And GoHawks is back to a board state that's arguably worse than turn 1. Spin Doctor, we're cracking that before the start of turn. So shuffling back into Prize Deck of Warrior, so we have a chance to draw into those cards. And it looks like Deer is going to go for a kind of grind value lock of sorts. So this remote server is going to be hard to run.
We're going to jail. It's prison time.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It is. I haven't seen this sort of Jinteki. This is prison. This is going to be a bit of a lock.
We
really want to get this
happy
clown
we started
card.
on prison. Yes.
So we still have to figure out what kind of agenda Sweet Deer's on and how quickly, if GoHawks wants to kind of pivot to central servers to close the game, if they don't want to play this attrition over time in the remote server game, what that's going to look like. Triple advance, so that's a House of Knives. That's an additional 4 damage. So however hit points GoHawks has, reduced by 4. Now, anytime they run, it makes it harder to interact with Anemone. That'll be 3 damage suddenly. It's almost impossible to steal Obacatas if they're in the remote server, because that's going to be 5 net damage plus the 6 from the House of Knives, let alone the upgrade in server 1. This is a really good score. We still have to play around stings we're expecting. I don't know if we're going to see a longevity, but you're assuming the stings, House of Knives, and of the Obacatas, of course. Blood in the Waters, generally the fun one that doesn't make it into every PE list.
We may see hybrid release too. You talk about the closest thing to neural EMP. That's kind of it. It's a neural EMP that's a triple, but it still does a net damage, and it has the upside of giving you a point. I think Deer would be very happy to score that one.
So Hawk slamming down the Citadel Sanctuary, this prevents tags and meat damage. Now, those are 2 things you maybe expect one of them a bit more. You do expect the meat damage from the price tag, but trashing your whole hand to dodge 1 meat damage is generally not the play you want to take. And you're going to see here Hawk slamming down the Unity. That's one of the big issues, is if you're holding breakers in hand as a criminal with no recursion, and then just suddenly like Bladderwort gets res in server 1 and you lose your decoder, you could lose the game. So you're going to see weird installs like this that are respect installs, net damage installs, and they make a lot of sense.
I think that Citadel Sanctuary is actually going to have a fair bit of usage this game, because we see that we're on Price X and we're just always going to have a tag to deal with. So you might as well do it clicklessly.
Yeah, price tag, snare tag too. The tags are the relevant part of this. The meat damage will be interesting whenever it prevents a scorched earth or an end of the line, excuse me. But yeah, no, that tag is good, especially with 1 link for sure.
Citadel could also indicate, I mean, it's a long shot, but it could be the GoHawks is on the tag economy plan, stuff like rogue trading or credit kiting. Moonpool. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'd trust that for $1.
Yeah.
Such a hard card to play around. You have no idea what the corporation's doing with Moonpool, and it allows you to do just about everything. The card has so much text on it. It allows you to get fast advance tokens, allows you to fix your hand. It does a lot. So you generally just trash it on site if you can consider affording it, and GoHawks is going to stick to that plan. Second Spin Doctor in server 4. Deer looks like they're trying to get a kind of a hellish server there, and Maryland campaign is okay, but it's not super rude. 5 and 6 though does threaten a lot of stuff. Bladderworts, Reaper functions. We're going to find out if GoHawks is going to find out very quickly what these are.
Moonpool's such a wild card because I feel like it just reads the corp gets to throw their cards around the table and then stuff happens. And I've played against that thing as the runner, and I just don't really know what happens when it fires to this day.
I don't think some corps do. Like, I don't know. I've tried to like score out agendas, and then you put like a subliminal in archives, and the chainnet won't let you do anything, and you get frustrated. You figure out it's your problem, right? Like, there's a lot of text on that card.
We're seeing some technology I haven't seen yet.
Flipping a coin to
They
figure out
flipped
what
the
the
coin!
around.
Keeling trying to go for a kill. They're in server 5 real slow, but 4 credits is a lot of money, and GoHawks is getting 4 credits a turn off of the daily cast though. But server 6 is going to maybe be the straw that breaks the economic back. We'll see what this is. A Reaper function's a bit scary. It's another moon pool that has to stay on the table. We'll see if we get some cool kickflips with this one.
The good news is about Gohawks only being on 2 credits and accessing the moon pool is he doesn't even have to read it. Because it's like, I can't trash it. That text doesn't matter.
Oh, it's happening.
Okay,
moon
we're
pool
doing it.
res.
Here we go.
So it's a sting. We're going to be able to remove the moon pool from the game, to add 2 advancements by showing 2 agendas from archives that you can just put in there, Obokata, shuffling them into R&D. And so we fast advance the sting for what's actually only like 4 credits, which is pretty good.
That's a diversion of funds.
And 2 more net damage. Now the sting also has a bit of text on it. Now the other stings get harder to steal, not so much score. But if Gohawks is trying to close the game by stealing agendas, which is kind of their only option, it's getting harder and harder with these stings getting harder and harder.
Ladderwort's got to go. That one just can't live.
All right, 2 credits. There are some reses here. You're expecting Tithes or Diviners. Maybe a Mind Game is the cheapest I think Jinteki has. Those are 0-cost dice. But we're hitting 1 card here with the House of Knives. Single axis here. Sting is lethal.
Sting is lethal. I was just going to say. Blood in the Water's not, though.
Blood in the Water's not. So we see this as real 2-pointers in the deck. That actually could have been scored off the top if that was any other card here.
Good one to steal when you're at like 0 or 1 cards in hand.
Oh, excuse me. They exposed R&D. We know R&D is an anemone, which is 3 credits to res. So they knew that was a safe run, but still the sting is lethal there. Got to take some risk, though. That's for sure. Reaper function exposed in server 1, so that's 2 net damage. You combine that with like top decking a Blood in the Water. You have to res it and fire it before you see your mandatory draw, but that is really scary as points that are hard to prevent. We'll see if this is just tempo Reaper or whether it's going to set up for some sort of combo kill.
Gohawks is respecting it. They're just going to full draw.
We're down to 24 hit points. We've gone through about half the deck and only 2 points on each side. So we definitely have more of a game here. Now, I'm not actually sure if Deer's going to be on Snare in this list. It's kind of hard if you're on a Bladderwort deck. They both kind of, force your money downwards. Maybe one puts you even further back to where the Bladderwort hits, but might be an expensive card for how much Deer is floating. But they got 2 more cards on the table. Upgrade on R&D. We're expecting Hokusai or Pricek, and then Server 9.
It is Pricek in R&D.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, got to read the chat log. Thank you.
It makes me wonder, are all 3 Priceks just on the board?
There's a big chance. And we're pinholing this one. So you have to access a different server. Again, if it's an agenda, you can't steal it. You're still going to touch it, though.
Maybe a good
I don't
way
know
to
what they're pinholing.
Reaper. I would guess the Reaper function just because you already know about it.
That'll be the topmost on server 1. And so the other 2 are upgrades for sure. And Pricek fires when you access it. So
yeah, I would think the
Gohawks.
I would think the Gohawks just wants to get the thing that's capable of proactively killing him. And as far as I'm aware, that's the only card that could do it right now. Keeling's gonna take too much time. Prysek's not gonna do it unless he touches it. Hokusai's not gonna do it unless he touches it. So I think Reaper function is probably the right call here.
Oh, they're going for the Hokusai on HQ.
You know what? I'm just some guy.
No, but I agree with you. I think they want to see what this is because they want to run HQ at some point.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, criminals love it. Famously love HQ.
8 credits up again. We only have a Unity. That's a Reaper function. We're just trying to get something else in the server. We're going to hit a Paperclip and a Dirty Laundry. So the Paperclip, we'll see if there's any barriers. Not the strong suit always of Jinteki here. But that is a card that you can install from the bin. But it's just hit points. Something else in server 1. Bladderwort, in fact, going to be exposed, and we're on 3 credits.
We have no idea what's in server 9, right?
No clue.
Okay.
It's probably not a Spin Doctor. Otherwise, you could have stopped the pinhole.
Not. Well, we're about to find out. Let's see.
Yeah, ask and you shall receive. It's a Moonpool.
More Moonpool.
That's free trash, I suppose, off this Mistbones.
Yeah, Mistbone seems really good right now. There's still a fair few assets and upgrades getting played. That's 10 credits of value for the install. Penny Shaper's getting reinstalled, and the Bladderwort's going to start connecting, pulling a sure gamble out of hand. And Deer is going to have to res some of their stuff to be able to get underneath 4 if they take too many credits this turn. So the big reses that they could res would be only, I think, Hokusai, because we know probably 2 of the cards on the table are Pricek. So Deer can't just click for 2 credits here. So Deer's thinking this out again. 1 ice on all servers. Just building a new server. Again, I think Deer's going to make some effort not to click to 4 and getting something iced in there. I reckon all the ice in this deck is relatively cheap.
Yeah, I think it's all got to be resable to stay within the Bladderwort range.
Agreed.
There's like
I
some
wonder-
amount of like investment you get on your servers if you're trying to play around Pinhole into Keeling, where like you don't want uniced servers, but there's a big chance with 3 credits you can't res everything, so it's not the biggest concern. But like uniced remote servers, if Hawks doesn't have to trash the thing in their remote server, it's kind of hard to imagine that. That is just like kind of a liability if Pinhole threading is a line of attack. But Boomerang is going to start here, going to put that on server 1. We're going to find out what 2 of these upgrades are. I think we know one of them is a price hack. We're going to Boomerang through that Tithe. It will come back. We'll see here if Deer can only fire one of the Hokusai or the price hack. It'll just be a bit too rich to do both.
It'll also be Warroid. I think Deer put that Warroid tracker back in the deck off one of these Spin Doctors.
It's too
So
late to res
not-
Roid now.
Yeah, it's true. So it must not be what it is.
Price hack for
price-
2?
Double price hack?
No, I think you're right. It has to be the Warroid, right? No,
We-
double price hack.
Yeah, I was gonna say Deer would have res the price hack. I think they had the money.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice whether you want to res the price hack, which I think trashing the board is right, or whether you want to get the meat damage in the tag. But we go for the meat damage and tag. Hawks is going to be able to clear that clicklessly. It's kind of interesting here because it's trace 1. So in theory, you could... Nah, the Corv actually can't contest it. They're 1 credit short if they really wanted to. Not that they can't afford to do anything with the tag punishment. But that's a second bladder where... Oh, that's so annoying.
So brutal. Joe Hawk not finding his killer is a killer.
We're down to 15 hit points and still 2 points on each side. Blood in the Water is going to get scored out for a single. That's 4 agenda points, hitting the last gamble from hand.
Here, you got a second one? That's lethal.
Nope, only one left in the deck.
So this is wild. Go Hawks is in a really ugly spot. There's House of Knives. There's a Bladderwort on the table. They still have to score a lot of agendas. Like trying to steal an Obokata, which you kind of have to do to win against PE modernly, is really difficult. That's 5 net damage, 4 if it's your winning steal. And that's another Tithe. That's going to be another net damage here. So you could give the House of Knives if you really wanted to, but the Bladderwort is going to come down for all your credits. So it's really tricky here. Another Blood in the Water would be quite good. Go Hawks.
Or the Obokata like right now. But you don't have the cards. You don't have the breakers. You certainly don't have the money. Like you're just behind in all aspects of the game right now. I would say that Go Hawks is completely in the vice at the moment.
Yeah. Now I think the best thing for Go Hawks right now is Deer just doesn't have a lot of money. So I think pushing out an Obokata here on this table would be really safe. Unfortunately, they just can't afford to do that. So as long as we keep cards up, it's at least going to be a slower conclusion, if that is comforting. You can kind of guess on your own, but we're going to charge HQ here with only 1 credit, get an Axis. That's an Anemone 3 cost Sentry that just does 2 net damage. Now, server 1 and server 10, in terms of Bladderworts, that's a real scary one. All 3 are in the bin. 2 Spin Doctors are out, so there's actually a chance that the recursion is going to slow down a bit here.
Yeah, we
And
know
Deer's going to take a turn off.
We know server 10 is Keeling. No res on that yet.
Oh, right on, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything right now, unless you really want to hope it sticks for several turns.
Yeah, it forces the runner to do something eventually, which, like, that's good. They can't just hit centrals as much as that's also kind of difficult here. But yeah, the money on that's really expensive. Triple advance, though. That's another House of Knives. 4
so
more net
bad.
damage.
That's so bad.
That's really bad. Now, here at this point, the last Blood in the Water, whether it's a flatline or not, it will win on points. So Go Hawks now, any run they make can be 2 net damage. If you have money to res Anemone, if you're 2 credits short here, that's 4 net damage on any run. And it's so difficult to have enough cards, let alone click compression to drop. Even if Go Hawks had infinite economy, even if they had all their breakers, this is still a very difficult spot to be in.
Don't know why Go Hawks is making this run. He should know that this is Keeling.
This is Keeling, yeah.
Yeah, there's not much left to steal in the deck except Obokata and Sting at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and I
really
think-
hard to get to 7.
And I think that the only real hope Go Hawks would have would be to score Obokata last. But you'd probably need to score the 3rd Blood in the Water, assuming that even exists. There might only be 2 in the deck.
Spinner's going to drop. That's going to shuffle back some of that. Match the Bladderworts is what you want here. And a card in server 1 as well, not having to prevent the expose there, as it was the second install. But Hawks down on 2 credits. Yeah, that Boomerang ran on server 10. I don't know what that was about. maybe just too many cards in hand, but that seems like an expensive way to recur a card.
Gohawk maybe just want to shuffle a card back into his deck, but that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
So see here, card in server 1. Reaper function, it could be. Again, just getting any amount of damage is generally worth it if Deer wants to close this out, but it's 3 credits to res, so we're a bit short. I think there's a big chance that server 1's a Rashida. We've only seen 1 so far. And there's 14 cards left in R&D.
We've got 1 Bladderwort select here. We're going to go Bladderwort Moonpool. Interesting. I wonder
So
if
I
that's a signal. Is that a signal that there's agendas in hand?
The Obacatas are not going anywhere fast, but yeah, I think there's a chance. There's also a big chance that Deer wants to keep the stings in hand because they know the stings are so hard to interact with, and like they have to score a 2 to win the game. That's kind of really hard.
All right, we're calling it. You shuffle 2 non-agendas back into R&D.
We're checking archives here. Oh, there is an end of line.
Yes.
Whoa, 4 influence.
Too many tags in this deck for there not to be an end of the line, and I'm enough of a Netrunner boomer to remember when PE would slot 1 of Scorched Earths, just for people stupid enough to float tags off of Snare.
There we go. 2 House of Knives tokens means that Obacata is unstealable. Well, you can steal it. It will just end your game on the spot, because not only do you have to suffer 4 net damage, it's 1 more for personal evolution. Maryland campaign, mind you, just in server 1, taking away 10 is the Keeling, but the Obacata is in hand. Unfortunately for Hawks, that's again 5 damage, let alone 6 with the House of Knives, and we'll find out what's in front of HQ soon enough. But there's only 9 more hit points, and again, if you're not stealing Obacata, like, what is your way out? Stings are like, what, 3 damage? Like, it's almost impossible to get to 7 points at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think you just can't steal Ding now, and you would have to score Obacata last.
Yeah, it's so hard to do that.
Yeah, I think the only way out would be to score 3rd Hawk plus another 1-pointer and an Oboe, or if there's a 3rd Blood in the Water, I think it's the only out. I think if you touch Sting at any point, the game ends on the spot.
Okay,
There's the Obacata.
Wow, yeah. Now there's 6 cards left alive. Yeah, I think this one's just about over. Gohawks cannot run R&D without taking a net damage off the Hokusai grid.
Let alone, we know there's an enemy there, right? Like, that's 3 net damage.
Correct. There's an anemone on R&D as well, so that's going to be some damage.
And you see Deer here's feathering it. Just 1 House of Knives is enough, because, 4 cards in hand. Seeing Obacata. Could be 2 Obacatas in hand. That's not going anywhere anytime soon.
I did too.
Yeah. But even if the Obacata is scored, it's hard to get out of here. Keeling's going to put some pressure on the remote server as well. We haven't talked about it, but Regenesis also, there might be 1 or 2 in the deck. Sometimes that shows up just as like a nice way to cheat out points. But just credit. Install on top of the Keeling. Maybe it's a Warroid. Maybe it's another price deck or Hokusai.
Hokusai could be anything.
Ooh, it's Warroid.
It is, yeah.
I don't even think that matters quite so much at this stage of the game. None of these cards really do anything for Gohawks.
Yeah, we're going to have to take that down. So Keeling reduces hand size. Eventually this is lethal, but it takes a while for that to happen. But just having lower hand size means inherently it's hard for you to interact with the corporation. With only 5 cards left, though, you still have to deal with this, but it's a bit of a road bump. We're
gonna go back up to 6 cards live with this boomerang going back in as soon as the run ends. But I think that this is a play to not lose so much, rather than a play to win the game.
Board state, again, back to what I would say turn 1 would not even be envious of. A single unity, 1 credit. Deer just grinding out in that remote server. Double tithes, just getting enough value. Again, it's cards like this, which the net damage you just can't take. And then finding your breaker, installing your breaker is going to require a fair bit of drawing too. So like cards like this are relatively well positioned. Server 12 is something new. I don't think we're going to get a credit to expose that. It's another Maryland campaign. And Deer just putting stuff back and over on top of the tithe.
Part of the reason I think PE is so incredibly strong at the moment, it plays the hide the agenda game really well, and it gets rewarded for doing so, because at this stage in the game, Gohawks just can't afford to steal an Obacata. He's accessed them a million times and just can't ever click the take 4 net damage to steal button. And just really just out of options at this point.
I think if Deer, now that they have the money, if they find, I think it would have to be their last anemone if I've been tracking somewhat accurately, and they can do anemone with an Obokata behind it. That's pretty safe. Otherwise, here maybe they just can push out a Sting, because either way that goes, it's gonna do some damage, and then from there, maybe the last blend the water. But at this point, Deer is going to transition to scoring out, and they have to score out, right? 10 cards in R&D means the game is going to go on for a bit longer, but not forever long. So Hawks has to close the game out, and if Hawks just keeps cards in hand, at least that plays around to blend the water. So Deer has to force the issue on the table. Three cards on the table. We know there's a Maryland in 13, so that's 2 Unice Marylands, and then secrets within the Tithe servers. So Hawks here still with 3 credits. And again, in this matchup where cards are so important, it's hard to play some of your economy cards, right? Like, it's hard to afford to play Dirty Laundry. Not that it's easy to fire Dirty Laundry on this table. It kind of is. But just getting 3 credits for a single card is probably not worth it, especially when you're down to your last 6 cards. So you're going to see runners generally click for more credits more often.
I don't think I've even seen a real Sentry Breaker yet. I don't see it in the discard pile.
You should be granted, yeah.
You're late.
Now this does deal with Tithe for free once a turn, so we can check out what server 1 is here. But that's also sometimes the issue. If it's on the bottom of the deck, it's on the bottom of the deck. Mutual favor or nothing. And that's a Reaper function. You have to tear that down. You have exactly enough money. And it's just another Keeling on top of the Warroid. So now if you want to deal with Keeling, you have to kiss your 2 breakers goodbye.
TikTok goes the clock.
Server 14.
I do not think that GoHawks can ever afford to trash this Keeling and deal with this Warroid tracker. The Book Altar is just about the only thing that's keeping you in this game.
And now with the Keeling with counters on it, it becomes easier and easier to score at any agenda, little and Obokata. Eventually, the what's it called? The Blend the Waters will win before Keeling flatlines. And we know all 3, I think, of the remote servers are Marylands. I think Deer forgot to res server 13, but I don't think money's going to be a big issue at this point.
We are starting to get to the point where Obokata is completely unstealable. There's only 5 cards left in play, and if Deer fires off Deer fires off the Hawk at the right moment,
or Hokusai or Price
they will. Yeah, or just any incidental net damage here. I think we're in a no-for.
Rashida coming down. Hawk's going to spend only 1 credit and a run on that, but that is going to be just 2 credits to their name. So their maximum hand size is now 3. Keeling should trigger now here, so Hawks has to take up a damage. So now we're just down to 4 cards. So barring some ridiculous recursion card, you can just put Obokata on the table, install Advance, and Deer knows it.
Stealable.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go. Okay. So this is the late game that Deer was going for. You've seen this for years now in Jinteki. If you can just grind the runner down to having no hand, the Obokata's just go on the table. In fact, you don't even need ice. This Tithe is just kind of cute. So
It's
Hawks
just there
has
to
figure
send
out
a message.
Yeah. The art is really good. I'm glad that we're seeing this card a bit more in some ways. But Hawks has to figure out this turn. Obviously, that Obokata is going to go through. So either can you deny 10 credits from the corporation? That doesn't even work with Triple Maryland. So you have to steal enough points off central servers. Again, the Stings are 3 damage apiece. House of Knives is 1 damage. You know that there's an Anemone on R&D, probably on HQ as well. It's almost impossible to steal even 1 more agenda in any server this turn.
There would have to be another non-Obokata 3-2 in the game, and I just don't think that exists.
Yeah, longevity just doesn't make the cut in a lot of these decks. We're going through, just letting it fire. That's the Obokata. We're just touching it.
I'm guessing. Oh no, GoHawks just conceding.
Oh, good game. Runner 106
Brutal.
credits to the 47 from the corporation, but that is a game plan that Deer's sticking to, and it'll work. It gets there. There's just so much damage, and Warroid is just a ridiculous trade of credits. That's really hard.
That is one of those matchups where money is absolutely not the thing that matters. PE, it's just content to sit across from you saying, I don't really care how much money you make, because that's not what's going to dictate whether or not you win this game. And we saw that with just Deer grinding GoHawks to dust.
Yeah, it's hard. I do think there's chances if you had infinite money, maybe you can do something interesting with, I don't know, play Caldera, but it's still really hard. I do think the money is always a sticking point, though, because you can't play a lot of your economic cards really easily, and that slows down the whole game a fair bit.
I also think GoHawks lost his copy of Mutual Favor very early.
Yep.
I think it was the 3rd card in the heap, and I think if maybe he fetched out the Bugalter a little bit sooner. He could have at least afforded to check some of the remotes without having to pay the iron price through the tithe. That incidental net damage, I have to think it was relevant.
Seth, do we have more time in the round? Should we jump into another table?
Yeah, we should. We've got about 20 minutes left.
Well, I picked the last table. Either you folks want to pick the next one?
Oh, we could check out table 3. Looks like
Table
that.
3.
Yeah, looks like that is 419 versus Ag Infusion.
Cool.
I will find out if they are good to let us stream.
Perfect. And if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the first ever Accelerated Beta Test event, March 2023 edition. Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome to the Null Signal Games Twitch
Have the thumbs
channel.
up.
Oh, perfect. And we
Here
should
we
be
go.
in.
Well, for all those folks who loved it so much at Worlds, it's back again. It's Trieste Ag Infusion.
Get out, for real.
It absolutely is. Look at this. We got Loki, we got Malinzi, we got Chiashi, we got everything you need.
No, Argaz is really interesting there on the corp side. You see 2 divert powers. That's kind of a telling point. And you also see 1 Trieste has been trashed for 2 influence.
For anyone who hasn't seen this deck, the whole point is you use Trieste model Bioroids targeting Loki. Trieste model Bioroids basically says that the runner cannot they cannot break subroutines on the chosen piece of ice. Well, the problem is that Loki gains the subroutines of any other res ice on the board when you encounter it. So the point is you use Trieste to make Loki unbreakable. Loki targets Chiashi and just deals you 4 damage. And you can force the runner into the Loki using the Ag Infusion ability by trashing your other ice. So a couple of pieces of res ice effectively makes your entire board very, very difficult to interact with.
Yeah, this is a deck that we saw at Worlds, and it did not get directly addressed by any sort of ban list. Some people enjoyed it, some people didn't enjoy it a lot. It's a very powerful deck, but it's a deck that just a lot of people didn't play anymore after Worlds because it is a bit of a longer game. It is a bit of a lockout game as well, but it's just something we haven't seen a lot of. So
yeah, a lot of people don't.
A
lot of people aren't psychopaths like me and enjoy this style of gameplay. The other legitimate criticism is that this deck is very difficult to play within the constraints of a round timer. Your local doesn't have one of those. You will be more than able to take your 90 minutes to finish the game, but you have 65 minutes in a tournament setting to finish 2 games, which can sometimes make piloting this deck a difficult proposition.
Now, on the other side of the table, 419 here actually has a pretty good rig. So this is Amaku is okay, but you have Bugalter and Angolo. If we look at the heap, we don't have a paperclip just yet. We did lose a Stargate, but in terms of having to break some of the biggest ice in the format, things like Chiashi and I guess Malinzi as well, we're pretty well dealt, able to deal with it. Second send a message.
Yeah, it's a big deal. The runner really wants to get on the board early just in case this thing goes to time. Though I think you said there's 20 minutes left in the round or so?
Yeah, actually, that's worth shouting out. So Yutati here is the Oracle. This should be the King. So this is the King playing. So the round might actually be a bit longer because we're going to have a bit of time extension. So if you're not familiar, the King is a competitive player up here from Canada who is visually impaired. So he can't use JNet very easily. So Yutati today is coming in and basically Yutati controls the JNet interface and basically just explains board state while the King makes all the calls. Oracling is a really fun experience, and there's been a lot of people that have stepped up to the plate to help the King play a very, very high level competitive Netrunner. He's a real great dude too.
Yeah, the King slaps. I love that guy.
We're going here on R&D. Mind you, Ag Infusion's ability could kick in at this point in the turn. I think we're on our 2nd click here on the run. So we're getting through the Chiashi with Angolo for 7. That's actually a pretty good deal. 7 for Chiashi. That's what you expect to pay in the best case.
They just lost 6 cards to Chiashi's AI hate text.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're totally right.
There's other words on this card.
Yeah, if you have an AI installed, for every subroutine you break, it's your choice. You're just ripping cards off the top of the stack. So we're 2 cards down. This puts Aksu only on 3 cards. I think there's a pause here because this might have been a surprise. Because I think if you're trying to steal the Obacadas, of which there's only 2 more in the deck, you're in an awkward spot. And this deck is running only 7 agendas. At this point, Mad Dash doesn't matter, so you have to steal at least 1 more agenda. Best case scenario, it's the Longevity Serum. Worst case scenario, it's the Obacada, and you just don't have any more cards.
There could be a third send a message, right? It's 3 send a message, 3 oboe, 1 longevity. Okay, so there's still 2 live hits here.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, this is not good. Actually, is this lethal?
This is lethal.
Oops.
Yeah. So Ag Infusion throws into here. Now you're approaching the ice. You can't jack out here. You're encountering it, and this mimics the Chiashi, which does 4 net damage. That is lethal on the spot. That is super unfortunate. Good games. Ooh, you don't see that a lot in this matchup. It's something you can kind of see coming, but without a barrier breaker, and you're expecting Ngolo to deal with your Chiashi, you cannot deal with it twice. So Tadi or the King is going to be able to take that win.
Can Angolo even deal with the Loki into Chiashi one time? Has the trigger already passed by the time that the Loki ability fires?
When the runner
Can you
encounters,
base it?
I think they're fine because I don't think this is. Oh, honestly, I have no idea. That's kind of interesting. Can you Ngolo a Loki?
Because I know you can't fetch bin breakers against that because the window to install them is already passed.
I think you just have to make it a code gate before they make it anything else. So no
You're
matter
right,
what,
I
it's a
think
code
yeah.
gate.
Yeah. But in any case, actually would have needed the real barrier breaker in order to not die.
But that was still getting harder there for Aksu. Stealing 6 points is kind of where you want to be, obviously. There's only 10 cards left in R&D, and this deck can't score on a remote server. It does struggle to get the time. They kind of are rushing through the last turn sometimes to get something into a remote server. So if Aksu could hold on there for a minute, there's a chance they have a way out. But good game to both.
All right, someone else want to pick a table now?
I think there's only one table that's live. It's table 8 here.
All right, you want
Cool,
to check on that?
Yeah, I'll check in. Seems like a pretty young game. Hold on. Yeah, that Loki deck, like, Endurance was obviously really good against it, but it doesn't solve everything.
No, a lot of that ice is still really hard to boat through. There's just so many subroutines on the board between Malinzi and DNA Tracker and Anansi and
Yeah, quite difficult.
Are we good on table 8?
Yeah,
you're good on
looks
table
like
8.
we have.
Sweet.
All right. So we're coming in on table 8. Here at the bottom of the screen, we have Mirror Morph. Man, I love the Mirror Morph identity. If you do 3 different things in a turn, do a 4th thing for free, or just get a credit. That's fine too. Allows you to play a lot of the interesting cards that you have to click to get some value from. And we have to see some good ice on the table, let alone Warrior Trackers back. But on the other side of the table, nothing too flashy so far. If you see the bin, we're spending influence on bravados. It's just regular Hoshiko. We're 6 points to 2. The big question here is Jiat, are they playing Elevagao bifurcation to get the last point out, or are they going to have to score another big agenda? On Archives, a lot of times you expect these decks to be on something like MCA Austerity Policy. You do see one in the bin, so it might be a while before they can score out another, unless it just comes screaming from hand.
A Maw on the board? Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah, I love it.
Love me some Maw.
So
6 is a lot.
Wentagon
Six
asking,
is a
did
lot
the
for
king sweep? Oh,
I believe he did. I don't know. It's not on Cobra yet. But I'll keep an eye on that.
Dream Knight
there's
coming
a
down.
Big
There's
deal
a
at
big
HQ.
deal.
Woo!
Jiat a bit far away though on 0 credits. In fact, both players are on 0 credits. I don't think the runner's going to stay there for a while. Now, if you're not familiar with mods, says the first time each turn you made a run, you didn't steal a trash, not in archives, you randomly trashed a card from HQ. It's really wacky how this works when you're in the middle of accessing HQ cards, because you actually can maw the card you're currently accessing if things go well or sometimes not well. But there are probably 3 face down cards in archives that at least some amount of those are maw triggers. But Jiat here in an ugly spot. Open HQ. Hoshiko gets good value from running with the Dreamnet, little the Maw, and you just don't have credits. And one of the worst parts or the worst places to be as a corporation is with no credits, because your next turn, you're not making any more decisions.
Yeah, this Maw is going to be really good for. Okay, Nano Etching
that's a
actually helps
decision.
a lot.
That's a sick decision, because that's an install, a click,
Yep.
and event. So we get a click back. Restore is going to bring back
Mirror Morph here.
Austerity. Get that res, you get to click that. Wait, that was the coolest turn on 0 credits I've seen in a long time. Okay, that's sick. Austerity on the table. Now, this is such a great card in these matchups. Now, HQ is still wide open. Etching is hard to interact with, but the runner now only has 3 clicks. That's really big. Not that you want to click through a Fairchild 3 for fun if you can. It does prevent it from getting hip out early, but Zhao now has a much smaller turn to interact. We're going to crack one Fermenter off the top. I am pretty sure we're going to see a run on HQ to get the Dreamnet, let alone the Maw. And we're going to hit Drafter, crash a different card.
It may have trashed the drafter. I think JNet now puts face-up cards below
Yeah.
the face-down ones.
Yeah, I think that was
I
the
think
drafter hit.
I think there's 2 drafters in the bin that are
I
face-up.
think JNet will say uses mod to trash drafter. I might
Oh,
be
does it?
mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says because I think that was the drafter that got hippoed last turn off of HQ.
There's 2 in there, so this is okay.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
There were
that's
3
interesting.
face downs at the start of the turn, and there's 3 now.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't tell you.
I'm not sure either. Anyway, any hoozles. Choosing not to go after the MCA this turn is curious.
There might be some worried respect, but you have the credits here. Austerity, like you want to bring it down as soon as you can because it gives you a click back. Admittedly, the worried is a bit ugly, but with 17 credits, let alone a link, you're in an okay spot.
You can afford to let the war raid go off last turn though, because you're gonna.
Oh,
you're
we're going
gonna
in.
lose the MK and the daily. Okay, we're going in.
We're breaking this with Orchestra. That's an ugly 9 credits. At least you only do it once, but that's a lot of money. Now this makes R&D wide open.
Yeah,
We
the
do have a
hippo's the only
click
thing making this
left.
palatable.
Yeah. And there's a chance if you can control R&D and HQ, you don't have to worry about the austerity. It's just going to be a tax. And again, nothing off R&D and another card trash from HQ.
Yeah, MCA looking a lot worse in the face of this Maw, just slowly ripping cards out of hand.
It's like in Mirror Morph, it's like kind of free to play, but yeah, it's not gonna win the game if you can't keep centrals buckled down unless you get absurdly lucky. I do think at this part though, Zhao is just gonna R&D lock as much as singles can R&D lock. Zhao got 1 click left here. Again, only a 3-click turn, but you have all that Hashika free card draw, the DreamNet card draw, the money from Paladin. You're real setup. We're gonna run HQ. Virus from hand, setting back the fermenter a fair bit. You can trash that, and just getting low cards in hand means that you get that ugly maw lock. Or if you draw, the cards are in HQ. If you maw, less cards in HQ, and you're kind of in this like really ugly cycle. Stargate getting thrown out. I wonder if we have another in hand because that seems like a good install this this upcoming turn.
I don't think you throw out Stargate for any other reason.
Yeah.
I don't think it's time yet.
I don't think it's time yet either.
Yeah. We generally have a judge or an organizer. Oh, there you go. Cror saying that is time.
Oh, that is time. Okay.
Time favors Giat here fairly heavily. If you're wondering how
Yeah.
time works, whenever time is called, the active player finishes their turn, and then their opponent gets 1 more turn. And at that point, it's called strictly on how many points you have scored. So even if Giat does nothing, maybe ices up R&D, Zhao has to figure out where 2 more agendas are to get to 6 points and even get a draw there. It's hard to steal 2 Ikawas on a turn with an austerity policy triggering, so there's a chance that Giat might just close it here on time.
And even if he doesn't, Zhao will get another turn to hopefully try to get to 7. It's not impossible. There's 4 face downs in archives. You have unfettered access. Never mind. You have partially fettered access to R&D.
Yeah, it's hard. Like the Echoes are hard, and I imagine this deck has probably only 7 agendas in 49. So you're looking at a 1 in 7.
Yeah, I would guess 1 luminal and then 3 food, maybe 3 Echoa.
Yeah. 3 clicks. Zhao on 7 credits, very different than the 17 from like 2 turns ago, but it's going to be hard to spend that much money. At least R&D can res just about anything for 9 credits, barring tier. Maybe see some of the biggest ice in the format here.
All right, so if you're Zhao, what do you do? Well, how
You
do
run
have-
R&D,
Yep.
you run archives,
Uh-huh.
and then you just make sure you have Ikoa clicks. Like you have to do
Yeah.
2 central runs with the click left.
Yeah, you have to run first click. I think that's the big takeaway here is you have to run R&D right now.
Yeah.
And pray.
Yeah, the big thing, Ikoa Project of 5/3 says for additional cost to steal it, you have to spend a click and 2 credits. Maybe a far cry from taking 4 net damage, but that is going to control how Zhao plays here. Running archives and seeing 2 Ikoas on time and not having the clicks left, oh my god.
There's no way there's 2.
Yeah, is there an
Yeah,
argument
right?
for running archives first, actually?
I think it's your best interest to hit R&D because if you whiff, you maw the card and then you see
True.
more on archives.
That's a really good point.
But I do think most of the cards in HQ are known because Zhao has been hitting R&D consistently, so I don't even know if that maw is worth triggering. Like, there's a chance you run R&D, trash, go back, then archives. That might be better than the maw. But Zhao here can take their time. Time has been called, but Zhao in theory can take as long as they want to figure out this last turn.
Within reason.
Oh yeah. We'll see you on round 3. Yeah.
I think what's actually going to be the real brain wrinkler is if Zhao does steal off of R&D, do you go back to R&D or do you check archives? Okay,
Stargate.
I don't know about this.
It is impossible to win off of this line.
This is
Unless you have a
really
mad
fire.
dash. Unless you have a mad dash. This is really difficult to win off of this because you only can make one more access and you can't steal an Ikwa anymore.
Yeah,
Fairchild 2 is going to get in the way. This ice doesn't do anything. You can just let all of this fire.
Well, even Mad Dash would get you. Oh, Mad Dash would put it to a tie, right? Mad
Yeah.
Dash a three-pointer. Yeah, good call.
Oh, if you have mad dash, you actually can't take the core damage here. Maybe you break just that subroutine, but in theory, if you don't, these subroutines don't matter. Food Ikwa. Oh no, if they didn't play the Stargate, they would have won.
No, I didn't want to be a soothsayer in this moment.
No. If they just cranked at full speed into R&D, that would have been game.
Do they have the pocket running hot? Come on, baby.
Oh, you hate to see that. Food in the bin, that's only 2 more points. If you get the Ikwa, it's only 3 points. Maybe there's something in archives, but it's only the food there.
That's
Oh,
brutal,
hard
yeah.
punish there for the Stargate. But you just don't have enough clicks to steal the Ikwa, and you need at least a single Ikwa there. But Zhao could have had it there had they just sent it full speed into R&D. Mind you, that Fairchild doesn't do anything last turn, but Zhao's still going to put it there.
a harsh lesson in click sequencing
Yeah.
and thinking about what your outs actually are. It's one of the most important things to keep in mind. Is not just what cards are in your deck, but what cards are going to be in my opponent's deck.
Yeah, good game to both. The power of Global Food Initiative, pretty obvious there. From what 6 points should have been down to 4. It's going to have a huge impact when it comes to coming to time. Food just obviously favors the corporation a heck of a lot more than it is going to be for you. But well played to both players. Love to see Miramore for the top table. And that Stargate play, obviously, feels bad when the punish is there. But yeah, sometimes you just want that aggression on. I get it.
Well, that was a fun first round.
Yeah.
For those of you who are asking about the king, it looks like the king split. It was a corp split. Hoshiko got taken down by the outfit of all corporations.
Yo, you take that back. Outfit's real good right now, and I'm hurt by that.
Hey, have you guys taken a look at the breakdown of corps in this event? I'm just now looking at it. It's really even for the most part. I'm a fan of that.
So in terms of the corp IDs, we're looking at the most played IDs. It's a 3-way split from the outfit and op, both on 5 players apiece, and then PE on the top spot for Chincheki, also on 5. Ag Infusion just a bit behind it on 3 with Sports Metal on 3, and then everything else there you got 2s and 1s, but everything is well represented. I think NBN gets the worst slice of the pie with only 4 NBNs at the tournament. I think everyone's probably a bit okay with that, let's be honest. The runner side is a bit more wide, but only in certain directions. Adam has come back a bit. We're seeing an equal amount of Zayas, actually more Zayas than 419, and I'm very excited to see whether that's Tag Me,
really
whether
good.
that's... Yeah, Tag Me is really good, especially with that little NBN. Maybe you'll find some outfit on the way. We see a lot of like Anarch options, like some Lose, some Freedom, some Essas, but the big thing here is Hoshiko and Zaya, and we only have one Shaper. Again, those Smoke diehard fans love Smoke, and I've heard Smoke's not the worst in this meta, so...
I see one unusual ID. I see Building a Better World took a game off of 419.
Hey, for Wayland, right?
Core Wayland.
Yeah.
You just get enough money. Just get so much money you can pay for all those exposes. Maybe you're fast advancing out, big dealing. Maybe you're just trashing breakers. Criminal, for what it's worth, is pretty weak to program destruction. And there's some really mean program destruction decks in Wayland across, I think, just about 3 IDs can pull it off relatively well.
All right, round 2 pairings are up. Let's take a look and see if there's anything we want to watch.
There's 2 NBN decks at the top 2 tables.
I'd like to see what Near Earth Hub is up to.
Yeah, I was thinking table 1's the one I'm eyeing. Plus, we'll get probably. I would imagine those Zaya decks are on Tag Me.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm into that. I'll ask if table 1's cool. I'm just gonna wait for everyone to sit down.
The one runner idea I'm surprised we didn't see more of. There's one of them here, but Issa. I think Issa's sleeper good right now.
Yeah, S is hard. Like at a tournament, I think S's ability is quite powerful. It's just I feel like a lot of people might just resort to, the consistency of Hoshiko or whatever Anarch can do something that's a bit more straightforward. But I like S. I think S is fantastic.
When in doubt, mill him out. Why not? I think that's an archetype that got a ton of support in Parhelion. I mean, you got Finality is an insanely strong card. I think Raindrops is really just a gas pedal for all these Anarch decks.
All right, table one spinning up. Oh, hey, Nick, right they're here. Oh,
All right,
perfect.
table one. Is table one ready for us?
Yeah, they're all good.
Sweet.
It hasn't spun up just yet, but yeah, they said they're good.
We're gonna
So
get Bink Bonkle on Corpse, so we're gonna get the Outfit versus Zaya up first. Could be a quick game depending on the draw. Uh,
all right, and we're in. So outfit. I'm actually a big fan of outfit right now. 45-15. Whenever you take a bad pup, gain 3 credits. Now, bad pup got a fair bit of support in the last set. We have things like regulatory capture. That alone is enough to breathe a lot of life into any Wayland that's excited about those 2 words. But I think the biggest deal here is that the outfit has some of the best ice in the entire game. Things like Bulwark, things like Trebuchet are both very mean face checks. They're very hard and expensive ice to deal with, barring bad publicity does offset that math. But the problem is, like, no one can face check into that stuff. It used to be with an endurance, you could run into a Trebuchet all day, face check all you want. But now, if Zaya doesn't have a big altar, you run into a Trebuchet, it can break down anything. So barring Boomerang, it's so hard to face check potentially into the outfit. So much of this is going to be about good inside jobs, Boomerang, stuff like that. Ice placement's going to be really important. Obviously, whether there's meat damage and whether Zaya wants to take tags is going to be its own narrative. We're actually on a 44 card runner deck. Yo, that is some like corp building strat. I'm interested to see what those extra cards are.
Yeah, Zaya's got this smaller deck size, so you could go down to 40 if you can figure out what the 4 worst cards are.
So we don't know if this is the case so far, but Tag Me is an archetype that's been around for a long time in Netrunner. In short, you want to take as many tags as you can to some limit. You're protected by Obelisk, which gives you additional hand size equal to the amount of tags you're currently having. And with enough hand size, you're safe against things like Boom. Mind you, high profile target. That was banned a couple months ago, so there's not much punishment barring the 7 meat damage hit. So we'll see how it goes. But Forge activation might put us on a different line. This might just be like Matryoshka type stuff.
Reg Zaya?
This might be Red Zaya.
That's typically not a Tag Me card. Zaya really historically has been affiliated with the Tag Me archetype. That ID text is extremely good with the card Counter Surveillance. Counter Surveillance letting you access additional cards equal to the number of tags you have. You have to pay 1 credit per tag, but if you're Zaya, you make all that money right back on the off chance you don't just instantly win the game.
Now, going to find out that Afshar on HQ, it's kind of what you expect. 6 credits to 6 credits means, in theory, this could be a short game. Bink just needs to have a big economy burst. Too big to fail is what you expect. Economic warfare, potentially. Hard-hitting news. It's really hard to interact if you're not comfortable on credits. But I don't think we got a punish here. We just got ice on all the servers. Zaya didn't even throw out a jailbreak turn 1. That's one of their best on-tempo starts, but something in the remote server, only 6 credits means we cannot threaten Trebuchet, let alone Bulwark. So you might actually be able to face check into this relatively well, barring maybe a mouseless you're expecting.
Now, I've tried building Outfit lately, and they've actually lost some consistency because hard-hitting news isn't something where you have 3 of them and then 2 consulting visits. Now you have to preemptively fetch it with a Gaslight if you even think that's something you want in your deck. So there's a much worse chance of having it these days.
Yeah, I think you just play 3 and then just like get enough card draw in it, maybe an Alice token. But yeah, it's like after a mulligan, after like no Rashida's turn 1, whether they have it, it's a bit in the air.
It seems like a good doof. I don't know. What do you think?
It's good. It controls the game. It's kind of hard to doof outfit because of the too big to fail threat. But that's the issue. Is you want to doof and then run the remote server because the most likely card in there is an agenda, which is not going anywhere fast, or Rashida, which is the max punish here. Because Bink is very likely to like credit hedge fund or just too big to fail, and suddenly they're back up to better than where they were. So generally, you want to do both if you can. Yeah, diversion's really different, right? Like, it's not an immense amount of money like account Siphon was, especially when you're boomeranging through an Afshar. Like, that basically cost you 5 credits, let alone and more clicks than that. So it's more about controlling the economy, and it's very hard to control Outfit's economy.
Yeah, Siphon was just as much about you gaining 10 credits than it was about them losing 5. Diversion, not quite the same thing.
Bink has a huge turn here, 7 cards after the mandatory. Rashida gives you 3 cards and 3 credits. If you're newer from maybe startup, you're probably going to see Rashida in every deck today. I would kind of make a promise that you're going to. And there's a big reason. This card is an interesting card, something in the remote server that makes the game more than is just an agenda. But that's an immense amount of value for a single click if you can get off. And now Bink has choices. So Bink starts making plays. And I love this. Economic warfare off the top, hedge fund.
Value econ warfare. Interesting. Not choosing to follow it up with any further punishment. Is this a respect check on Tag Me, maybe?
I don't. It's like a good enough play, right? Like, what economy cards can Night Ride play from this board state, right? Like, Dave Cast is ugly. It's dirty laundry or bust. Bravado is possible, but this also tells you that this is a hard-hitting news deck. So you do have to watch out unless you are Tag Me, and even if you are, you have to get the Obelisk down and additional hand size. So it becomes very interesting.
Going back to Gaslight, that would strongly make me suspect Gaslight is in this deck too, because you want to be able to find Econ Warfare if you have HHN, and you want to be able to find hard-hitting news if you have Econ Warfare. It's basically the other half of the puzzle.
And I think we do have the confirmation that it's a Tag Me deck, which we had a strong suspicion. But that's Rogue Trading. It's got 18 credits on it, if you're willing to take some tags for it.
Install Advanced the remote. This feels like NGO.
I don't know. I think this might be an Atlas. I feel like this play is super risky. Boomerang, Inside Job, barring border control, and even that doesn't fully do it. Like, this is a bit of a risk, but I think Bink just wants to go faster before like the tags get across. I don't know if a lot of outfit decks are running NGO or Gaslight. Like, I think they just want to jam, but again, we'll see. This is Bink's list, and we'll see how they like to play. Class Act pulling our first tag here. They can't die this turn, but the second tag is where things get really important. 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, Atlas probably the worst thing that server 1 could be if it is an agenda. I'd be pretty surprised if it was anything else. The only other card I could think of it being is maybe if a really hyper cheeky Broad Daylight, but that's not really a card that sees anything outside of fringe play.
I played that card.
Oh, that card's super fun. I'm just it just would not be top of mind for me.
Above the Law here maybe would be good. You don't need to pre-advance it, but an Atlas of the counter is kind of sick. There you go. So this is such an important piece. At instant speed, find something, reveal it, add it to HQ is so powerful, specifically when the matchup is just all about like, hey, do you have the tag punishment now? Because Night Ride is no longer playing the game. Do they have the boom in hand? They know they have the boom in hand at all points. So if you're going to get that second tag off the Rogue Trading, you need to get the Obelisk down, and you need to get 7 cards in hand. It's actually a really good turn to do it, because you're already starting on 8 cards. Sometimes it's hard to like spend 2 clicks, 2 Rogue Trading, get the Obelisk down, and all draw in 1 turn. So Night Ride actually might be in a good spot to crest that hill.
Yeah, there's a weird Razor's Edge play that you kind of have to make on the meat damage deck, where you either have to have a good way of killing them before they get the Obelisk down, they kind of get out of boom range, or you need a way of dealing with Obelisk. The good news is that Wayland has ways of doing that in faction, something like Retribution, or does the new one do work? No, that trashes resources, right?
Trust Operation.
Yeah, Trust Op. That does not work at Obelisk, right? It would have to be exactly Retribution. Okay. Well, the good news is Retribution works to trash Obelisk and is a card that's, I think, seeing more play now than it ever has.
Yeah, there's also a chance, like...
I want to point out, we do have some very spicy tech against tags in that you're not going to kill them with end of the line, but you are going to reduce the number of tags they have.
That's true. But like, even if it's a single end of line in the deck, it's massively interesting, because if you draw into the boom or the end of line, you can spend your whole turn to do 11 damage. Like, that's 11, even a lot for Obelisk sometimes.
Yeah, you need 3 tags to do it, but like they're gonna get there anyway. You don't really need to help them.
So Bink scored at the Atlas there. I think there is an argument that you might want to trash the Rogue Trading. This is the biggest economy card, and Nike can just dump it here. Admittedly, they are going to need a way to not die to boom. So maybe it's hard to do all of that, but there's a chance that this is the last turn. If Nike just floats 2 tags and either doesn't, that's game.
Yeah, the Rogue Trading Fire was not
That's game
here.
Yeah. There most definitely is a Bink boom in Bink's deck, considering the economic warfare. So now with 5 cards in hand, 2 tags, Night Ride is not respecting the boom, and maybe you have to force him to have it here, but Bink has an Atlas token.
Taking it out. Oops.
Oh no,
there we
they
go.
miscounted clicks.
Rogue Trading is a double, folks. It takes 2 clicks.
Yeah, there's a chance last click, like maybe you play one of Citadel in the list. Maybe you have to clear a tag manually. It's a bit ugly with Rogue Trading, but like if Night Ride just ends turn here, that is going to be game, unfortunately.
Yeah, you need to draw the Obelisk, and then, the part 2 of that, though, is you need to install the Obelisk for the hand size.
Yeah, but then also you need to draw cards, right? Like, it's still really hard.
It's tough. I mean, you can thankfully get the cards by running, thanks to the other text on Obelisk, but yeah, I mean...
So we'll see here again. Like, I don't know if there's redos or undos. No new information was gained in theory, but this is like, potentially a fatal on rewind.
No obligation for Bink to do anything about this. But
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Asking for an okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
low stakes tournament.
Nick
All right.
Wright accepting their fate.
Maybe they're not on Boom. It's like double end of line and they don't have it.
You won't.
Yeah. Yeah. Still realize,
Sometimes you just have to say, I lost, and that's going to help me remember next time.
Yeah, there you go. Alice for Boom. That's going to close it. So much of these Tag Me decks, especially when you're playing against Wayland, let's see it, is understanding the breakpoints of cards in hand. You saw in hand that there wasn't, in fact, they did not have, unfortunately, the Obelisk. But if you want to float 2 tags, you have to get the Obelisk down. It's generally a 2 of in the list. Maybe it's harder to find that you're on 44 cards instead of the 40, so you're not getting it as consistently. But good game to both players. It's always a really fun matchup if it goes past that turn to figure out how they can like duel back and forth. It's really cool.
All right, let's jump into the other side of table 1. We want to see that Near Earth hub.
It looks like the lobby just went up.
Cool. We're back. Near Earth Hub. 17 influence. This NBN card used to be the strongest NBN identity back in when it originally came out. I want to say 2015, but I'm not positive.
Yeah,
Gives you
14 or
free...
15.
Sounds about right, yeah? Gets free card draw when you build new remote servers, and building a new remote server means a card in that server or in front of that server. It's usually in that server. These decks are running about 18 to 22 assets sometimes, and then their win condition, that's going to be the mystery. Whether it is tag punishment into kill, whether it's tag punishment to fast advance, or whether it's just fast advance and going fast enough. Even Bladderwort is also a really important thing. Whether that prison lock can connect or not, we'll see. And this might be Tag Me as well. If Bink understands the matchup, I think they're pretty happy to play against it last round too.
Yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities for what the punishment could be out of a Near Earth Hub deck. One new tool is shipment from Vladimirsk, just allowing you to, with 2 tags, just drop 4 advancement tokens on your cards. Very cool, very normal thing. Certainly, we could be splashing for other tag punishment. You mentioned more meat damage, like Boom. We could see that again. We could also see Retribution, Trust Operation if we're really feeling ourselves.
Ooh.
But yeah, it's a lot of different options. Ooh, IP block.
That's
a good
heartbreaking.
res.
You're a credit short.
You are a credit short, and you're going to take the tag, and you're not going to get an extra credit on Bravado, and you're not going to get an extra credit on Zaya. That is one of the best reses there. I reckon Ping kind of gets you the same spot, but that is what was meant to be a tempo-based run, and unfortunately, Bink is going to be set back here. Big question, too, is do you check the table? And if you ask a lot of people, they say if you can keep down the assets in Near Earth Hub, you can keep down their economy. Maybe you can float a single tag. Maybe the predictive planograms are going to get a bit worse, but pad campaign for 4, might want to leave that. You're trying to find the AR enhanced security. You're trying to find the Rashidas.
Yeah, you can't trash pad campaign in economic warfare yourself.
Launch campaign, very interesting here. That's not a card you typically see out of Near Earth Hub.
It's tempo positive. You are happy to trash it, but yeah, it's a bit of a rarer card you see. But hey, it's a good enough economy asset. That pad campaign is going to get res. Time to die to end the line. Yeah, that'd be really fitting to return the meat damage favor. But Nike on 2 credits. Going to get free card draw as well. And free card draw is really important, right? Like a lot of times when we're talking about Netrunner, you think a lot of times agendas are 1 in every 5 cards. And it's worth knowing Near Earth Hub, if they don't control their draw with Daily Business Show, they draw incredibly aggressively. They're drawing generally 2 mandatory a turn in some ways. So HQ pressure is quite relevant. Spin Doctor is obviously going to change this. We're going to see a Daily Business Show maybe on the table, but it's important to understand that the HQ aggression, the central aggression from Zaya, can pay out quite handsomely in this matchup. As much as you want to control the board.
We don't see a lot of money on the table for NEH yet, so they're not going to run away with 1,000,000 credits. And if you can manage to find some way to economically get rid of the pad campaign, that might actually be a big setback.
That's one of the tough things about playing Tag Me, right? Is the opportunity cost of playing Tag Me means you don't really get the luxury of being able to slot Miss Bones into your deck.
Yeah.
Because this is gonna die immediately. So you have to use as much as you can in 1 turn, which is not always ideal or possible. So you're often having to pay just real credits to trash these assets.
I'm like convinced a Miss Bones on turn 1 throws the NEH win rate like down 20%. Like it's so hard to gain purchase on the table when they trash your first 4 installs for 2 credits, right?
And
So,
we're in
yeah.
a world where you can't really force them to pay Miss Bones credits with something like Wombat Virtual Tour because that card is Rotato. It's just really hard to get them to waste that money. So it's often pay 2, gain 12.
Gaslight
Ooh,
from
there.
server 4.
Flight baby, let's go.
All right, so Bahram Wu is making a called shot, claiming this is mutually assured destruction with Ad Blitz.
I think there's a chance that the ad blitz is maybe a bridge too far, but I think Mad's actually a really nice win con from these sort of decks. But ad blitz can do a thing. Maybe we'll see a pop-up window. We'll seal that in a bit harder. 2 more cards. Again, at this point, we've gone through, what is it? Spin Doctor's changed it, but we've gone through almost 15 cards. So you'd expect HQ to have something as much as what Spin Doctor brought down 2 unknowns, right? No, Spin Doctor was trashed.
Yeah, not that you're really getting into HQ with this IP block. IP block, one of the pretty good ice at this point, especially against a tag me deck where they're never probably going to pay to drop that tag. I'm assuming this is tag me. I mean, I don't have any evidence to support other than the fact that Pink Monk has floated this tag since, like, what, turn 1?
Yep. Yeah, I think Boomerang into Jailbreak might be your best case. Gaslight, that's coming down too. Again, just getting a planogram off that is draw 3, gain 3, Rashida, the operation would be pretty sick. That's coming down, and Bink, if they cannot get credits themselves, they cannot afford to keep doing this. That's one of the big things about Near Earth Hub is installs into remote servers, draws you cards, and that just pushes you even more forward. Paperclip, mutual favorite to hand. We're going to chuck that out at the end of turn, so Bink just might take a credit here to discard down from 6 to 5 and be able to contest HQ for admittedly 7 credits next turn. 17 influence also is kind of hard, right? Like a lot of times the Near Earth Hub deck, like they can play 2 booms and it's not like, everything. You're expecting Maryland's to some extent. Maybe that's another, mad ad blitz kind of idea, but
I don't think I'm expecting Maryland anymore now that I've seen a launch campaign. Typically the launch campaign would be Maryland in your average NEH deck. But it makes me wonder if they're spending that influence elsewhere.
Dubio's going back
away.
Okay.
So you say a lot of influence in Near Earth Hub, but Mutual Assured Destruction and one end of the line already eats through half of that. It goes quick when you're trying to do this kind of thing.
Yeah, sometimes the next 2 want Biotic Labor to be able to kill on the same turn, mad Biotic into, I don't know, something. But we'll see here. We have an ice up remote server against Criminal, single ice. You can deal with that, whether it's inside, job, or Boomerang. But it's still quite hard, and Night Ride actually has a credit advantage. You just saw that pad campaign is just doing enough. It is now credit positive. The more turns that it stays on the table, that's just an extra click a turn for a credit, if you want to call it that. That is good value, as much as 4 credits is a lot to bring down.
Yeah, I think the window to trash the pad campaign is mostly out the door here.
Yeah, Big needs money. You want to do it. It's just you can't do it with 5 to 1.
Well, I want to so badly, but it's just I didn't before when I had more money, and I'm certainly not going to do it now if I'm Bink with only 5 credits.
So what do you reckon Server 7 is? I think Rashida would be very fair. We've seen 2 Gaslights so far, so that is not as obvious.
Yeah, Rashida's a good shout. Could be Sansan. I think a lot of NEH decks who start playing Sansan City Grid. Could be 3rd Gaslight. Just the other 2 have been trashed, and I gotta imagine there's something that Nick Red wants to find with those things.
I think Bladderwort gets iced up pretty quick, but if you want to see that res, you're going to see Server 6 probably come up as well. We don't know what that was, but it wasn't res last turn. Bravado, I reckon R&D there. Again, the Zayed does have text on it. We haven't seen that fire, I think, only once maybe in the last 2 games. So this might be our first Zaya fire, but 7 credits means there's nothing you can't res. And hey, Turnpike, not the worst of your tag me deck, but if you're going to float 2 tags this turn and there's a Gaslight in Server 7, you have some issues.
Boom could be the king of table 1.
Yeah, it's just trading quick boom games. Oh, headline of the top 3 tags. The limit 1 per deck on steel. So Bink now has more tags than they might have expected, but that is kind of the name of the game here if you want to close the game out.
Degrad saying, I heard you like tags. Well, what if? And hear me out.
This is quite frightening. Now, Turnpike's still a good ice if you're going to tag me. It technically costs you credit no matter what you want to do with it, which is unusual for an ice. Let alone Trace 5 is pretty wild on such a cheap sentry. But Bink has a really interesting decision here. Again, clearing a single tag will still put them in boom territory. Yeah, can clear under 2 now, lol, is exactly it. So they have to figure out what to do. A diversion of funds actually, I think, doesn't work. Oh, they need 2 clicks, but they're just at the point that they can consider spending the money to get into HQ.
They can't get into HQ, they're tagged.
Yeah. Oh, they have Paperclip, right?
Oh, oh, you're right. They did. He did bin a clip a while back. That's correct.
Yeah, which is 1 click short for that.
Might be worth it. I mean, it's not exactly the way you draw it up in practice, but
I don't know.
Server
Toss
7
your
again?
entire bank account for a 1 in 4.
Oh, for the boom in hand?
Yeah.
Well, if the boom's in hand, oof.
That's a good way to do it.
That
That's
was
great,
crazy.
actually.
That's a lot of money on a single card. The fourth tag doesn't matter so much. Now you're going through the IP block for 3, but you can get back your Zaya credits next turn, let alone you're going to see a single here, and you'll have at least a credit. Beal
Ugh.
for one click
Well,
sharp
now
and closing
you
the
gotta
game on
pray.
Bologna.
Now you gotta pray. Oh, well, it wasn't here. Oops.
They just had it. Oh my, I can't believe we got 2 players who are both on Tagman getting boomed on like turn 3. Just trading. That's so wild. Good game to both players. That's really funny.
Razor's Edge. Hey, sometimes the tag me works, and other times you just die on turn 5. You know.
I think Bink took on tags sooner than they thought they would. I don't think they were expecting to be on 2 tags, let alone 3 tags on turn. On 2, they would have cleared a tag, it seemed.
Yeah.
So at that point, they just sent it. Yeah.
The headline probably lost them the game. Touching the tomorrow's headline.
Yeah, you can't play around it that hard easily. That's wild. Good games.
Yeah, we have claims that this deck is very fun and interesting. I want to see more, but we'll have to leave that till next round.
The good news is lots of time to get into another table. Do we want to go to another game?
Yes, of course.
Let's just see what's on the docket.
There are atoms on tables 2 and 3.
Oh, sick.
You want to go to table 2? There's also an Esmari over there.
Yeah, let's check out table 2.
All right, I'll jump in and see if we can spec.
If you're just tuning in, mind you, you're watching the first ever accelerated meta test. This is a first of a monthly ongoing series, open entry tournaments, online, organized play from Null Signal Games. So huge shout out to the organizers of this. If you want to get involved in judging, mind you, commentating or organizing, do reach out to the OP team at Null Signal Games as an ongoing monthly event. I have no doubt they would appreciate the support. And also, of course, if you want to play, get involved, tell your friends. If you want to watch too, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. Again, if you want to give a follow or that notification button, maybe you have that Amazon Prime sub to give it to the Null Signal Netrunner Twitch channel. That's more than appreciated. So thanks so much for joining us on a Saturday.
We have the thumbs up on table 2 between Sebastian K and Amara Macy's.
Let's do it.
So we've got 419 versus Ag Infusion. I would suspect that this is Trieste Ag Infusion.
Yep.
Just based on these waves that have been res, wave a new card from the latest cycle that allows you to, the subroutine doesn't matter, but what does matter is when you res this card against a run on the server, you can search R&D for a piece of ice and reveal it. Well, the ice that you care about is Loki, and that's the way to find it.
So Sebastian K comes from the testing group Unbanned. It's the same group that Brandon plays in, so we're probably going to see a very similar deck if they're playing the same sort of thing. So this going first, I don't know if this is game 1 or game 2 in the second round. So we'll see if Sebastian has to rush out here because again, we're on no points. Amarim is only down to 14 cards and we're assuming 3 Obacatas. So while these runs are relatively cheap with Begalter and I guess Unity, still quite difficult here. You need to steal agendas quite quickly. Obacata, there you go. First one. You have to take it. And then you have to hope you can mad dash the last one there. There you go. Obacata hitting a Stargate, inside job, a diversion, and a pinhole. Boomerang is going to come back here, but Amarim now technically on game point. You do need a mad dash for that to convert, and I'd be super surprised if this 419 doesn't have one.
Ooh, we're seeing Vibrio Nasa. That makes sense. That's a really tough face check. All 4 of those subs are quite strong, and I think that would make a very nice backup Loki target if you can't find Chiashi or Balinzi.
Yeah, Vampy, you don't see too much of it. It's like on the cusp of, being quite playable. I think on the code gate slot, you also have DNA tracker, which is quite nice. A lot more strength, a bit more cost. But we'll see if you just need more big ice. That definitely fits the bill. Sebastian throwing 2 into server 1 there. Again, upgrade and maybe something else. Now, these are paid. We prevented expose. There's no Amakua on this board right now. We see one in the bin. Not that it's easy to get the Amakua targets. We also see the 419 deck is playing Diesel instead of Steel Skin Scarring. That's always like an interesting change between whether you want to play into damage, whether you want to save the credit. I always like that consideration between the 419 decks. Maybe if you're playing a bit more cybernetics, you can feel a bit better about it. But
I've always
loved
loved the idea of splashing for Steel Skin, or I've had worse in previous metas rather than playing the Diesel, but
it's fun. Fossified, we're guessing upgrade. We're not going to know whether there's the top or bottom. They do connect. One of these cards is the Animatic Void.
Interesting. That's a new development from the version of this deck that was played at Worlds. I believe that version was on BioVault as the upgrade of choice.
Yeah, there's like I think a fair bit of flexibility in that slot, right? Like you have Anoetic Void potentially if you want. I think you also have access to nobody's playing Embolus. I think that sort of works in this matchup too. But Boomerang on the innermost, outermost, there we found the Loki. You're expecting to see that there. So this can become there's no barrier. So it looks like we're gonna be able to get through this one.
And I'm not seeing a snap res on the Triesta. You have to think if that other card in server 1 was Triesta Mono Bioroids, you just snap it off and make this Loki unbreakable.
Oh.
Well, never mind.
Uh-oh.
I'll shut up.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
There is a Clippy in the bin.
So now, yeah, this is
Cannot
ugly.
break it. You can't break this. So you have to let it's copying Malinzi. So you can either mill out the rest of your deck, or well, I think you're taking some combination of mill and net damage here.
Yeah, Malincey's interesting, right? Like you're assuming a Nancy in a lot of these decks, but Malincey does really well when copied with the Loki. Because any
Malinzi has
choice,
better subs
Yeah.
on Malinzi.
like it just does cards. And then at this point, I don't think you needed to be flatlined there. Did you have to actually be flatlined there? I think maybe.
No,
Four cards.
You could have taken 4 cards out of hand and then 3 from the top of the stack, but that's a
The
pretty
stack only has 2
disastrous-
cards.
Yeah,
The stack-
So you
stack has
so you have to
6
take
cards
5
from the-
damage.
Oh yeah, so if there are only 6 cards, yeah, you're dead.
That's a flatline, right? Because there's only 2 in the deck, so you have to take 5 from hand. That is it. Regardless, even if that's a flatline, that is going to reduce the runner to no cards in hand, which means Obakot is impossible to steal. And we're back on that same point where like it's you have to mad dash the 5/3, the send a message to win. So still really difficult.
We'll see if the second game comes up. I have to think that was game 1.
Yeah, right.
yeah, that was halfway through the deck. We have an entire deck's worth of ice on the table. It's got to be game 1.
So see if those players trade back again. That is a deck that we haven't seen much since Worlds, but competitively still seems very viable. Again, we talked about a bit before of how that deck can go to time. Sometimes that can be quite difficult. But the players, if they have had more time with it, they have more practice, it will go faster. So we're seeing games actually ending well before time of the round. Speaking of that, we're on our second game here. Sebastian K is notably a very interesting kind of off-meta deck builder. So we're seeing Adam here. 3 directives are kind of what we expect. No always be running. So we're going to see the top of the deck, every card we draw, doubles from HQ, but we have to trash the first we access, and then free card draw, but -2 hand size off safety first. As Mari, if they're having tag punishment, this is an issue. If they're re-education combo, you have to get in their mode server sooner than later. And I think Adam's actually pretty well built to do that with Logic Bomb.
I agree. Logic Bomb, and I would suspect World Tree in this Adam deck. I think Adam actually plays that card best, and now that Cabinet's Wu has been forcibly removed from the metagame, Adam has the advantage of starting with 3 resources in play, so he gets to just have stuff to throw away to World Tree, but then also he can still get away with just playing 1 copy of the card as he has access to Emergent Creativity. Whoa,
Okay.
is that Saki? Is that Bankar?
That's
Banhar.
Whoa, okay.
So
Calm down, buddy.
if you can get your hand up, it's hard with this few cards in hand. If you know what's on top of R&D, you can Banhar relatively intelligently. Banhar is such a powerful card that hasn't seen massive meta adoption. It basically says a single ice a turn, if targeted well, is not going to end the run. It's just going to trade cards for cards. Maybe if you played back in the day with Faust, it's a bit of a different proposition considering you choose the damage you're taking. But if you want to send it HQ, I think the only bad case here is if you run onto an Endless Eula, then you die. But otherwise from that, you're getting through just about everything.
I think everyone's got their entire breaker suite now.
Bankar has to go off. You're right. It's just you can't choose it.
Nope. No, you can Logic Bomb, but that's it.
Sure, that's that. Yeah, good point.
So Jailbreak in hand, mind you, find the truth. You have to pay attention to the chat log because everything that Sebastian draws, mind you, clicklessly with safety first, let alone just draws at any point, is going to be exposed. So if Amaram has an ugly hand with multiple agendas, Jailbreak sees 3 of them. Now Sebastian will be forced to trash. If they find something, maybe that's going to be a credit differential and then we have a hard-hitting news threat. But is Mari just going to be sitting on event? We'll see if they ever change that call. But Sebastian K is relatively putting pressure on the board for as little cards as they've installed.
Been down at server 1. I would suspect maybe Spin Doctor here.
I think that's fair.
Probably not Rashida. You'd think that Amram, he probably would have iced it. Yeah, Spin Doctor. There it is.
I like this play. So you could run the Spin Doctor, but because you're running archives, you're guaranteed to get a successful run. So you see the top with safety first, with Find the Truth. If you're expecting that to be a Spin Doctor, and now with Banhar on R&D, if you see an agenda, if you have a Mad Dash, you can just send it. And it looks like we're just sending it. Enigma's just going to be 2 net damage.
yeah, the logic bomb to give you even further options.
Banhar trashing a spin doctor off the top, force to trash. So that is 2 spin doctors down, and that's actually a really important card, especially when they don't control the cards that they're drawing. Or sorry, they can't filter their HQ when you have HQ multi-access.
It looks like we lost overclock and jailbreak as the net damage, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Creativity off the top too.
Creativity's a good one.
So
I,
now
for one-
Amaram. Go ahead.
I, for one,
Sorry.
look forward to seeing Endless Eula get Banhard.
Yeah, that's the thing that Sebastian has to play around. If you hit it, you do just logic bomb it and panic. So like, it's not the biggest blowout if you need to. But now understanding whether you want a remote server is really interesting. Banhar on HQ, RNG key off the top 2. Really great card to play with the safety of Find the Truth. You're not making guesses anymore if you're running R&D. I think
RNG
figuring out...
key. Love seeing RNG key. It's not a card you see out of Adam a ton anymore these days.
It's so good. It's so fun.
Great.
Like,
Yeah, I love that card.
it's so
Super fun.
When it hits, you're just the best. It works really good against defensive upgrades as much as Adam is forced to trash them in some ugly spots. But yeah, just good value on a single card. Now, the question obviously is like, what agenda suite is Asmari on? We've seen some Asmari decks that are a bit more fast. They're jamming out on remote servers. Some like lock down the Pigeon Fighter deck that took UK Nationals, that sort of idea. Otherwise, you could just see a bunch of 5/3s and then a way to cheat out a 6th or 7th point. Border control, for credit in a card, it's just going to fire.
Yeah,
Banhar
paperclip
again.
merchants in hand, that's fine. You don't care about those.
Find the Truth, sees the top of our ID. We're going to have to guess a number with RNG key. Any takers? What are we guessing?
I'm going 3.
5.
Oh, this is huge.
At APD Gordon, this is awesome. I'm so happy.
So this is Pigeon Fighter list. This is an aggressive list. Seamless launch, NAPD Cordon. We're going to be scoring crypto crashes from the remote server. Now we're running Enigma. We're going to Logic Bomb that because there is something on top of the deck. We have Bologna credits, but just any 4-2 is good enough. There's a crypto crash. Amaram is going to try and score out. This is not full Glacier. This is like tempo-based, kind of a bit more of a jammy deck. This is a much more fun Asmari to watch.
And with those
Now,
2
do these-
points, Brain Chip's online that they just drew.
Do these lists typically play Amani Sinai as well as these crypto crashes, or
Not often, no.
Okay.
But we got a Cordon down. So if you want to steal an agenda this turn, 4 credits. You want to steal agenda in server 2, 6 credits. Beyond the double ice, that is going to make it so you don't just need Banhar, you need Banhar and credits. And seamless launch, I think that's a Bologna.
Yeah.
3-2 there. Both players. The Bologna text is still pretty good, but you're happier the crypto crash didn't go off to some extent. But Sebastian K is going to have to work on that card draw. Getting some Earth Rises, some clickless card draw, maybe even a Dream Net would be really good with this Banhar engine. And HQ is the call here. Do you want to trade 2 cards to see 2 from HQ? Seems fair, especially when you see the top of R&D as well. And maybe RNG Key also draws 2 as well. Man, RNG Key drawing with Banhar is kind of max wild. That is so cool.
Now I wonder if Sebastian K has a contingency plan for what if I just run out of cards in my deck. Perhaps we're gonna see something like what's the neutral hardware that shuffles stuff on the bottom of your deck. You know,
Buffer drive. Yeah.
Buffer drive. Yeah.
I don't know. I think you just try and play more multi-axis so you win before that happens. But yeah,
I mean,
it's definitely an issue.
That's a good plan B. Just win the game.
Yeah, these days
Yeah.
that is the primary plan for running out of deck. Just don't.
just don't do that. Play better.
But like for real, with the power of Banhar, like you can not exactly turn 1, but like turn 2 finality. Like you can play Maker's Eye. You can play Burst multi-axis with relative consistency. So I think we might see like a finality or 2, stuff like that. Now this is really interesting. Sebastian's thinking here on the RNG key. Any run through the HQ ice, Amaram could border control if they really wish to. Now, of course, if that's the case, you just go back and C2. So that's not a really good trade. But we're going to be naming 5. We see a self-growth, which is a 0. That's tag punishment into a toll booth.
Self-growth, not a card I really expected to see much of now that Drago has left the game. It's just a lot harder to stick individual tags and then set up a game state where that card actually does much of anything.
So we have multi-threader coming down, but we don't have any programs to spend it on. There is a Clippy.
Yeah, Paperclip will help. Just getting the Paperclip down and breaking the border control for free saves you 2 cards a turn potentially with Banhar. So yeah, it's definitely something you're interested in. And the more information you have about HQ, the more likely the RNG key is to convert. So yeah, a lot of times these Atom decks have narratives. Like Cephalopod, you called it out. Like that brain chip is now online. That's actually a really important thing to get that clickless card draw to make sure you have enough cards in hand to threaten stuff. And it snowballs. Only gets worse if you can steal like another 2-pointer, or heaven forbid, a 3-pointer off the top of the deck. Remote server, I think Eula is in this deck, so we have to watch out for that. Now the Enigma, we're going to see what the decoder in this deck is, whether it's a Black Orchestra. A lot of these decks also are playing in Golo as just like a flexible breaker, as much as you can get that with Emergent Creativity, hopefully for next to free. And second ice on HQ is definitely respect into the potential paperclip. What is Amaranth's plan here? In terms of defensive upgrades, I don't know if there was any in the list.
I'm not super familiar with this sort of Asmari list. I wouldn't be expecting anything in the way of defensive upgrades, but I might just start jamming. Who cares? Make him take the net damage. Make him use the resources. I think if you're not playing defensive upgrades, you're not going to win by sitting here. You have to force some sort of issue, whether it's NGO front or the threat of a crypto crash or what have you.
The defensive upgrade is you reduce the credit pool.
There's a Dream Net. There's a misdirection in case of the hard-hitting news. We're going through the Enigma. It's going to be 2 net damage. That's it. It's that simple if you want it. Just the same as Fast would ask. We lost an RNG key and a multi-threader.
Multi-threader, yeah, we don't care about those.
Now it's a turnpike on the top, and because Sebastian can see where the turnpike is, they can always name the right cost with RNG key to ensure they get 3 credits or 2 card draw. So this is basically your card cycling while getting an access. Tapworm as well. If you want to purge out, that's going to be at least a credit a turn. It's nice. Not a lot of incentive to purge this board, so that's probably going to stick for a while to come. And there's the second ice. Amaram playing pretty methodical. 2 ice is exactly what Banhart doesn't love. Mind you, Banhart is only the first ice encountered. So you're still going to have to res the outermost ice. But once that outermost ice is resed, even if it's as simple as like a pop-up window, the Enigma, you have to find an answer. So that's going to do a lot of work for Amaram. Card in server 2 as well. If there's a seamless in hand, it can be any agenda. Otherwise, a Rashida would be pretty sick here.
I feel like Sebastian's going to threaten the remote here. Put the Bonghar on remote if you're not planning on running it.
Yeah, man. Have you played against Banhart? It's so difficult. Normally you expect your ice to do something, right? And then this thing comes down, you're like, oh, they can just tank it to anything abstractly. As much as, like, again, Eula here will be totally lethal unless you have 6 cards in hand.
Well, they do have Sebastian does have the clip, so I think he can just break it.
Oh, yeah, right on. They have the clip.
So Eula's no longer lethal as long as he has money to install clip and break some portion of it.
We do know that we saw a toll booth from hand. I'm not sure at that point in time if that could be the ice on server 2 or it could be the ice on R&D. I think paying for something really big on R&D is kind of difficult. It will keep the runner out, but going through toll booth for 3 credits and a Banhar is like totally a steal. As much as you only run R&D if you need to. And Sebastian can always be running archives to see exactly what Amaram is drawing, but they're choosing not to. And I think here Sebastian needs to find their breakers, so he's going a bit faster to find what those are. I think we're getting a paperclip down here with the overclock. You could always just like pop the border control, but let's see what the ice is here.
I would guess that toll booth is on server 2. I think that ice. Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh. That's really good to get your clips down.
Yeah, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for Amaram, but the fact that this is an overclock run is not lost on me.
So IP block is 3. 2 more for the border control if you want. You could go for 1 if you don't worry about money so much. Maybe with the Tapworm, you can give a little credits, but Amaram's money is a bit tight. So HQ is relatively good to run, especially if you get that RNG kit money back. It can be next to free. HQ, naming a number. Find the truth at the top. We're going to be naming 0, hitting the self-growth, excuse me. That's 3 credits and shipment from Vlad. So there is tag punishment in this list. If I'm not mistaken, the version that we saw straight from UK Nats had no tag punishment whatsoever. It was just seamless launch. Oh no, it had 3 self-growth programs. So it did have some tag punishment as much as it didn't have ways to give tags besides the ice.
Yeah, the Vlad Sibirsk, I think, is a little bit aspirational with this misdirection on the board.
Yo, maybe it's like such a good call into this meta where like Tag Me Zaya seems to be super well represented, right? Like just slot shipment from Vlad if it costs you no influence, whatever.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you're already trying to score 4 2s.
Yeah.
The idea of getting 2 points, fast advancing out 2 points and sapping 7 credits, pretty good.
You can fast advance 5 points with that. Or 3 points.
Drawing up a bit again. R&D, the top card, is known by Sebastian, so the runner has a bit more information that we're going to see in the chat log. Also, you have to watch out. Every top deck from Sebastian, Amram knows as well. Card in server 3 generally looks what a spin doctor looks like, as much as that is only one click to push out, whether you want to run archives or server 3. And even just keeping a spin doctor on the table, if it is a spin doctor in server 2, sometimes that can be a big upset. If the runner spends time running HQ, sees the top of R&D, then runs R&D, and then you shuffle before the access, that actually can put them back a fair bit. But there's the orchestra. Emergent creativity from the deck, throwing out the MK Ultra, so we have access to all breakers. MU is full now, but it does get bigger when the brain chip steals another agenda. We're going to start here with a turnpike. That is going to be generally 5 credits if you want to break it after the loss at 6, but we're just going to take the net damage and lose a credit easy.
Border control is going to work here.
Order for multi-threader. We're going to see what this card is in the remote server. Just going to end the run there. So if you have an agenda, you have to score it out. Rashida, though, in server 3 is a really good install there. Amram needs to find a seamless launch if that's an agenda, and it looks like an agenda.
I don't think you fire the border control if this isn't an agenda.
Yo, how good is it that you break turnpike for a credit and a net damage?
Pretty good. Pretty strong.
That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Now, if Amram does score out, if that's like just a Beal, which I don't think the deck is running any natural 3/2s. I think it's only 4/2s. Like, they have to discard 4 cards from hand, which is not something you want to do. So maybe we'll see double ice here. Again, we know all breakers are accounted for. Sebastian's money is okay. At this point, is mostly the Tapworm and the DreamNet value coming in. Actually, DreamNet doesn't even give a credit, does it?
No, it does not.
The hesitation here from Amram after the Rashida fire is not instilling me with a lot of confidence. I have to think that if he had drawn a copy of Seamless Launch, you just immediately fire that off, right?
Yeah, sometimes, 9 cards in hand is the hardest turn to play. Sometimes you got the most options, but it's also really ugly here too. If you draw into a lot of agendas, you know that, HQ will be run with neutralize all threats. So even that burst draw can be sometimes a bit more difficult against Adam than against most other runners.
Especially because Adam has already tipped his hand to show that he's playing Jailbreak.
Oh, Chad is actually totally right. I'm wrong. The Pigeon Fighter deck from UK Nets had 3 hard-hitting news in it. So there actually might be a legitimate tag punishment, as much as the credit differentials here don't support it. Yeah, that's a good shout out. And that's why I think the misdirection respect came down, as much as sometimes you just need to get cards out of hand to continue drawing up with safety first.
Yeah, historically one of the strongest things about the Asmari ID ability is it doesn't really push you towards any specific archetype. It's very hard to see your opponent put Asmari down on the table in front of you and just have an idea of immediately, okay, I know what a 33 to 50% of their deck looks like. It's just such a generically good ability that you have to do a little bit of reconnaissance during the game to figure out what they might be doing.
It is going to control how the runner plays a bit more than we might be bringing attention to, right? Like, generally, if you want to play an event on turn, if they're calling event, you want to play 2 or 3, just to make sure that you're not playing one event every turn to give 2 credits. And I think Sebastian K has been largely respecting as much as does Mario, or just like at least not playing events. Who knows what side that's on. Just a credit, install ice, and discard 3 cards. That's a pretty wild turn. We can see what Archives is. Server 2 does still look like an agenda. Maybe no Seamless. But Banhar is going to target Server 2, and you know that Turnpike's not going to end the run. So you are getting in if you want to.
I have to
Sebastian.
think that that's not the turn that Amram wanted, ooh, especially not now.
You want to respect Bologna, but admittedly, if you steal an agenda here and you see the top of R&D and say it's a Bologna, this could be the last turn of the game. That's always the threat with Adam. Again, any run sees the top of R&D, and if that's the last run you have to make with Logic Bomb, you can win the game. There is a toll booth, dropping Emerald to 1 credit. At this point, again, that is just a net damage and 3. That's a totally reasonable trade, as much as the Turnpike now has real text on it. Man, this banner feels so good. Bannering a toll booth?
Yeah,
Damn.
that toll booth was just such an ugly card. I think you have to res it, but at what cost? Well, 8 credits, that's the real cost, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, really, like, the toll booth only saves 3 credits, but if you don't have your breaker, like, it feels a bit better. It's like 6 credits for that breaker. We're through. Turnpike, trace 5. We're going to take the tag, access whatever was protected, and it's an off-world office. We're going to draw up here, saw the top of R&D. We're looking for that last Bologna. Sebastian definitely wants to clear the tag with all of these resources, let alone the directives. But the game is probably an HQ. mass draw. At least Amram here can't do anything quickly, but Sebastian K is definitely in the driver's seat here.
I think you can go into HQ this turn if you're Sebastian. I think that would be a little bit of an overextension.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to use your multi-threader, but you definitely have to clear the tag here. Maybe you can run last click. It's only costing you 3 credits, and with 1, you're not respecting hard-hitting news. You also can get a chance for your RNG key. I feel like there's a lot of value.
You have the border control though, so you have to get through this IP block twice.
Whoa. Multi-threader to remove 2 clicks for 1 credit to clear a tag?
Makes sense. Clear for free.
It's like
Takes
clicking
extra-
for credit.
Kind of, yeah.
It's flashier than it is efficient, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a skateboard trick. Like,
Okay, I'm betting that's NGO front.
The UK Nats version was running 3 copies of them, and you have pretty good information of what this is. If it's anything besides an NGO front, like they really can't score it out, barring double seamless, so you're not that worried. You just have to expect them to have an NGO front there. So they're going to be technically on 6 credits this turn. You have to play around that for resing ice.
how many
we'll see here.
cordons was the UK Nats list on? Because there's
All
2
of
in the
them.
bid. All 3? Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
I
deck
feel
is...
like, I feel
no.
like that's the way out.
No, the UK Nats was only on 2, excuse me.
Ooh, that's tough then. Because I feel like I think at this point in the game, it's going to be very tough to score agendas the hard way.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're going to need another copy of Cordon to score again. But that's only going to put you on 5 points.
So here we're running, mind you, with Black Orchestra, it's only 1 credit with the multi-threader, or R&D, you could take 2 net damage if you want, but 1 credit's a pretty good steal. You see the top, so this is just guaranteed value with the RNG key for draw or credits, and again, you're looking for that last Bologna, if you can find it, and you're going to know what you find here. RNG key reveals it's an Enigma, naming 3, so we're going to draw from DreamNet. There's so much run-based value in this Atom deck. So do you need the card draw, or do you need the credits here? We're going for the credits. Now, there is a downside to RNG key. You reveal the card you're going to access. That's actually meaningful. You have to show that's the case. We just drawn into a DJ Fenris, though, so HQ pressure can be a lot stronger if you get that Steve down for recursion. It's just going to be a daily cast, a jailbreak from hand as well. And Amram here has to figure out how they're going to score out in a remote server that gets ban card really easily.
Is Steve the call with the DJ Fenris, assuming it gets installed? Is there any
Yeah.
argument to calling something else?
I don't think so.
You don't want to
Cat's
call
all-
Alice? You don't want to call Alice Merchant?
Is she Gmod?
Oh,
There's
no,
no
she's a
way.
cyborg.
Yeah, she's a
Check.
cyborg.
Yeah.
Damn, okay.
Like, Quetzal doesn't really make sense. There's the NGO front fully advanced.
Hubert doesn't really make any sense with the Bonhart on the table. I think that's typically the other call.
Yeah, call Los, right? Get your 2 credits. No, it's always Steve. Okay, card in server 2 now. Seamless launch count. If we look in the bin, there's just 1. In terms of the agendas you're worried about, if they spend 3 credits to get a 3-2, it's not great, but I do think the list from UK Nats, we are not confirmed this is the exact list. It was only on 4-2s in Bologna. But Sebastian has some good options here. Again, 8 credits means just about any ice on R&D can be rezzed.
I would guess this was Rashida in server 2 if I had to if I was a betting man.
Yeah, 14 cards left in R&D.
We've got a bunch of face downs and archives not being checked. Do you think Sebastian is afraid of News Team?
It's
That's a great question. Amram's certainly playing like News Team might be in the deck. To your point, Archives has been open all game.
New Steam is like reasonable in this agenda suite, right? Like as soon as they steal a Bologna, it does actually increase the amount of accesses. I'd be a bit surprised because it's a 44 card deck and slots are tight, right? But something you probably want to consider, negative agenda points are seeing a bit more play. Now this Banhar is going to take the net damage instead of breaking for 3 with the toll booth. You still have to lose the 3 on encounter. And now the Turnpike, I think we just end up taking the tag here, but this is Sebastian actually is dropping fairly low in credits and getting that Fenris down. Just
stealable.
Yeah, that's actually wild.
I don't know that I agree with this dirty laundry right here.
Admittedly, if it is a Bologna, you can just go back, but it's a Rashida, so
Yeah. Okay.
I think there's a chance that Sebastian's going to get hard-hitting newsed here. I think if Sebastian gets hard-hitting newsed, it is ugly, but not game-losing.
It's not that bad. The misdirection basically means that it's just a time loss more than anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
misdirection
everyone wants
and
it.
multi-threader, it's really easy to deal with.
Oh yeah, it's a program, of course. That's super cool. So Amram has some options here. Draw a card, though. Only 12 left in R&D, and Amram's going to have to score out 2 more agendas in a remote server that Sebastian is running relatively well, as much as it is a tag and 3 credits. 4 credits, I guess. Server 2, mind you, there's 1 more Spin Doctor, 1 more Rashida, and probably 2 more NGO fronts, as much as some of that could be in archives. Maybe the NGO fronts are. But mind you, with Mass Draw, you're expecting to run HQ at some point. I think Sebastian K has been forced to do other stuff, like check server 2. Otherwise, I have no doubt Sebastian just wants to send it to HQ, get that double access break for free with multi-threader relatively cheaply, especially when now that DJ Steve is on the table.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more HQ pressure. I would think that Sebastian really wants to fire off a jailbreak here, despite the fact that it's going to get hit by this this border control. But I don't know. I'd be pretty happy with that exchange.
Yeah, if they pop the border control, I think you're fine, right? Like, you can still go back at the IP block. Now HQ is easier to run, and even if they score out next turn, like, say that is an agenda you seamless, like, if there's an agenda in hand, it's still going to be there.
Yeah, I'm like weirdly. If I'm Sebastian, I'm not really scared of the corp going to 5 right here, just because you have such easy access to that remote server. Although the third ice, there it is. There's jailbreak.
So as Mara gains 2 for playing an event. IP block on the outermost, we generally don't need to trace that. You don't want to give options to the corporation. You can just break that for 3 with the paperclip, mind you, using the multi-threader. In fact, we're just going to take 2 net damage instead, because both of the Severity Inspire. Yeah, why not?
No, why not? Who cares? We already have DreamNet and Brain Chip installed. We don't need second copies of those.
That means border control is free, and Amram has the option here to end the run. That means the jailbreak won't get a card draw, won't see 3 cards on top of the neutralize all threats. But that means Sebastian's probably just going to come back for a single run next click.
I think you have to border control this, but that's such a huge tell that the game's in HQ.
Yeah.
With 12 cards left, there's got to be 2 or 3 agendas somewhere on the accessible servers.
It looks like it might connect here. You're going to see 3 cards. Wow, find the truth seeing the top of R&D as well. So Amarim just kind of has to grin and tough through this.
Well, if the game's not in to me now, that's a tell that the game's not in HQ. And to your point, there's only 12 cards left in R&D. So I wonder what the odds are seeing something off of this.
Freedom of information. 2 points, self-growth program. Did we nail the DreamNet? No, I don't think we did.
No.
Or sorry, the RNG key.
Did not. Named 1, access to toll booth.
Okay. So we know toll booth and self-growth in hand. We know the top of R&D. If that's an agenda, that's almost definitely game. Mind you, server 2 could be a spin doctor for the shuffle, but Sebastian knows exactly if they have to run R&D or not. Archives has some face downs, and I'm not sure you're really excited. At this point, if you are playing around news team, you can definitely take a news team. But Sebastian just going to draw a dirty laundry after putting down the logic bomb, getting the free card draw off the safety first. Amram, we know 2 of the cards in the hand. It is a spin doctor. Going to pop that before mandatory draw. So we have a chance of drawing one of the shuffled back cards. It looks like it's double Corden. So money might matter.
Now the other text on toll booth starts to matter, and turnpike for that matter.
Card in server 2, triple ice.
Amarim has to start getting agendas through the remote.
So yeah, border control in server 2 is like one of the better things. Border control works really well into logic bomb if you ever have to use it, and hard hitting news there just for like a bit of a fork, right?
Tempo HHN.
Yeah. Now you're going to have to boost this to trace 7, so that's going to be 3 more credits on the trace. Sebastian K again with the multi-threader interaction and misdirection, getting the drip economy in through as well through daily cast, and a bit through the tapworm means this is just going to be a 2-click speed bump. As
Only
much
boosting
as
to trace 6, offering to spend all your money to dodge this.
I don't think you do, right? I think that's smart that you don't go into it.
Yeah, I really like this play from Amarim. It's an interesting fork.
It's either you spend 2 clicks and 2 credits, or you spend no clicks and 6 credits. And I think your click is worth 4 credits. So I think that's really smart from Amarim to not boost into the full 7 if they don't need to.
Yeah, I love that play.
Double daily. We still get that 1 drip off the tapworm. You have to spend 2 more if you want to duck underneath that. But Crypto Crash is going to be really important. Yeah, sorry, Bologna is going to be really important. Sebastian needs to keep 5 credits when they're accessing centrals. And here's where the misdirection comes into play. We saw it used once before, just kind of for fun. But this allows you to spend 2 clicks, half your turn, to remove tags equal to half cost, which is very, very good and scales even better the more tags you're taking on.
And I think that the multi-threader credits probably factored into Sebastian K's math as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a chance you run server 2 here cheaply because you can take the turnpike threat tag, and if it's not an agenda, you remove all of them with the misdirection.
Yeah, a run on server 2 would make sense. You're also going to get the Find the Truth trigger.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen to be an agenda, you could potentially just run R&D, win the game. Double
Yeah, I don't
logic
think-
bombs, you're guaranteed to get in. Although I don't think all three spin doctors are accounted for as well. So R&D, top of R&D is not changing.
Yeah, I like getting as much value as you can from misdirection. So if you end up taking 2 tags this turn, like it makes it more expensive, but you don't like. It's the cheapest way to remove 5 tags, let alone 4 tags. So why not? Banhar is going to be on server 2, so there's a big chance. But Sebastian's going to open with a misdirection. We'll see if they run server 2. If he just sends it server 2 this click. Even running archives, right? Like you see the top of R&D, and at this point we're seeing potentially say there's an agenda in server 2. That's 5 agendas out of the deck. The deck is running, I think, 8. So there's maybe 3 and 11 on R&D. That's pretty good. That's more than 1 in 5, which is what you'd expect.
Gonna
we
check
go.
archives.
Checking.
All right, so we're about to learn if there's news teams in this deck.
Yeah, more so I reckon to see the top of R&D, because if that is an agenda on top of R&D and there's not a border control in front of R&D, which maybe sometimes you see, that is going to be potentially game. We see self-growths, some tag punishments, some tags, and 2 kind of low strength ice. And it looks like nothing on top of the deck. Sebastian's going to take the money, saying, Amarim, if you have it in the remote server, go ahead and seamless it out. Mad Dash off the top. Not a useful card, but it's a Rashida.
Ooh.
R&D getting mighty thin over there. Only 7 cards left. Once
So
again, I think Sebastian's probably getting to the point where he really wants to fire off another jailbreak.
Yeah, and that's 4 cards, right, drawn. So even if Amarin draws an agenda, he's very likely to draw 2 agendas. So even if you do install advance in server 2, maybe you play, Cordon, you still have a chance of losing off central servers, right? Like multi-access on HQ is very powerful. You have to discard cards. Archives seeing R&D is powerful. There's so many outs here. And Amarim is definitely going to have to score 2 more agendas while Sebastian can just kind of get lucky off the top of R&D.
Yeah, there's 11 points floating around somewhere, and we just put most of them into HQ.
There's a little bit. Oh no, you're right. 18 points. Yeah. There's Corden. Okay.
No advance is threatening seamless launch into a 4-2. I think Bologna would be quite bad as well. It's a 9 credit steal, and Sebastian has to understand, even on central servers, you need 9 credits to steal Bologna with the Corden. Corden is 4 on everything, not just installed agendas. It's easy to forget that. And then the advanced clause generally only matters for installed agendas. But Sebastian's on 18 with a whole turn. Multi-access on HQ going to hit pretty well after a burst draw.
Now, if you're Sebastian, what agenda are you hoping is in server 2? Probably freedom of information, because it's just a blank 4-2 at the moment, right?
Yeah, I wonder how many of these get played, because this wasn't in the UK Nats list. I think that list was only on crypto off-world Bologna. So like this is taking some slots. Maybe it's 1 crypto, 1 freedom. But yeah, you're expecting the tags, obviously, for that to be relevant. We're going HQ here.
Good call.
Banhar on HQ, I think we took some net damage. Top of R&D, we're seeing it. This run's actually connecting, no border control. So this long fought battle could just be 2 axes here. That could be it, but Amaranth's been holding pretty tight. Guessed 1,
Just
missed it,
ice.
toll booth, and
Wow.
border.
Now, they did get another jailbreak back in hand off this Steve Cambridge trigger.
Yeah, you maybe just send it R&D here, right? With the jailbreak. I guess you know the top card, but jailbreak still sees a bit further.
There's laundry into archives.
Okay, that's 3 credits for one player, 2 for the other. Now we're just going
R&D.
R&D.
There's R&D.
Turnpike. You can break that for 3 credits. You need to install your breaker. We do have access to MK Ultra in the bin. But that probably is game, I reckon. I think we're taking the tag. That has to be game, right?
This feels like game.
I think that was just a victory, Dirty Laundry. Enigma breaking that for 3 with the Black Orchestra off the top of R&D. What do we got?
Yep, there's
That's
the
the
Bologna.
Bologna for 9 credits. Gonna take 9 agenda points for the runner to close us off. But I'm so glad we saw that game. Banhar, Adam, like that's a good card. I think it's just about time before we see more Banhar hit competitive tables because it does something pretty wild.
I wonder how many copies of that thing there are. We only see the one. There's 22 cards in the heap, and not a single second copy of Banhar. So if that was a cheeky one of, then wow. Whew.
Yeah, turn one too, just controlling the game potentially. But yeah, maybe there's two. I'd hope to see three if that's that important. But the Breaker Suite here is like reasonable enough, right? Good game to both players.
Yeah, really well played.
Was that
No,
side one or side two? That was
That
side one, right?
was game 2. Yeah.
That was game
I'm
2.
gonna step away for just a moment, and I'll be right back on.
Quilana, why
Okay.
did Belana cost 9 instead of 5? Because they had NAPD Cordon active, making them Runner pay an additional 4.
So we have a bit more time in the round. Do we want to jump into potentially another game? You want me to check if table 11's good to go?
Yeah, let's check on table 11.
Cool. Give me one.
That looks like we've
second.
got our first op deck, possibly. Now they're playing the other side of that matchup.
Okay, we're just waiting to see if we can stream this table. It looks like an interesting matchup. But sorry, we should get confirmation from both players. Just give us 1 second. If you're watching, again, thanks for dropping in. This is Accelerated Mana Test, the first. Thank you. We're good to go, actually, Cephalo. If you want to jump in, it's Zhao versus Sauce. And this is quite a fun and interesting deck. So Sauce on the bottom is playing Thule Subsea, and this is the sort of list. It looks like the kind of list. It's playing a lot of the cards you might have seen. Solimir posted a list, taking a good finish at an event in Portland. And this is a deck that's running Hangeki and is running almost as many negative agenda points as you can play in a standard deck. Technically, you can play 12. This one's on 9 usually. It's on 3 Hangekis, 3 Meridians, and then 3 Nightmare Archives. And it's really difficult for the runner. And Manly Zhao has 41 credits, but there are actually board states where it's possible for no player to be able to win the game, which technically means in enough time the corporation loses the game. Because it's actually, if you take enough agenda points, it's almost impossible for you to score to 7, considering how many negative agenda points. If you check the removed from game section, there's this very interesting Jinteki card called Hangeki, which hasn't seen competitively a lot of play. It has really wild text. It says, if the runner trashed a corp card, you can play it because it is a reprisal, and you choose a corp card, the runner has to access it. If they don't, they take -1 agenda points. And the big thing with this is you can make them access any installed card. If it's a Hendrik, if it's an agenda, if they access it, they don't have the clicks and credits to pay for Thule, so it's just confirmed core damage. Right now, Zhao is at 1 confirmed core damage, and that obviously matters for ontological, but so much of this game is just grinding the runner down through all these small agenda points. There's usually like one big 3-pointer, maybe an Ikoa project, but there's going to be a lot of ways to do core damage and a lot of ways to give negative points.
Wow, I step away for 1 second. We get to spectate Hangeki Thule. Incredible.
Yeah, and we see in the score area we've got Meridian, which doesn't usually see play anywhere, but here it's just part of that critical mass of negative points. And the negative points are terrible, but you also, that subroutine is good.
So Stargate being uncontested is actually huge in this matchup. Not only do you see the Luminal up the top, which is amazing, as much as you're going to have to go digging into an archives full of nightmares. This deck actually has Sansen, so it has a bit more fast advance maybe. But the big thing is like Stargate, you can just disassemble the deck. Like you're not going to win to 7 points. You're just going to make sure the corporation also is not going to win the game. So Sauce actually has to win the game somehow, because with 13 cards left in R&D and 40 credits, there's a big chance Zhao can just run Super 5 over and over again and just trash 1 card a turn with Stargate. Like this is going to be a hard game to close.
Yeah, there's 2 Spin Doctors already in archives that got trashed. So if the corp is lucky enough to get the 3rd one, maybe they can protract the game a little bit. But otherwise, the runner's probably just going to snap trash the Spin Doctor and force the corp to mill out.
Yeah, Ma too, mind you. That's going to help as well.
Not a ton of influence shown. I'm guessing we're tied up with Hangekis.
It's usually news teams, Hangekis, then Spin Doctors. That gets you to, I think, 13.
Okay. Yeah, so we're on like some sort of real fake points list. Do we see the Sansan?
Yeah. So we might not be on news teams fully. Arella as well. Okay, so this looks like it might be also have fast break combo to it as well. So negative agenda points matter. Fast break gives you installs and draws based off of how many agendas the runner has. But I love this. If Zhao never runs archives and just Stargates and Maws turn after turn after turn, it is going to be a very strong win condition for them, barring going to time.
Yeah, I think the game plan here is just mill.
Yeah.
There's no sense scoring 7.
Run back here.
Just hope that Sauce doesn't. Yeah, Sauce sees the writing on the wall, I think.
Now you could take a core damage here, but it probably doesn't matter. I can no longer win. Sauce has done the math. Basically, we're assuming all the spin doctors are counted for, and there's just not enough points in the deck to get to 7. It looks like there's been enough damage with the spin doctors gone with the stargates with the Maws. That's pretty much all in the bin. So as much as Zhao can just click for credits, that'll be the game. Sorry about the pressure of 3 nightmares and archives. That sometimes happens. There's just not enough points to close, and we're gonna get a concession from the corp.
Yeah, it's really easy to like follow your impulse and just toss all the nightmare archives in the bin. But like, if the runner doesn't ever run them, then they're just sitting there doing actual nothing. Also, Stargate, pretty good card against traps that fire from R&D.
Yeah,
Very good
it's
card.
pretty wild. Well played to both players. Out playing that really well, understanding what the matchup's about, and just saying, I'm going to ignore it, and I'm just going to not try and win. I'm going to make you lose, and you sometimes have the tools to do that, especially with this disruption package from Anarch, and obviously infinite credits. But I don't think they had to break a single Isol game, so that money just piles up the more you just do basic Anarch stuff. Good stuff.
I think we're winding down. I think all the games are done. We're just waiting on some last reports here from round 2.
And on that note, I'm going to have to bid adieu to the both of you. Always a huge pleasure to share the microphone, but I have to head out. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. This accelerated test, we got 2 more rounds and a top cut, so there's going to be way more of a very exciting stream today. Huge shout out to the Null Signal teams, firstly, for inviting me to share a microphone, but also for running these regular organized play events. I think it's so exciting to see what the meta looks like after the standard ban list changes, but let alone to have a space for people who maybe don't have a local meta to play at, to be able to, participate in a global game like this is absolutely fantastic. So Cephalopod, Cranked, good luck for the rest of the event, and chat, enjoy the rest of the games.
Cheers,
Thanks
though.
for
It's good
coming.
talking to you out there. Thanks for coming.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I think that was the last game. So do we have a break between rounds 2 and 3?
I don't expect that.
I don't expect one either.
I haven't seen an announcement of a break.
Okay.
So stuff we haven't looked at yet. We have not seen we haven't seen what Off Super Heavy Logistics is up to.
Yeah,
and they lost to Drago, so I don't know what they might be up to.
I would suspect some sort of normal vegan obelisk, something maybe similar to what like Ben Blum was running at Worlds, with potentially the sort of special offer list. Special offer, an extremely strong card in Ob, very under the radar.
It's so cool.
It's really cool. I love that card is seeing even though it's maybe, call it fringe play if you will, but that it's a sweet card. I really like it.
And special offer, just in case anyone doesn't have the card on their hands right now. It's a 1-cost trap that trashes itself to give the corp 5 credits, and you can't generally break that, so you get to go grab a 0-cost from your deck, and there's a lot of good 0-cost cards.
These obelisks might be underperforming. It looks like we're seeing round 3 pairings come up. The top ob list is on table 5. Any of these games here at the top catching your fancy? I don't think we've seen either the players at table 1 yet.
We have not.
But we have seen those matchups.
We've seen those matchups. I want to know what Building a Better World is up to on table 4, and I want to know what any of the op lists are up to.
All right. Well, let's get table 4 up if the players are amenable to that.
Games are just starting to come up on JNet.
Any takeaways from the new meta world that we live in? Anything that's sticking out to you here?
We didn't see any stock buybacks, despite a couple of decks that are running a whole bunch of little agendas.
Yeah, it would seem like that card would probably see some additional play if we're playing these real fake points or lots of one-pointer lists. I think I've seen a lot of people experimenting out of Thule with it. We've seen people playing it out of Personal Evolution in the past. Yeah, it would seem like there's a nice wide open spot for that card in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, and it was cool to see VNT and Keeling coming up as a tempo play rather than just a win the game agenda that's trying to be scored. Let's see, is table 4 up yet? Yeah, table 4 is up.
I'm going to find out if they are cool with us streaming. Waiting on confirmation here. Yep, looks like we are good to stream on table 4. So we've got Wayland Building a Better World up against Zaya. Oh, it does look like the players have shown hands. I don't know if that is kosher.
They shouldn't, and we might have to drop out.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to leave and let's check out
I'll find out.
Let's check out table 5 if we can. So for everyone watching, you're not supposed to show your hands when you're creating tournament games. And in theory, I don't expect someone to come watch the stream to try to see their opponent's hands, but it's better not to have to worry about that.
Looks like we might have a remake. Esengrid's in here asking the players to remake without open hands. Good, I really want to see this Building a Better World deck.
I do want to see the Building a Better World. And a deer in the headlights, you are correct. Even without streams, in any tournament, you're generally not supposed to show open hands on the game.
Nice, just a little safety valve to prevent any sort of stream sniping from happening. Just make sure that your friend can't spec the game and tell you what cards are in your opponent's hand.
All right, table 4 keeps...
This game is about hidden information, after all. Looks like it's getting remade here.
Yep, we're just waiting on that. So Building a Better World, it's an ID from the core set way back 10 years ago. You get an extra credit every time you play a transaction operation. And it hasn't been favored lately because it's not a huge amount of money, and it also has lost some support with, not just, you can't run an economy of all operations anymore these days.
Yeah, but first of all, I gotta say, is the core set really 10 years old? You have, please be joking. I guess I'm gonna feel really old if I've been playing this game for 10 years. The one good thing about playing Building a Better World, though, you do get to play the card Blockchain in your deck, which is extremely strong. If you do not have a way of dealing with that card in some sort of permanent fashion. Blockchain, an extremely powerful barrier that scales up with the number of face-up transaction operations in your discard pile. Just another card that pays you off for playing lots of transactions in your deck.
Okay, I have good and bad news about feeling old. It is not 10 years old. That's the good news. The bad news is it's 11 years old.
Oh, well, that's worse. Oh, boy. I believe we saw Nike Ride's Zaya deck earlier. This is Tag Me. I'd be curious to see how well Tag Me stands up. Most of the time, Tag Me stands very, very well against these sort of mid-rangey vegan decks. Though I suppose we don't know that Building a Better World is vegan. This deck is capable of making a lot of money very quickly and then potentially threatening a kill package.
So the corp is off to a lightning start. Hedge fund gets the extra credit, and that allows you to play government subsidy right away. And they're even playing extract, so I guess we missed a relevant operation for the Building a Better World.
I didn't even know extract was a transaction. Very good. Yeah, that's basically just another copy of hedge fund.
Yeah, and now they're up to 21 credits, and that makes me think this might be a Sandberg deck, because that's one that says you should have a ridiculous amount of credits.
Yeah, Sandberg very good with the general game plan of Building a Better World, which is to say, make a lot of money and then, I don't know, figure it out later.
If they can't break ice, then that's a pretty strong game plan.
Yeah, it's not like Wayland is known for playing a lot of hard on the run barriers, right? That's not historically what that faction has done. All right, Hot Pursuit coming down with the Docklands Pass. Colossus, Trojan Horse, whoa.
Never mind, I don't think it's Sandberg anymore.
This is Rate Shooter, baby, all right. This is probably going to be I would think that this is fairly well matched against the Tag Me deck. Most of these Tag Me lists do not play redundant breakers. They're on one copy. As well, I could potentially see if this deck does play a tag package, having copies of Retribution to snipe out Obelisk. But more than likely going to be using stuff like Trojan Horse, maybe even some of the new tools from Parhelion to snipe key pieces of Nycoride's rig.
All right, and then there's a question from Queen Tyrande. Is this tournament? What's accelerated meta test? This is a monthly tournament that's being run by Null Signal Games. There's no prizes, there's no entry fee. This is just for us to play tournaments and have fun. And the name is a reference to an old card, Accelerated Beta Test. And that used to give you the chance to either try to get a bunch of free ice or throw agendas in the bin.
I missed that card. Such a fun one.
We have a jailbreak coming in on the exposed R&D. Runners doing their best with the uniced servers until they get iced.
There's Obelisk. That's would seem to be a pretty key card in this matchup, at least just to hedge your bets against a potential kill package. Class Act drawing up 4 cards at the end of the turn.
We've got the hand size. We've got the floating tag. And do you think the corp is rich enough to consider trashing the Class Act?
There's a repair.
Oh no.
Dang, I was just starting to get into this one.
All right, we'll have to come back to this one.
No problem. Well, I don't know about you. I would like to follow this Building a Better World deck around if it does end up pairing against another opponent.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this Building a Better World deck. We haven't seen what's up. We've seen a hint that programs are going to get trashed.
Repairs are happen. They are a natural part of tournament play. For anyone who's maybe never seen a tournament happen, occasionally if there was a previous match submitted incorrectly, or a player ended up forgetting to report that they had dropped, there could be an issue with the next round's pairings, and unfortunately that would cause players to have to remake their games. So we'll get it all sorted out here.
Looks like the repairs are up. And I see... All right, Building a Better World has landed on table 7.
Table 7, okay, I'll keep refreshing here.
And we see a sports metal deck played by 3 Blind Sharks.
That was last round. That's showing us round 2 for me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they must be still working on the repair.
Okay, and we hear Yisengren saying, in this case, we forgot to drop someone, so we made a match for someone who's no longer here.
Yeah, better to repair than just arbitrarily hand over 2 wins to that person. There they are. Now the new pairings are up. We are going to be seeing Building a Better World over at table 5. Got Wild Sand versus Shiat.
All right, we've seen Shiat, but we'll come in for table 5 if they're willing to let us stream. I'm willing to bet they will. Shiat is also on Zaya, probably tag me.
I would suspect so, but we do see the spicy mirror morph deck that we saw previously. Is
that the one that was running the War Raid trackers?
I believe it's on War Raid trackers, Ikwa Project, and some of the other new NSG cards that give you alternative versions of the basic action card, Nano Etching Matrix and the like.
That's all the games coming up.
All right.
I don't have nearly enough monitors to stream. How do people do this?
Oops, I'm on the wrong table. There we go. Waiting on approval to stream. Looks like we are good. Table 5 it is. All right, so take 2. Still the same matchup, thankfully.
Yeah, we just swapped the player while you weren't looking. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's broken.
So we saw Wayland Consortium get a really strong money start. It seems like they are packed on operations. They're running Extract, which turns out to be a transaction, and they can get to playing government subsidy on turn 1 if they've got a hedge fund in hand. And then we saw that they had Trojan Horse ready to go.
Trojan Horse really strongly would be suggesting to me that this is a rig shooter deck just looking to take apart their opponent's rig and potentially build some unbreakable servers.
I think they're waiting. Okay, yeah. We
Okay.
have 3 minutes until the game starts because we're giving time for people to get to the tables.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I'd be curious if these Tag Me decks are running Boomerang. I would think that they're running some number of the card, but I think that that one could end up being a pretty key piece of this matchup in the event that the rig gets shot, as it were.
Yeah,
Boomerang
criminals
not really
are.
caring so much about the ice itself as far as just it's not good against every ice. It's good against one ice at a time, but sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, that is the trouble with criminals. You make a rig shooter deck and you think I've got them. They've got one of each breaker, but they are slippery, and they can still run 3 boomerangs and 3 inside jobs. They probably aren't because it takes deck slots to make counter surveillance work. But there's going to be at least one of those hanging around.
Yeah, it also depends on what number of backup AI breakers. I would expect at least one copy of Amakua, the card extremely powerful and pretty tough to justify not playing at least one copy of.
Yeah, Amakua just really holds the deck together. But I guess if you get into a situation where Amakua is your only plan, you could try purging, but I don't know if you're running enough ice to cover archives.
Yeah, it always feels so bad to purge out against an Amakua unless you're really well set up to begin with. You got to make it just something a tough pill to swallow to rebuild those turtle counters and get back up to strength, and that's sometimes very difficult.
And unfortunately, no raffles this stream. We are just running a free monthly tournament. We would run out of stuff to raffle if we did raffles.
We're starting off with Hedge Fund, Ice, Raw card. Not necessarily in that order. So not quite the explosive start that we saw in the previous game, but never hurts to fire off a Hedge Fund on turn 1.
Hey, the runner doesn't know yet. We've got to lure them into a false sense of security. Just building a better world.
That's only 10 credits. What's the worst that could happen?
Runner's starting off a bit slow, drawing up. And they both took a mulligan, so I think we can take a guess that they might have some weaker hands, not very explosive, and they're trying to fix their hand, get towards being able to play the game.
Yeah, Fiat's hand definitely looking not ideal. Installing Obelisk turn 1 is, I mean, it never feels great to drop to 2 credits on turn 1.
It's a card draw engine.
Ooh, they have both copied. Bidding Paperclip is good, though. You're happy to do that.
And the Corps starting their remote server, leaving R&D open. It's hard to win out on R&D quickly these days, especially when the runner is dropped to 2 credits and has no forward momentum.
No punishment for dropping so low on credits. You have a copy of Bravado. Order control is going to work. Pretty good one on HQ against Criminal.
Yep, you like it there to make sure that you can always say no to diversion of funds.
Server 1's still unknown. I would have suspected Rashida. So that really could still be anything.
But this seems like a if the runner can't get into that last turn, then it seems like a pretty okay time to take the chance to play money, break R&D, and we do have diversion coming in.
All right, we're just gonna go for it. I love it.
Yeah, the corp's going to force the runner to spend the 6 credits to install and use paperclip. Then I'm betting that they don't let them get the money. Oh no, they do let them get the money.
Since they were sitting, Wildstain was sitting at 19 credits, so I think you're pretty much fine getting duped there.
Yeah, it's not a threat to your money. You probably do have enough money to just overpower it, but do you really want to let the runner get 5 credits back after they've already spent everything?
Ooh, Dockland's pass. This one's good too. I don't think you can, unless you have another ice sitting in hand, I don't think you can afford to pop the border control on this. If you have another ice, I think you can think about it though.
Yeah, we're 10 cards deep into the deck. Maybe there's one agenda in HQ, maybe not. It's a good time to come in with... Alright, we do see that the double access is important enough that that's what we spend the border control on.
Raw new remote. Curious if the new remote's going to be. Maybe Spin Doctor. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting agendas out of HQ.
Second. Ooh, HQ's open this turn.
It is open. The runner's only 15 cards in, or they're only 10 cards into the deck.
First, we're going to grab Hostile Takeover, see Extract, draw 2. That's a great run.
It's an incredible run. Now we see that Building a Better World is on Trojan Horse, and they probably know that Clippy exists, so I'm going to guess that there's Arc Lockdown somewhere in the deck.
Would make
Because
sense.
you can't just let Paperclip keep reinstalling itself, especially if you're on Oops All Barriers.
Now, the one thing we still don't know about this Building a Better World list is whether or not there's a kill package. We didn't see any evidence of a kill package in the brief snippet we got of it in the round that was repaired, but anytime anyone flips up a green deck against me, I'd be suspicious of Boomer end of the line. There's a second copy of Hot Pursuit.
It's hard to fit in a kill package. That takes a lot of slots, and we're already apparently in on program destruction. You're just in to kill their morale.
Go use the Spin Doctor. Server 1 still unknown. Triple Advance Atlas? Oh, above the law. It's not going to trash anything, but it is going to get 2 points scored.
Yeah, the runner's living the criminal dream. When they run HQ, they get an extra card, which turns into extra money on Zaya and extra draws on Obelisk.
The jig is up. We know about the Trojan Horse now.
Yeah, but the runners run away with it. They've got more money than
Yeah.
the corporation.
I was gonna say right now we're a little far ways off from that one. Not exactly the program you want to be trashing in the form of the recurrent paperclip.
Now the runner's up to 10 cards in hand.
You see subliminal messaging hit the board, just a free credit. Tract, which is going to do its hedge fund depression.
Yeah, I don't expect we're going to see Subliminal ever make it back to HQ, especially not if we leave HQ open. But you're letting the runner get a double magnum opus. No, it's not magnum opus. You're going to let him get a double professional contacts every turn.
Not if there's only one card in hand.
That is true.
Let's go see what it is. We're going to see Hot Pursuit. It's a third copy. It's the Trojan Horse. Yeah, Zaya just working with infinite money over here. 26 credits. Not as many tags as you may want to see if your goal is to fire off counter surveillance. I think usually if I'm playing Zaya, I'm happiest firing that in the range of 7 to 10. a copy of Rogue Trading could certainly, there it is, certainly accelerating that game plan.
I wonder if the Corp considers trashing that now.
I
And I know that
absolutely think they should.
I know that you never trash resources these days, but you've actually got to be afraid of the tags more than the money.
Agreed.
It looks like we've finally drawn enough ice to plug the leak in HQ.
Something else went into server 1 as well. I'd be suspicious maybe of Rashida.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Rashidas yet. That's by now they've got to have one. All right, the runner's just checking archives, making sure everything's still face up, which it is.
Could be a run for credit kiting purposes too.
Maybe it's a run to keep subliminal messaging out. Okay,
Mutual
and it's
favor.
mutual
That'll work.
favor.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's all the breakers. Yeah, now you can probably just go run server 1. Nice. Ooh, Colossus. That's not one you see very often anymore these days.
Yeah, we saw it at the last game, but it's here at last. Only costs you 5 credits with a 2 credit rebate on Bugalter, and then we're on to Oduduwa. Now that's a big one.
Now that one's going to start putting counters onto this Colossus, and Colossus very scales quite nicely. This is a nice little remote that was set up by Wild Sam. Wall to wall in server 1.
Yeah, you just have to keep getting them to run through this remote, and this will eat through the runner's credits rapidly. So I think we're going to see a card installed in the remote every turn for the rest of the game.
I would agree. Just drag them through it. Every time they whiff, this ice gets a little bit better. So yeah, Colossus will be up to 3 advancement counters on the next time after this Oduduwa happens, 1 additional time. And then the text on Colossus gets a little bit scarier.
All right, diversion of funds. Now we're going to care a little bit about the money. And now the runner has enough money to just make it land, so maybe you don't. Maybe you just keep your 3 credits.
Yeah, if I'm Wild Sam, I probably just let this rock. I would suspect Offshar on HQ. It is not. That is a copy of Veritas. Interesting inclusion. A lot of subroutines on that one, but curiously, we're seeing 2 out of 3 rezzed ice referencing tags in some way. Again, if I'm the tag me runner, I'm actually a little bit happy to see that. Just accelerate the level at which I can get tags. You've already blown through half your deck. It's reasonable to suspect that you have 1 copy of counter surveillance in hand at this point.
And now we're just going to come check it out, make sure that they can't draw any agendas. There's a Rashida.
Copy of Rashido is happy to get that off the table.
And another class act to keep the cards rolling. But of course, there was one in server 3. You knew it had to be.
Not utilizing the rogue trading that turn. Curious. I suppose you have a lot of money, but to me at this point, it's more about getting the tag.
Maybe they just need to find the counter surveillance because they can get in at this point.
Possible that there's they haven't drawn one yet, or that there's only 1 in the deck.
And the runner is ignoring this remote server. They're not going to fall for this Oduduwa plan. I think they are just trying to win on counter surveillance before having to interact with this remote again.
I wonder if they're waiting for something to get advanced in the remote server. Just not really willing to play the never advanced game. The Wayland certainly has a good agenda suite for playing never advanced between Above the Law and Project Atlas, as well as Hostile Takeover.
Yeah, and Above the Law came just too early to see these other cool resources it could have trashed.
Yeah, trashing rogue trading, or I'm not really super happy to trash Class Act, but certainly trashing a rogue trading with 12 on it is probably the best case scenario. Ooh, we're going to hit rogue trading twice.
That's bringing up the maximum hand size, so they don't have to discard to Obelisk, or Obelisk will keep them from discarding.
Yeah, 11 max hand size, holding 9 cards in hand. So if there is a kill package in the deck, it's that plan is pretty close to out the door. It's not gone, but you'd have to have a pretty specific combination of cards. There's a copy of Project Atlas.
And the corporation did. So Wild Sam did get subliminal messaging back because the runner decided to spend the turn on rogue trading. And now the runner's coming in to keep the corp honest. Nemo, someone is playing Asa. We haven't looked at them on stream yet. Maybe next game. Because yeah, so table 9 should be playing Asa on the second game.
We're gonna bravado into HQ instead. That makes sense.
Well,
Steal
there's
a food. Masvingo in hand as well. I'm curious that Shiat didn't choose to let the trace for a tag fire and further accelerate the tag plan. I don't know if that was a calculated play, but we'll see if that comes back to matter. It may not. Lucky Charm, here we go. This is the run. So I believe we're going to see 6 cards unless Shiat has a way of gaining a tag on the way in. Does not appear that he does. So we're going to see 6 cards off the top. We'll see if there's 4 points here. There's 1. And there's the other one. All 3 foods. 6 was enough.
Yeah, food's the agenda you want the runner to get instead of your real 3-pointers, if you're even running them. But that looks like that's the end of this game.
We'll
that
move
was
on
table
to
5.
We'll move on to game 2 there shortly. I believe we are going to be seeing 419 versus Mirror Morph. So we get to play a slightly more normal game of Netrunner. All right, it looks like the table's up, so I'll go ahead and jump in here.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Trojan Horse get played, but best of luck to the corporation in trying to live the dream.
Mirror Morph, 419 probably an ID that many players are familiar with. If not, it's just the first time the corp installs a card each turn. You can expose that card unless the corp pays 1. So really taxing the corp if they want to keep their information hidden. Mirror Morph, a little bit of a strange one, basically saying if you do 3 different things on your turn, you can do either a 4th different thing for without paying a click, or you can just gain a credit. Generally, the mini game that you play with Mirror Morph is how often can you reliably fire the ID effect. It happens more often than you'd think. Case in point, we're seeing Draw Hedge Fund install here on turn 1. I'm gaining a credit. Excuse me, Hedge Fund install credit, gain another credit. Even better.
Right, and we see the runners starting with Deuces Wild, just doing some build script. Draw 2, gain 3. And we also see Paragon coming down.
Interesting choice, choosing to play Paragon rather than Penny Shaver, valuing the upfront credit rather than the over time value of Penny Shaver. I think I like that as well. Paragon also giving you the ability to filter out your draws, make your draw a little bit smoother.
Yeah, historically, 419 decks were playing Paragon, and Penny Shaver didn't exist yet, but a lot of people were talking about this versus Desperado. And some people liked this if you only wanted to make 1 run a turn, because this does put the money directly in your bank account and give you that scry.
Yeah, there's probably a metagame or matchup where Penny Shaver has value, but I don't know. It's a tough call on this one.
And now the runner has Amakua down, your all-in-one breaking solution. And now this makes the choice of, do I show 419 when I'm up to, a lot more stacked in the favor of paying the 419 tax. Because if you expose cards, Amakua builds up, and then it starts breaking all your ice for 1 credit per subroutine.
Yeah, we're already seeing this happening. Paying 1 to prevent exposing ice. I wonder if the other effect of this is something that Andre mentioned in a previous round, is that you generally want to structure your turn where you're installing many cards on the same turn. So you want to install 2 cards, 3 cards. rather than 1 card a turn. Well, that doesn't really play so nicely with the Mirror Morph ability, which is actively rewarding you for doing the exact opposite of diversifying your turn. We'll see if this affects the way that Shiat chooses to structure his turns.
Yeah, with Mirror Morph, you often do need to spend a turn just acknowledging that you're not going to get an extra click this turn because you need to install. Installing is a huge bottleneck when it comes to getting Mirror Morph.
I would think that a lot of this HP Ice would, at least at this point in the game, will match up quite nicely with Amakua. Hagen, obviously a very good answer to Amakua, but even something like Fairchild 3, Fairchild 2, Drafter at this point would be quite strong. Boomerang, though, that's going to do some work.
Yeah, and if you res this ice to just get the Boomerang off the table, now you're going to lose all your money to diversion of funds. No Raffle Krusty, sorry.
Best case scenario for Shiat, I think, is that this is Fairchild 3. It's just about, hey, there it is.
What do you know?
8 routine is going to fire. I would guess it's one of the lose 3.
Yeah, I don't think the runner's going to trash one of their installed cards. Fairchild 3, huge powerhouse of the HB faction. It just costs so little to do so much. But in this case, we're coming out of it relatively unscathed. Only losing a Boomerang and 3 credits, which is a lot, but also nowhere near as bad as it could be. And now the Corp has no money.
I think if you're Wild Sam, you probably just have to seize the moment. Yeah, take another run. I like it. Probably get a turtle count. Never mind. You just get an agenda. That's better.
Yeah, the Corp iced all their servers, threatening to just res everything in Purge, but with no credits, now that's off the table. And they have to expose the Nano Etching, starting up the turtle strength gain.
You're probably fine. The first turtle counter may not matter quite as... Oh, okay, well. We're going to credit install Nano Etching. Oh, we're going to prevent it. Res. I see. That makes more sense. Just denies a single turtle counter. Good
yep,
sequencing
and
there.
Nano Etching coming out, printed along with Mirror Morph to give you some different actions to spend your clicks on. And it might stick, because if the runner trashes it, the Corp gains 2 credits anyways.
Ooh, Rafter. That's just going to fire. That's a tough one.
It's not that bad. All you get is hedge
fund. It's not
fund.
awful. It's not like getting architected, but it doesn't feel great. You get a hedge fund back. Is there no second install?
There's nothing in archives, and I guess we'll see if we want to install some ice ignoring all costs.
Yeah, we are going to install from HQ. Looks like it's another card in server 1. It's a Managarm Skunkworks.
Or Waroid.
It was exposed. It is Managarm.
Ah, right.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shiat had to go broke in order to res the drafter, which meant that he could not pay the 419 tax. So we're going to see a card in R&D. We'll see if it gets revealed. Thinking about this one, so either we got a reader or it's a card where there's a decision point to make. I think if it's Ikawa, you just have to snap this off and steal it. So it makes me wonder if this is a card with a trash cost. Potentially a copy of the Waroid tracker that we saw previously. It's a copy of Managarm Skunkworks.
Yeah, I think that Wild Sam is thinking about, coming in to clear out this server. Because if you want to get rid of that Skunkworks now before they can res it, then you don't have to pay the additional tax. But then if you let them just draw another one,
it does cut off the Nano Etching Matrix as well, which is just a nice little piece of incidental value for playing Mirror Morph.
And they had another one.
Well, easy come, easy go, I suppose.
Yeah, so the Corp's going to be able to recover their economy a bit better with Nano Etching Matrix. Gives you that extra unique click you can take. Gives you just the money over time.
Wild Sam could intend to just build up, raw, click for 3 credits, pass the turn back. Yeah, looking to stabilize a little bit. I think losing the 2 Skunkworks may end up being relevant later on.
Yeah, that's an important long-term decision that was made to just make sure that the late game doesn't become hard to deal with. But you have to spend some time recovering from that. But now Jihad is feeling good, able to pay for the 419 tax. Economy is strong enough to play hedge fund.
Last turn looks like we still have raw hedge fund nano etching install with the mirror morph click. Wonder if that is potentially the third copy of Skunkworks in the remote server. Pretty rare that card's a 3-out, so I'd be a little surprised by that, but could be another defensive upgrade, could be something like an Anoetic Void.
We'll see. We have not seen any influence yet.
Yeah, just food. Just foods.
All right, this remote's getting wide.
Yeah, we are making a clown car here.
So who's ready to play some Light the Fire?
Because I can? Anyone? Because I can?
It's the only way to stop nano etching from giving the corp 2 credits when you trash it.
That is correct. Yeah, I think it would just be Light the Fire.
All right, I think the runner might be lining up for another diversion.
Yep.
But they can't pay the 3 on the subroutine. They're going to have to lose an installed card.
I would guess that they lose this copy of the Class Act. Usually you play that. I think the scry is nice. The draw 4 on install is often what you're doing with that card. There's probably a second copy in there somewhere.
And maybe they're even going to play it this turn.
Just to see a Bukalter get installed. I like that. Soften up R&D a little bit. Only costs, I believe, 1 at the moment. Excuse me, 2.
Yeah, it'll cost you 2 to get into R&D, and then you can start asking the corp, are you gonna stop me? Will you spend money on that? We haven't even resed the remote ice yet. But Giat's able to draw hedge fund, able to get some ice on R&D, so he is managing to keep the economy up despite 419 trying to drag you down into the bankruptcy.
Nano-Etching Matrix, I think, is sneakily pretty good in this sort of list. You're content to just sit there, click it every turn. You're basically rewarded for doing so by virtue of you're playing Mirror Morph. You might as well.
You are getting the money, but we are progressing towards 419 is halfway through the deck, and we haven't got any points in the corp score area yet.
Yeah, I wonder if she perhaps waiting for a copy of NC Austerity Policy. Ooh, Sprint. Interesting. Yeah, it feels like they're digging for something.
And what do you do with an MCA if you draw it? Your remote's clogged with this nano etching.
I think you can install over it. Do you get the 2 credits when you install over it? No, just when the runner trashes it.
Just when the runner.
Yeah. Yet another card going into server 1 appears to be a 3rd upgrade.
All right, whatever's happening in this server is unstoppable. Right now, it's a launch campaign.
I'm sweating because of this remote server. This is nothing good has ever come from a 4 card remote.
You remember playing Black Level Clearance back in the day?
Yeah, I remember siphoning someone on turn 1 and getting hit with double Black Level and having to really make a decision. Terminal Directive, man, what a weird box that was.
Oh, I know. Multiple different decisions on how does Maxwell James actually work.
Yeah, how does Maxwell James work? Is Scorpios broken? Just really good stuff.
Axu calling Warraid Tracker as part of the clown car. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, we saw Warraid previously come out of this deck, so I would suspect that there's at least one in server 1. Warraid Tracker matching up decently with this board. Though 419 does have a link, he's out of money. But he does have some garbage that's installed that could very easily be trashed. Stuff like this no free lunch or potentially even the daily cast once it ticks down a couple more turns.
Wild Sam checking archives, just forcing the corp to keep spending money. And we are inching ever closer to Amakua getting through Fairchild 3 for the cheap.
Yeah, we do see Magnet in the bin. Fairly standard include out of most HBI suites these days. Not super impactful against 419. Both the common decoders in Unity and Amina deal pretty well with it. Ooh, there's a Tranquility. So now I would suspect this Nanometric is going to get replaced. It is not. Okay, I'm wrong. The Clown car is going to continue to grow.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting 7 cards into the remote doesn't win you the game. It has to be 7 points. And we're advancing. That looks like a Biovault.
Unless it's in oh yeah, it would have to be a Biovault, eh? Yeah, because there's still an asset buried all the way at the bottom of this nonsense.
So eventually, whatever's getting scored is not going to be stopped. We also haven't seen a lot of pinhole threading around.
What do you even pick when you pinhole this server? Like, ooh, I suppose you probably click through that, right?
Yeah, you click through that. That's why you run click 1 against HB.
Definitely. Drafter handled very nicely by Amakua. So we're going to get paid back big, but at the cost of our entire turn to see one card. See what it is.
Not just one card. The core point below 5 credits. And you get 8 back on Bravado.
Yeah. Wild Sam's still showing absolutely no interest in addressing this nonsense that's happening over in Server 1.
I mean, you probably can't stop it at this point. If there's 2 Warroids, then you're paying Trace 12 to even get rid of the Warroids.
What appears to be a Biovault is active. I suppose it doesn't have to be a Biovault. Folks in chat called out Vlad Grid as another advanceable upgrade. If Shiat is an absolute mad lad, it could be a defense construct. I believe that card is still legal. Couldn't tell you what it does. I think it's still legal though.
I can tell you it has a smiley face on the art.
Yeah, I know the art, but I've never looked at the text box, not once.
And we do have the call out. If only people played Light the Fire. If only. Would Light the Fire win the game right now?
Win the game, no. Would it be really funny? Absolutely.
All right, and Quailana points out, can't be another grid because we already have Tranquility in the server.
Good
That's
call.
right.
Yes, grids have text.
Cannot be a Vladismirsk.
It continues.
All right, the people have asked, can we fit any more clowns in here? And the answer is yes.
I really want Wild Sam to run this remote just so I can see what this nonsense is. It's likely 2 Biovaults and then 2 other things. Is it double Warride? Who knows? Here's a pinhole threading. Okay, which one do you want?
I don't think there's any good pinhole threadings because they take out a Biovault and, well, the Biovault was going to waste a run anyways.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the only real option is the 2 advanced Biovault, maybe the Tranquility home grid, but I don't know, damage done from that thing. We'll see what Wild Sam chooses. There's one Warride, okay. Do I see two?
Yeah, Warroid still trashes even if you're on a pinhole run.
It does.
So seeing that we're interested in taking something out of the remote, maybe it's the Warroid. Now it's the Biovault.
The Biovault. I think I maybe would have selected the Warroid tracker at this point.
Oh, do you think the runner can get through the ice? The full rig is not up yet.
Probably not. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting decision. And now this Warroid tracker is going to go off. You probably just pay through this trace. Yep, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, and right about now, you'd like to see Miss Bones.
Yeah, Miss Bones is pretty much exactly what the doctor ordered, but this is an interesting game so far. Wild Sand really being stretched in a lot of different directions. These Fairchilds are. Well, never mind. All right, I'll stop the thought that I was going to say about these Fairchilds being really good. Unity's going to deal with those pretty cleanly.
We finally made it. Unity is here. Now we can pay money instead of clicks to get through Fairchild.
I believe it costs 5 per Fairchild 3, so pretty good, all things considered.
If you get one more Icebreaker, it'll go down to costing 4.
Yeah, once the Clip comes out, I would assume Clip's in the deck somewhere.
Yeah, it has to be.
There's MCA Austerity Policy. Very powerful acid getting res. You can click it to place a power counter on it, which will give the runner one less click on their turn. You can pay a click and trash it, pop 3 power counters off to gain 4 clicks. Very powerful card. Mirror Morph gives you another ability to click for purposes of Mirror Morph. Vamp clicks from the runner's turn, and then fast advance out your 5/3s once it builds up enough tokens.
Yeah, and we are going. We're not going slow enough that we have to worry about milling out just yet, but the Corp is halfway through the deck with no agendas scored. HQ has to be loaded. I'd be interested in just checking HQ next turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's probably at least one at HQ. Most of the time, Corps don't want to get the austerity policy rolling until there's something at HQ for them to score.
And there's no spin doctors used. The HQ is completely uncontrolled.
That should be totally clean, or rather, should be totally natural. Do we know about Biovault? We can pretty easily make that conclusion.
Yep, today falsified credentials is here to be a sure gamble. And a sure gamble it was.
You're going to pinhole again. Probably deal with the Biovault, right?
Yeah, we don't have to... Well, we do still have to engage with the clown car a bit when we have to pay for... No, Biovault is getting popped to keep the MCA austerity alive.
Surprised that Fiat didn't do that after the drafter was broken.
Zero the Maximo points out they did play Sprint, so there are two agendas at least have possibly gotten out of HQ.
Correct, there was a Sprint played earlier. Restore. You're going to restore a Biovault?
Skunkworks.
You're going to restore Skunkworks, which does RFG the other one, but I think you're pretty happy with that.
All right, I want everyone to go put a copy of Light the Fire in your decks tonight. Just do it. Don't ask any questions.
Yeah, the Skunkworks I think is going to do a lot of work here, especially given the fact that Wild Sand's already down 2 copies of Pinhole Threading. Running out of options before, just having to do it the hard way and run the server.
We've seen the runner play 2 pinholes. If there's a third one in the list, they're down to 1. There might not be 3. Some of the things that were forcing people to play 3 pinholes have been banned, so
We're going to go ahead and doof again. I like this doof. This one looks pretty good. No Biovault, nothing that would stop you from firing this off.
yeah, you come up even on the credits yourself, but you do bring the corp down to 6.
Ooh, we're going to res and pop Virus? Interesting. There is a Unity on board.
So you make him pay 1 more to boost. Actually, you're making him pay 2 more to boost with Unity. But the runner took the corp down quite low, and they might not even be able to res that ice on the remote.
Yeah, it would have to be Drafter or Magnet, both of which are dealt with pretty cleanly by this Breaker suite. Unless there's something unexpected coming out of this Mirror Morph deck, potentially Eli 1.0 could be a factor. That one I don't think would work.
I think I'd be okay with.
Eli seems pretty good here in this spot.
I need to go look up Waroid. I don't think that's correct.
I don't think that's correct either. I don't know that. Shion clarified.
they've
If
got
you
it.
trash it first, yeah,
they've got it.
Yeah, that's the thing at Waroid. You pretty much want to trash first 100% of the time, unless you really hate the cards that you have installed.
Yeah, Shishu calling out Gatekeeper. It'd be good, but the runner the runner could pay for it. They do have the Unity. And Nykride asking, does anyone have a heuristic for deciding when to do 2-for-1s?
My heuristic is when somebody else tells me to.
Yeah, that's
if
fair.
I'm in a spot where I think I'm 2-for-1ing, I ask a friend, "Hey, can I 2-for-1 here?" So basically, the same thing that you did is my heuristic.
Yeah, you do a 2-for-1 if you think that you'll only make it into the top cut via. You have to sweep them, so you just agree that the game would be a sweep. But exactly when to do that is very difficult math, and it's too strong for me. I can't figure it out.
I studied liberal arts in college, man. I don't have time to do math.
All right, we have a Bravado coming in for the remote. Just checking, can you res that ice? Is it any good?
Yeah, this is a good Bravado. This Magnet, that's best case scenario for Wild Sam. I don't even know if you res this if you're Shiat.
Yeah, it'll be hard to score something out with MCA next turn.
I mean, it costs 2, but they're going to get the 2 credits. They're going to get 1 credit back by virtue of the Bravado. Plus, they get to bankroll. So it doesn't. I don't know if this really works out in your favor, but.
Yeah, and there's still a Skunkworks that is live, so it's not just paying to get past the Magnet. The runner still has to pay 5 credits because they're out of clicks, and then you can't really do much. And the runner does have 4 credits on bankroll, but I bet you're hoping to get more out of it than that.
All right, there's good a balance. I think they also have realized that, well, I have to pay 5 on the way in, and then I got to trash stuff, and yeah, they're going to go to 0 or some number approaching 0. Again, I'm not sitting here doing math.
I can count to the corp has 0 credits. What are they going to do next turn? I guess they're going to put everything back into R&D next turn.
Spin Doctor comes out. That's sort of suggesting, well, I guess if Shiat's looking to score a 5-3, then next turn's the one they'd have to do it. Or is it? Well, they don't have the money, so yeah, they would have to wait.
All right, let me check how much time we have left in the round. Feels like we've been going for a minute.
Good question. Looks like we have about 25 minutes left for round 3.
Okay.
At 41 after the hour, it looks like, is when this round ends. We're going to see another Bravado on the remote. This time we are going to break it.
Yeah, this time we have the clicks.
Yeah.
And I think the runner has enough money to at least take out the Warride tracker and up to a few other things. I feel like Tranquility is probably going to stay there. And then the Corp just has a magnet.
Yeah, I think Wild Fan would certainly prefer that they had found a copy of Miss Bones here, but I agree. I think you just have to clear out this remote at some point. Gonna bankroll now. Makes sense. I think you're gonna lose your window to do so here anyway.
Warride is going down first. We're going to pay a whole lot of money to take out the circus.
Well, no circus lasts forever, right? I mean, they all got to leave town eventually.
Yeah, usually due to health and safety violations. All right, that one link on 419 coming in handy. You don't have to pay the full 4. Skunkworks is coming down, and even the Tranquility Home Grid.
Tranquility, you know they had to do it to him. I mean, that's just you're on no money, and because I said so.
Now the Corp has 17 cards to figure out how to score out.
The Doctor puts in Tranquility Grid and Mana Garm. I think makes sense, trying to rebuild the action in the remote. Gonna be curious how they're ever gonna get the money to do anything.
And I think we're seeing the follow up on what we said in the early game, which is the Corp was just maintaining around 9 credits to keep the remote going while the runner was keeping their money. And now we're here asking, where's all the money the Corp needs? All right, we see a take back.
Probably for sequencing reasons. I mean, if you're Wild Sim, you probably just continue to check this remote, right? It only costs you 1 real credit with the Paragon trigger, and you get the benefit of scrying.
And if one of those is a defensive upgrade, now you force the Corp to decide if they want to spend 2 credits on it.
Yeah, you try to defuse everything the best you can. Wild Sim disagreeing, though, looking to draw up 3 times, and then we're going to go check Archives, likely to force a Spin Doctor pop. Makes sense. I think getting through the drafter is also going to cost a net of 1 between the Buchalter and the Paragon trigger.
No Spin Doctor pop. There's big deal.
Well, that one's pretty far away. We're also going to steal an Elifagar. The virus also going to clean out that Amakua. Letting 419 have the Elifagar. Does that strike you as curious, or do you think that Shia just doesn't care about the difference between 2 and 3 points?
I think that you just don't care. You're preserving that doctor for something bigger.
The draw card, Tranquility. We're going to rebuild the Tranquility grid.
Well, you've got 14 cards left. Chiat needs to go quickly.
Honestly, not running HQ is wild to me. I mean, like not necessarily just now, but just not at really any point throughout the game. Chiat's been sitting here just kind of twiddling his thumbs a little bit. I would have had to have thought that one agenda would have crossed over into HQ. I know there's not too many of them probably in a deck built like this where we know that there's foods and Iqua projects, but still.
Well, it feels bad to run HQ unless you're on some kind of legwork run through a Fairchild 3, but no one plays legwork anymore.
Yeah, Docklands Pass maybe somewhere in here.
Axu
to
asking if there's any misbones that have been used. No, the 419 has had to pay a lot of money to deal with all of this.
none yet anyway. Certainly possible that Miss Bones makes an appearance yet, but not at this point. Second Spin Doctor out of the game. Let's see what the shuffles are. Restore MCA austerity policy. Makes sense.
Yeah, if you're hoping to rebuild the remote, then you'd have to use Spin Doctor on that, not on keeping 1 point out of their score area.
Paperclip finally hitting the bin here, so Breaker Suite basically assembled at this point. Not that there's any barriers up quite yet.
And I think we're waiting to see if the runner has one more giant clearing of the server to try to get to try to lock the corp out. But the money's pretty dried up at this point. What more money are they going to have?
There's Docklands pass, so here feels like there's an HQ run coming this turn. There's Dirty Laundry, and I believe Wild Sand will be credit perfect to take an Ikawa project, but only one.
Well, what are the odds of 2? Yeah, okay, never mind. There's 2.
Scores.
Corporation really wants to just make sure that this remote is constructed, and we're going to play all the recursion that we have available to make it happen.
Circus will never leave town as long as Fiat has something to say about it. Here comes austerity policy. So guessing Wild Sam whiffed. Yep, there's an Ikawa. Looks like Wild Sam may have whiffed or ripped one off the top.
Yeah, it's a good time to check. There's absolutely no agendas moving through the remote, and the corp has to have stuff in hand. So a bit unlucky, but maybe it was probably 50-50. You lose 50-50s every so often. And Wild Sam is drawing. There's Wake Implant. That's going to be helpful.
Losing the Mad Dash to meat damage is a big deal, though. That is not what you want to see happen.
No, you want to get one clean 3-point steal.
There's Ellie Fauger, so it looks like Shiat's going to go to 4. We know there's a restore in hand for the MCA austerity policy. Wisely choosing not to trigger the Ellie Fauger, just going to score it as a 2-1.
Yeah, so now I think the corp has a sense of urgency now that we see the multi-access coming down.
Yeah, R&D looking a little thin in the multi-axis coming out. Shiat understanding that it's time to move. Wild Sam going back into HQ. Let's see what happens. They get a Paragon trigger. There's a copy of a virus. That's probably going to get trashed. And a copy of Tranquility. Well, that's not going to get trashed.
Yeah, and that's a big hit for the corporation because that Amarkwood just got set back away from being able to break Fairchild, and now we're still paying 5 to break Fairchild for a while.
Yeah, these HQ access has been really unfortunate for Wild Sam, just not seeing any sort of action.
Yeah, the corp does have a chance, and I think they might be on 2 bifurcations. So they might have scored the bifurcation just to make sure that they don't have an unlucky access take away their 7th point.
Yeah, I would guess 8 agendas here, given did we see 2 bifurcations? Yep, we're going to restore the MCA. Makes sense. Click that. Do we gain another credit here? Yep. Mirror Morph campaign. Perfect. There's Miss Bones, right on schedule.
Miss Bones, you were supposed to be here at 50 cards ago.
Let's see what this outermost ice is. 6 credits to Shiat's Day means that it could probably be just about anything. If he wants to save some money for some of these upgrades in the remote as well.
Yeah, do you res the third Fairchild 3 if that's what's there?
I don't think so. I think depending on what these upgrades are, if this is Fairchild 3 on the outside, I'm just saying no res.
All right, how many War Rage do we have in the bin?
I think the border control makes sense. There's some of the influence getting shown. At this point, up to this point, all we've seen is Mavirus and Spin Doctors.
And the runner can't actually afford to. If the runner installs Clippy, then that's just more money than you have.
Yeah, this is just gonna work. Well timed. Wild Sam not really showing any money on the table either. All three bravados in the bin. Dirty Laundry, not exactly raw econ the way it is in the early game. 2 out of 3, or all 3 sure gambles gone. So this remote might be tough to penetrate at this point.
There are 12 minutes left in the round. I think this match is gonna make it to the score.
I agree. I think someone will probably close this one out one way or the other. But yeah, if server 1 has any sort of defensive upgrade, whether it's Skunk Works or Anoetic Void, if that happens to be in the deck, I don't think that Wild Sam's getting in anymore with this border control.
Yep, Giot needs to do some thinking. Because while you've got a commanding server there, 4 credits isn't quite enough.
You still do need, or Shiat does still need another turn in order to threaten a 5-3 score. I think he can do it next turn with the Mirror Morph trigger.
Yeah, you
If
can
not
get
next turn, the turn after.
You can get the necessary clicks next turn to score a 5-3, and then Tranquility Home Grid will give you the credits to do it.
Right, Tranquility will get you the money, so or you could just get the money this turn, either one. I think if Shiat has a 5-3 in his hand, he basically just needs to wait. Possible that may not have been the best install because there are turtle counters being threatened by this, but
if you win next turn, you can't get turtle counters up to 5.
True. There's only the 1.
So the corporation installs Nano Etching Matrix, takes some money.
Boomerang's pretty good here. Gonna go on HQ.
Yeah, we're calling it. Do you think a Mad Dash is in order?
There would have to be 2 in the deck because we saw 1 get lost to meat damage from the install of the Wake Implant. We're gonna see Dirty Laundry. I would guess we're gonna see a Wake Implant run on R&D to follow this up. I think we will have enough money to steal anything but an Ikawa.
And Fairchild 3 is being allowed to fire, so we're just going to trash some stuff we don't need. There's Miss Bones.
Yeah, Wild Sam correctly recognizing that the remote is probably off the table at this point. We'll see 2 cards from HQ.
There's Aikawa. But now you don't have any clicks left.
So I think Wild Sam just has to knock the top of Shiat's deck and pray that he doesn't draw another agenda to score. Just gotta hope that was the only 5-3 in hand.
Click to draw. Looks like there's no 5-3 in hand.
Click to draw does not instill me with a lot of confidence if I'm Shiat. And then next turn, this Wake Implant looking very good. Likely just gonna amount to a Maker's Eye.
Yeah, it can't. Yeah, you can just run and click through Fairchild 3. Although I guess you have to be worried about a third Aikawa project is what you access in R&D, so you can't just click through.
I think you can click for 3 credits if you're Wild Sam and just run last. No, you can't because Ikawa project. Maybe can you click for 2 credits and.
I think 2 credits is enough.
Yeah, I think 2 credits will be enough between the Paragon trigger. Jedi HQ, is that a tell?
Yeah, it's a very. It suggests that there's something important. Maybe is there a third doof in the bin?
Don't think so. I think we've seen all 3. There are all 3 are in the bin. Yeah. So Doof is out the door. This feels like Shiat either it's one of 2 things. It's either a tell that there's an agenda in HQ, or it's the deepest covered ruse on the planet because there's nothing in HQ and he's trying to bait. It's just a bait.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to pay to stack ice on R&D at this point.
Especially paying to prevent the expose too. So that was a 2-cost install. I guess money's not really an object at this point, but you still have to hold up a few credits to be able to score. I think Wild Sam can realistically only get into HQ or R&D. I think it comes down to whether or not we think that click to draw was an agenda. We're gonna go HQ.
Let's find out.
Shiat saying you won't.
Fairchild 2.
I believe that costs 4.
Well, I think at the very least you don't need Amakua at this point.
True, and you could probably afford to take core damage. I don't think that's really impactful whatsoever here at this point. You just gotta not die. So yeah, maybe this can just fire. I don't know, because you'll be credit perfect to get through the Fairchild and have enough money left over, money and clicks left over to steal the Nikawa project. Yeah, this is probably fine. Trash Amakua, trash. I don't know. Trash
maybe
Amakua.
Just find global food.
Yeah, second or third global food will do it.
So Wild Sam thinks that this HQ ice was a tell. There's something to see in HQ.
Now, assuming Wild Sam lets this fire, what are you trashing? Because you can't pay, or else you can't break the Fairchild 3. I think you're right that you can trash the Amakua, but I'm a lot less sure as to what the second card you can trash is. Is it Wake Implant?
If you're going through this server, it's really difficult to run R&D again at all. Like you can't let Drafter fire because I think there's a Mandagarm Skunkworks somewhere that you can install. I don't see any in the archives right now though.
I don't think you can trash the Paragon because you actually need the Paragon on this run if you think you're going to hit Nikawa Project. If you trash Wake Implant, you're basically saying I'm never running R&D ever again. I think the only 2 that you could ever think about are Wake Implant and Paragon. Actually, the Paragon. Okay, so if Wild Sam sees an Ikawa project in this run, they're going to kick themselves.
You could let Fairchild trash your Unity. Oh, right.
Yeah,
no, you have to.
Trash. I guess you could just trash other stuff off the Fairchild 3, but that doesn't feel good either. I mean, that feels, in a way, almost even more all in. You're not high enough on money to be able to just jack out and run R&D, are you? Because I don't know how you get through this stuff.
You could
I mean,
You could choose to spend the 5 you're thinking about this Fairchild on that Fairchild instead.
right. That's what I'm thinking about. But I think at that point you'd have to let the drafter on R&D fire if you refocus.
And if the Corp has a Skunkworks in hand, then it's all over. And we are down to 3 minutes left in the round, so
I think the players may want to consider picking up the pace a little bit.
Jeff, we need you to warn them about the round time.
Looks like we're going to keep going. We're going to go through the Fairchild 3. I'm curious how Wild Sam will choose to deal with this. Boost is 5.
There's 2 foods left and 1 Aikawa. You could just say it's probably food.
I would guess that might be the play here. We're not fully breaking this. I think if you think you're going to hit a food, you fully break this. But the way Wild Sam is choosing to pay for this in the JNet interface makes me think that they're not going to do that. What do you trash here? Broken the end the run, so we're.
I think you're trashing a program.
If you think this is the last turn of the game, then yeah, I think the program is probably the safest trash.
There's nothing on R&D strictly ends the run if the Corp fails to win.
The Fairchild 3 would, because the Corp gets the choice on that one.
But you can click through that on the Hail Mary run.
True. Again, assuming you're not going to hit Inikawa. But you have the Wake implant, so your odds might be a little bit better. Yeah, I think I like trashing the Unity, paying 1 more and then trashing the Unity maybe. And then next turn you can just click through the Fairchild. You could honestly maybe even just let the draft, like take the risk and let the drafter fire if the game doesn't end here. Yeah, trash the Unity. I think Wild Sam sees the same line. See what it is. There's a drafter and a global food. That's it.
That's it. We didn't have to worry nearly so hard about that.
That was a great game. Really good one. Well played from both parties.
Wild Sam lamenting how much brain juice was burnt on this random steal. That is the time in the round.
All right, well, with that, I'm going to step away for just a brief moment, and I'll be right back on shortly.
All right. I'm going to bring us back to the Cobra results. Let's see how we've done in round 3 as reported. Oh, cool. Cobra now tells you that some things were a 2 for 1. So it looks like Deer won with Hoshiko versus the outfit. Actually, no, 2 for 1s are random. I don't know what was played there. Table 1's reportings are not in yet, but Table 2 looks like Personal Evolution and Hoshiko are coming back, might make it into the top table. And Table 3, we see Ag Infusion, Hoshiko, Outfit, and Zaya. So it looks like we're seeing that Ag Infusion is doing pretty well here, Zaya is doing pretty well here, the Outfit's doing pretty well here. We haven't seen an op deck. I'll try to make sure that we watch an op game next. Then we watched Building a Better World. It didn't quite get the incredible opening we saw before the repair, so unfortunate luck there. Then going further down the tables, as Miri is falling down the tables a little bit. Controlling the message is in here too. And over in Twitch, we were talking about the rudeness of personal evolution. And yes, that was a pretty brutal game we watched.
All right, I'm curious how the standings from this round shook out. Looks like we saw a handful of 2-for-1s. Deer, Izzy, Freeform Jazz, Wentagon all winning their 2-for-1s.
And then we see splits for the Corp between Motion Blur, Sebastian, the King, and Bink Bunkle. Then we see an all natural 6-0 for Near Earth Hub.
Doing it the hard way over Ob and Hoshiko.
All right, I think next round I want to try to watch an Op game if we can. We have not seen Op yet this tournament. Although, looks like Op is down at table 9.
Yeah, Op, I think, has been underperforming a little bit this tournament. Op a tough ID to build for in an unknown meta, so I do get it here. All right, looks like pairing for round 4 are up.
Yep, that is up. We could take a break to see what Op is up to, because I'm sure we'll see the good IDs fighting it out in the top cut. What do you think?
We could do that, or we could hop over into table 6 and see 2 players that we have not seen before, Frizzler and Izzy.
That's a good idea. Let's check on table 6.
All right. Hope everyone out there on the internet is doing well. This is round 4 of the first ever NSG Accelerated Meta Test. It's a monthly tournament series hosted by Null Signal Games. Basically, where we get to basically have a little tournament setting for folks who may not have a large meta or just want to get some extra tournament practice in. No prizes on this one, just bragging rights, but hopefully a good time gets had by all. I know I've been enjoying getting to see these games take place and see some new stuff in this brave new world that we're in.
Yep. Yeah, the standard ban list has been hard at work trying to make sure that we're doing something different from last week. And now we're seeing what is everybody up to.
Based on the standings, I would guess Deer is locked. They're at 18 prestige, so that would be... Yeah, I think they're likely locked for the top cut. There is going to be a top cut. I believe it's a cut to top 4 following this round.
And then we have, up next, we have Sebastian and Motion Blur at 15, as well as Nike Ride. And then we see a clean set of 3 on the outfit, and Zaya, and 1 419 substituting as Zaya.
The big winners so far that we've been seeing, I think Zaya, certainly one of them. One that I called in the beginning, I think Tag Me seems to be quite strong in the face of a real lack of tag punishment. I also think that the Ag Infusion decks are performing quite well. The Trieste Model Bioroids into Loki to really just set up unassailable servers across the board seems to be doing quite well for the folks that decided to bring that deck. I'm going to go ahead and see if Table 6 is okay with us streaming. All right. Izzy and Frizzler are okay with us streaming over on Table 6.
Excellent.
So we've got Izzy representing Sports Metal and Frizzler representing 419. 419 we just saw. Sports Metal, I think we saw earlier in the tournament. Pretty standard Sports Metal Fast Advanced list, though it was running Nightmare Archive, Mr. Hendrick, and Ontological Dependence, a build that a lot of folks were testing out right when Parhelion dropped. But with Sports Metal, the thing that I'm always suspicious of anytime I see it is Fast Advance, the ID ability, just letting you regain tempo from scoring agendas, seems to lend itself quite well to a Fast Advance style of play.
Yeah, Sports Metal got a bunch of tools. It can people have always joked that you'd be better off playing the Thule cards in Sports Metal, and some people are trying that out, seeing if that works.
All right, so it looks like we are underway. Izzy's going to start by installing Ice on HQ. Looks like she does choose to prevent the expose. And then setting up a remote. I would suspect that this is a Rashida or Tranquility home grid over in server 1.
Yeah, Rashida's wonderful if you can get away with it, but 419 might just doof HQ and then come check out the Rashida.
Well, he's going to test it. Let's see what happens. I think if you're Izzy, if this is Rashida, you have to res, assuming that this will stop Frizzler. And that is exactly what happens with the Gatekeeper.
Incredible face check.
Choosing to draw 3 cards. We'll see if she chooses to shuffle any agendas back into R&D. I believe you can shuffle up to 3. And we're going to shuffle 3. Off-World Office, Elifagar, and Project Vitruvius. This may not be an all-in fast advanced list, as we do see a real 4-2 in play in the form of Off-World Office.
Yeah, you almost...
Hedge fund.
Rarely do you see 4-2s in Sports Metal.
Yeah, I would suspect to see then some seamless launches come out here. This would suggest to me to be a list more similar to what Saka won Worlds with, where it's something of a mid-range hybrid, fast advanced, never advanced deck, playing both Biotic Labor and seamless launch.
Right, and Frizzler finds an bifurcation on R&D, and you like
Not
points, but it gave Izzy the desperately needed credits, and Rashida's going to fire. So now Izzy can play Hedge Fund.
Yeah, getting back up to that 5 mark is very, very nice. And also simply drawn a lot of cards between the Gatekeeper fire and the Rashida firing. So we're going to continue jamming in server 1. We're not going to show 419 what it is. And we're going to continue icing it. Yeah, choosing to play something of a little mid-range strategy here. Now, notably, this Gatekeeper strength has fallen down to 0, so a little bit more vulnerable to Amakua.
Yeah, and Izzy is just... So even in a normal game, the common wisdom is if you just run open R&D, the Corp will score out faster than you can steal from R&D. But that's even more true against Sports Metal.
There's a
So
mega
like both of them are ignoring R&D. Mega pre-qualifier into Frizzler's score area, but that's probably not good for Frizzler because that turns on the rest of the mega pre, and they're now worth 2 points.
Exactly. That's exactly where Izzy wants the first one to go, is over into Frizzler's score area. There's a copy of Magnet. Interesting that Izzy's choosing to res that Magnet now rather than on the first run. Certainly it paid off getting the mega pre stolen, but...
I mean, maybe there's 2 mega pre.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Frizzler's board, by the way, looking clean. Exactly the way a criminal board should look. Never mind, now it's ugly. Best criminal wins when you install absolutely 0 cards. Ooh, nice score. Luminal getting scored in that remote. Easily the best agenda in Izzy's deck. Effectively just letting you take another turn. Regaining 3 clicks. You can't score agendas, but that's fine because gaining 3 clicks is pretty powerful in and of itself.
You've just scored the biggest agenda in the whole deck. What more could you ask for?
Yeah. I also love playing Time Walk in my decks.
And Frizzler's coming to check out R&D. 9 credits it's enough to res probably most of the ice you have, but it's not entirely enough. All right. And now all the servers are closed. Frizzler needs to go find a real breaker now. Or just a boomerang. But draw 3 cards is huge right now. Izzy was out of cards.
Yeah, I think she's drawn extra cards every single turn this game. And Sports Metal, I gotta tell you, Sports Metal loves drawing cards.
Sports Metal will draw cards even if they've got 1 credit. So we see Frizzler going down to very low credits to play the class act, but this gives you your choice of 5 cards, and you've got 2 daily casts ticking, so Frizzler should be able to bounce back and get the economy rolling again, but Izzy might get 1 turn of uncontested scoring right now.
Yeah, it feels like Izzy may want to set up a score here on this turn. I wouldn't be shocked to see her go for Biotic Labor, perhaps. Except she's low on money, excuse me. Perhaps at Audacity, then.
Or just a turn to set up the economy. 419 is charging the corp money, because as you saw, we're short on Biotic Labor this turn, and 419 kept us there.
Just had fun. Okay, so the money's back. Server 1's been sitting here for a little while, right? Or rather, the card that's in it could be a copy of Tranquility Home Grid, just waiting for another card to put in the remote server.
Server 1 was installed last turn.
You're right, it was last turn off the Luminal score. Good call.
All right, we're taking a mirror morph turn today.
Had fun, draw, gain a credit, yeah.
Back to Frizzler. 5 is a lot of money. These daily casts are now just gonna put money in your bank account, and this is a pretty solid amount of money to have coming in. You've already taken the tempo hit, and now we're on to Rogue Trading.
We're on the tag package. So we see Rogue Trading and Citadel Sanctuary here. Citadel Sanctuary allowing Frizzler to clear the tag off of the Rogue Trading clicklessly and likely for no money. Paying into this trace as the corp is not exactly a great feeling.
Yeah, you could pay 10 to stick the tag, but
Doesn't seem like a great trade to me.
Doesn't seem great. And now the runner really has a lot of money, and now the corporation really has to try to score out quickly.
No, Server 1 was an agenda the whole time. It was the Mega Pre-qualifier. We suspected a second Mega Pre in hand. I think you called it.
Now the runner has to find breakers. That's the main obstacle between all this money and getting some agendas.
Notably, is he still having money to fire off a Biotic Labor and threaten another score next turn?
Yeah, we saw Off-World Office. I wonder if Seamless Launch might be in this list.
Wouldn't shock me.
So if Izzy has Biotic Labor and another Mega Pre, now is the time. Then you're just one Elevigar away from winning. In the meantime, Frizzler is getting to take 6 on the Rogue Trading and then get rid of the tag for free because the corporation can't afford to pay for that.
Yeah, quite a bit of money sitting over on Frizzler's side, but he hasn't been drawing a ton of cards. Still 38 cards left in his stack. It's like, is he setting up a third ice on the remote server? Feels like another jam. There's another card going in there. Make that 2 cards.
All right, so we're setting up a probable gear check into defensive upgrade.
There's a lot of things that, yeah, server 1 could be just about anything. Defensive upgrade. I mean, really, you name it.
And I feel like this has to be an agenda, and this is going to be a really important score. There's a lot of resources going into this.
Yeah, if I'm Frizzler, I agree. I would be looking at this, the second or the third ice going down, and thinking that's probably another agenda. I would think that Izzy feels pretty safe to be scoring again. We're gonna boomerang the Gatekeeper. Security Nexus. Hello.
That's what all the money's for.
All right.
We thought that the boat was taken away from us, but it really just costs less influence now.
I think Frizzler's still got to be hoping that only that all three of these ice can't stop him, because or that he can only res 1 out of 2.
Yeah, Izzy can't win the trace on Security Nexus. There's just the runner has too much link and too much money.
This is such a throwback. I feel like we haven't seen Security Nexus get installed by 419, or really anybody for that matter, in a very long time. Last time I recall seeing this deck was back when Power Tap was a card.
I do remember Power Tap, and eventually people came to the conclusion that it's just too slow. If Power Tap's working, you've probably lost the game already.
He's using the tank a little bit. Makes sense. I think this is actually a really tough decision here.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to if you can res 3 things, 2 of which are the ice. Or I'm sorry, if you can res 2 out of 3 between the ice and a possible Managarm Skunkworks. No res on the Gatekeeper, or on that outermost.
No res on either ice. Rizzler gonna use the boomerang to get through the Gatekeeper here. See what Izzy has stored away in the remote server.
All right, maybe saving Security Nexus for something else. And no defensive upgrade. Whatever's in server 1 is just available to the runner.
Virus, and I don't know if that was the most recent card installed.
Yeah, we can't see which one the runner's accessing, but not too consequential. But if Amaku is the plan, now Archives is off, and Tranquility. All right, it was a ruse. But now the runner can get in much more easily with Security Nexus. If Frizzler can find some more breakers, then the corp has a time limit.
We're just going to see a draw on last click, so no use of the Security Nexus on the turn that it was installed, but there's red level, so looks like the modes we're going to choose are draw 2 and gain 2. Okay.
Okay. No fast advance coming this turn, it looks like. We've only seen a Mavirus in terms of influence. So we might still be on a very aggressive fast advance plan. And if that's the case, scoring out 4 points without using any fast advance tools is a pretty strong position to be in.
You want, most definitely. Pass the turn back over to Frizzler. Frizzler's still sitting on 6 credits on this rogue trading, as well as a Security Nexus going to allow him to hopefully bypass 1 piece of ice per turn. There's a doof.
That'll be a setback for the corporation.
Certainly, certainly. Yep. So Magnet going to get bypassed, and we're going to proceed right on to doofing. Is he going to be knocked down to 3 credits? Yep, she's not going to res anything over in server 1. Makes sense. Now, Security Nexus is used, so going in and trying to bust up server 1 is a tough ask without any breakers or boomerangs. Ooh, Rashida.
That's a Rashida. Good recovery. So if Biotic's the plan, we're 1 credit short. But if Audacity's the plan, surely you've got one by now.
It'd be a tough ask of the Audacity. You still need an additional point, and you're bidding a lot of cards here. I think it's very reasonable to assume that Izzy's drawn into at least one more agenda off this Rashida. And there's nary a Spin Doctor in sight at this point. No actions taken quite yet. If you're Izzy, what direction are you looking to take this turn in?
That depends. I don't know what I don't know what the fast advance plan looks like. Surely it must. I'm surely thinking that there's Audacity in here somewhere. And we just drew a lot of cards, so there might be Audacity with several agendas hanging out in hand. But every turn you don't Audacity is just getting closer to getting locked out of being able to score anything.
I think we're going to install here. Well, if she's preventing the expose, it makes me think that it's not going to get scored this turn. Yep, we're going to get click for a credit, and
So maybe she's open to just never advance that and gear check the runner with the 3 ice.
yeah, that's kind of what I think Izzy's probably looking to do here. I don't think you really want to fire off Audacity at this point. I think you want to do that for the last agenda. I think she's hoping to either never advance something out of server 1 or Biotic Labor, assuming that that is in the deck.
Audacity would be pretty bad now, says Shizu or Shishu. And yeah, you would toss a lot of cards, but sometimes it's worth it. My friend made me promise not to judge her for playing Audacity with 9 cards in hand.
We're going to start off with a copy of Blueberry Diesel, or as I call it, Beazle. I would be surprised if Frizzler didn't go and try to check server 1. I think with Izzy being only on 7 credits, it's going to be a tough ask to res both of those unres pieces of ice on server 1.
Yeah, you probably need one breaker or some kind of trick to at least threaten to break one of the unresed ice.
Agreed.
Because if you've got just one gear check on that server, then that keeps the security nexus out.
Now, I would suspect Frizzler to be on Amina as the decoder here, just based on the fact that some of the influence is tied up in Security Nexus. The only other card it would probably be is Unity. Oh, well, now we're going to see it's Vitruvius in the remote server, so...
Good call.
Now Frizzler's going to go in, I think.
You need that money to get it, but you've got one click to deal with both of these ice.
There's Amakua. That'll deal with Gatekeeper.
Yeah, I think that's as good of a chance as any, because now Izzy has to res both of these, and they both have to require the security nexus.
Exactly. I think the 7 credits, yeah, so there's a couple permutations of ice that would bail Izzy out, but most importantly, if she does res both these pieces of ice, she can't score next turn. With most likely. It would be tough.
Oh, cool. JNet says the errata now. I haven't played on JNet a lot. It's mostly in person.
Same. I'm not much of a. That's why I commentate. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, I think that gets security nexused.
I think you're right.
So 3 credits now with the 2 link. That gets you through security nexus, and now 2 credits on the Amakua gets through Gatekeeper. And I think Izzy probably takes the money to try to recover.
I agree.
Because you do need one more something to try to gear check the runner.
And I have to think that Izzy felt pretty safe with that agenda. You don't really mess around with your 3/2s if you're a sports metal deck. If that was a ruse and she's trying to just feed him something to drag him through the remote, you have better agendas to do that. You have, I mean, Ellie Fauger, you have 3/1, possibly even Hyperloop.
And
A lot of options. Even another Mega Pre would have been better because it's only worth 1 point in Frizzly's score area.
yeah, and that was 5 credits to get through. So we're nowhere near running through all of 419's money.
Oh.
But maybe that's just the play to try to get away with the remaining Mega Pre qualifiers. I guess it's just 1 at this point. But now Izzy's in a tough spot because pretty much anything except Audacity needs a lot more money to function. 419 is going to keep dragging down your credit total.
Yeah, I think the answer is maybe just keep jamming. I would think that Izzy's deck has a lot of garbage that she can just toss in server 1 and not really think about it. And if Frizzler runs it, okay, no harm, no foul. And if Frizzler doesn't run it, then you're pretty happy about that too. If it's Rashida, if it's Spin Doctor, if it's the Tranquility Home Grid.
Yeah, I think ideally it would be Tranquility Home Grid because that will really drag 419's credits down. And then you just have to hope that they don't win on R&D.
Yeah, the Amaku install definitely makes R&D quite a bit softer here too, and I got to think that Frizzly's going to take advantage of that here very shortly.
Yeah, but you don't have that much money to run as though it's totally open. 2 credits does still matter.
2 credits does matter because you're not getting paid back from anything like Penny Shaver or Paragon. That's definitely true. Is he choosing to draw up here with her first click? HQ probably quite a bit safer than anywhere than R&D, just with the magnet here. Frizzler can't run archives to gain turtle counters. There is a virus stuck in there.
I think the play is to try to get up enough credits to res that 3rd piece of ice.
Yeah.
And then hope you can gear check them because 419 is not far into their deck. We do see 4 agendas in the bin. Maybe if one of them is a Hyperloop extension, that could be the hedge fund you need.
Yeah, Hyperloop definitely a good one to feed to the runner. It does put them on 5 points, which makes the 2nd and 3rd Vitruvius a little spooky. Frizzler's going to run R&D. Gatekeeper gets broken for 2 credits with the Samakua.
All right, the corpse taking too long. We're going to go try to grab the agendas out of R&D. It's an access and nothing. 1 counter for turtle.
Rogue Trading gets cleared out as well. Frizzler just content to money up for next turn. Tag gets dropped paying nothing. Turns out Link is really good.
Yeah, 419's economy is going strong. And that's just 1 Rogue Trading that has basically paid for this whole game so far. Okay.
We're going to override Gatekeeper here.
That's an exaggeration. There's 2 daily casts in a career fair. But Rogue Trading getting to just give you 18 credits with no drawback. That's a lot of money, and that's a huge problem for the corporation.
I like this run on R&D on the newly installed ice. There's a magnet. Okay, that can get Nexus through, but it still costs 3. Here curious that we're choosing to magnet through the R&D ice rather than try to go HQ.
Well, when the corp draws, and then installs nothing, it makes you think that there's not much to find in HQ. Because how much economy could the corp possibly draw? That's not installable. They've already played all the hedge funds.
Rear fare for daily cast, so pretty good. Again, as you put it, the economy staying strong. Ooh, is he clicking for 3 credits? That's not what you want to see.
Oh, and there's 5 face downs in archives. So HQ's looking pretty loaded. And
It's backbreaking.
yeah, Doof is there to just make sure you can't get solvent.
I'm wondering if Izzy maybe should have considered paying into the security nexus trace just to deny some money on Frizzler's end.
I think that depends on if there's agendas in HQ. Because if there's no money to steal, then now the runner gets accesses.
Well, not if the security nexus trace fails. If the security nexus trace fails, I believe the run ends immediately.
It does end immediately. But what if they pay into it? What if everyone burns all their money on the security nexus? Yeah, Shizu, is correct. You can audacity on 1 credit. And hopefully there is an audacity somewhere in the corpse hand.
So is he effectively being set a couple turns back by the fact that that doof came down at an extremely critical moment? Continuing to click for credits again. Still not what you want to see if you're a sports metal player. Frizzler with basically free reign of the board here very shortly. Just needs 1 more turtle counter to be able to get through these magnets for a single credit.
Yeah, and another Blueberry Diesel. So despite having a lot of cards left in the stack, there has been a fair bit of filtering occurring.
I wonder what Frizzler's looking for. More breakers, possibly?
Yeah, the proper decoder would crack this wide open. Like, I think if an Amina hits the table, that's probably the end of the line for the corp.
Yeah, that's going to be a real dagger. Just the credit denial at this point in the game might be too much.
All right, Frizzler's continuing to draw.
There's Bugalter. This Onsel quite a bit less scary at this point.
And with these very controlling decks that 419 often makes, there sometimes is at most 1 way to multi-access.
There's Bachlan Botchkin. That's pretty good. That's a kind of a Maxwell James-like effect once he gets enough power counters. You don't really care about the tag because you have the Citadel Sanctuary on board. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's cool to see Botchkin.
3 more credits. I wonder if Izzy is just sitting on a 3-2 in Biotic Labor and just holding on for dear life. She is back at the magic number here.
It would be a very rough turn to get the 3rd doof.
Yeah, 3rd doof would be heartbreaking here.
Well, there it is.
No. Oh no.
Well, 419. Surely you have to go access agendas at some point. Yeah, Baramu pointing out that 419 might be drawing towards Wake Implant, which is probably a single copy in the deck.
Yeah, most of the time. Wake Implant, even I'd be happy with Dockland's Pass even too. HQ is typically the place against a lot of these fast advanced decks.
All right, are we going to go for a fourth or fifth turn of clicking for credits?
You betcha. I'm still really surprised that Frizzler's not just running HQ for accesses here. I mean, is he there? Okay, well, Boomerang's good.
It only saves one credit over Security Nexus, though. Because I still think, like, when the runner has this many credits, you can't spitefully dump your credits into the Security Nexus trace. We are coming in for a single. HQ is very likely to have stuff in it.
Okay, there's an Audacity.
There is the Audacity.
Good to know about. I don't think Frizzler's going to have a way of interacting with that card. Other than, just winning the game first. Pretty good interaction.
Yeah, it's classic strategy for dealing with your problems.
Win. Just the old Al Davis strategy. Just win, baby. All right, red level's going to gain 2, get a click, and then gain 3 more. Okay, all right.
All right.
I always get really excited when I see red level clearance saying they get a click. I mean, a click could be anything. It could even be another credit.
All right, 419. Where is your multi-access?
Now, Wake Implant, Dockland's Pass.
Stargate. There it is.
Stargate's good too.
And that might be enough to close the game this turn.
See what Stargate is going to let us see.
And right now, the magnets are within range of Armakua, going down for 1 credit.
Magnets, Spin Doctor, Audacity. What do you take here? You say I'm between the Spin Doctor and the Audacity.
Yeah, there's very likely to be archives, some agendas stranded in archives, but that that Audacity is also a really important card.
I think maybe Frizzler is just banking on the idea that Izzy's not going to draw up to draw the second copy of Audacity. Also, the second copy of Audacity may not be super impactful. A lot of times, Sports Metal's not going to fire off both of them. They just want the extra copy as something redundant.
There is 1 Audacity in hand right now.
There it is.
Yeah,
again.
There it is. Audacity may be the hero of this matchup, just blocking all the agendas from being stolen.
There's Biotic Labor. Okay.
All right, that might be the magic number we were building towards. Biotic something out of HQ, and then Audacity something out of HQ.
I don't think there's anything too bad that Izzy could score. I'm guessing it's just Mega Pre or Vitruvius.
Yeah, I think 2 points is the most dangerous thing that sports can do right now.
Yeah, it's Vitruvius.
All right, up to 6 points for sports medal, and now the runner has to think about,
I was gonna say,
should I
think you
sweep HQ?
draw cards here too because you're planning on scoring the last point with audacity. Um, if Izzy has Ellie Fergar in hand, she can score from 0.
Yeah, although the runner could just Stargate, C points, and win.
Definitely, yeah. And
Right now, you
hey,
might finally start thinking about checking those 9 face downs.
yeah, the tough pill to swallow with checking the 9 face downs is you do lose your turtle counters and you don't have your decoder yet. I think that's fine though. Spin Doctor and 2 Fairchild 3s. Well, the Fairchilds are never getting red, so I think you can pretty safely trash the Spin Doctor here.
Yeah, that's 2 spin doctors out, none of which have been actually played by the corporation. And now is Frizzler going to try to clear HQ, make sure that there's no agendas that have snuck by? HQ's been unchecked for quite a while, just diversion of funds.
It's a little spooky though because if Frizzler steals, Izzy gets 2 more draws. Granted, she is drawing 2 more Fairchilds, but that would mean the top of her deck is fresh.
But if there's an agenda in HQ, Izzy just scores it and wins. You have to stop it.
I think you're right. There's a global food. Well, Izzy doesn't mind that one getting stolen, probably. At least comparatively. No interest in scoring that one ever.
Yeah, you never score that. And drawing 2 cards, I think HQ is loaded, and that's to try to pad HQ.
Well, we know what those are. Yeah, it's 2 Fairchild 3s. Frizzler can check R&D one more time. It is fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, but if it's not an agenda, then you've just wasted one of your 2 chances to defuse the fast advance win.
Gonna run R&D again. I like it.
Frizzler is checking R&D.
Only 9 cards left. The agenda's got to be somewhere.
And maybe you don't faff about with HQ at all. Archives could still have something. Unseen card is global food. That makes the decisions easier.
Yeah, I'd really be wondering if there is anything in Archives. Is he just never got to res a Spin Doctor at any point that game?
Right, we do have 26 minutes left in the round, so that was just game 1. So we can check out game 2 on this table.
Oh, we're getting our money's worth with this round. I love it.
That was table 6. Yeah, that was table 6. So upcoming is Personal Evolution versus Zaya.
Is he confirming post game that she had a 4-2 in hand? She did not have the win locked up next turn. We're gonna get what was it? Zaya versus PE.
Zaya versus PE.
Interesting. I'm very curious to see what comes out of this PE deck. I think in general, PE has a tough time against Criminal. It really hates getting siphoned. But some of these new traps do not require money in the bank in order to fire. Most notably, the new version of Project Junebug, Urtica Cipher. That fires on 0 credits.
Yeah, Urtica fires on 0. But a lot of the new things that Jinteki needs does fire on money, especially if you're trying to do some nonsense with Moonpool or Reaper function.
Really.
Right, I see table 6 is up.
I think that was last game.
Oh, yeah, that's last game. That's why. I was wondering why there's one player and only a watch button.
We were being told by one of the judges table 6 was a 2-for-1, so it looks like Frizzler's going to take both sides of that one. So unfortunately, we're not going to see the PE side. But that does mean we can jump into a different game. Any preference on games here?
I see. All right, let's see. We have Adam, Hoshiko, Sports, Thule. Sorry, I'm trying to see if there's any IDs we haven't looked at yet.
I think we've seen all these IDs for at least a brief moment.
And I think we've seen all these players at least once.
We may not have seen the players on table 8. That would probably be the best bet, I think.
Okay, there's more than one Adam around. You want to check if we can stream table 8?
I'll jump in and see if they're cool with it. All right, we have the thumbs up to stream. So we've got 3 Blind Sharks on Sports Metal, and we've got Some Fish on Adam. Now, notably, Adam is starting Always Be Running. That is not what you see every day.
Yeah, Always Be Running. An absolute classic that then eventually turned into a real albatross around the neck because you have to run every turn. But maybe that's okay against Sports Metal.
I think you're right. I think against Sports Metal, you're fine. The ability to click through subroutines is potentially just what the doctor ordered here.
I mean, I think this is actually just you see the opponent's Sports Metal and you decide today's an Always Be Running day.
Yeah, true. You don't have to decide on when you're building your deck what your directives are. You decide that at the start of the game, so you can see what ID your opponent flips up and adjust accordingly. We're also seeing a Carpe Diem come out to get a free run on R&D. Drafter is going to fire here, choosing not to always be running through that one. 3 Blind Sharks choosing to get back a Biotic Labor. Pretty good.
Yep, I'd pick that.
And installing a card in the root of R&D.
That's not good. We don't want to find out what that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what would Sports Metal be installing in the root of R&D? Mavirus is really the only thing that comes to mind here. Oh, Mr. Hendrick? We're back on the core damage plan.
And the runner has 3 clicks left.
Yeah, full value. Yeah, because this is first click. You have to. Ooh, taking the core damage.
All right, so this definitely looks like Sports Metal with core damage.
All right, so the first core damage is on the table, which means that Ontological Dependence is now officially a 3-2, right where 3 Blind Sharks wants it.
Actually, I think you wanted it a 2-2.
Hey, even better. That's just icing to me. You need the first one. The rest are nice.
The runner gets Boomerang. And a Mayfly. Some Fish is set up to break for quite a while. If the corp even decides to res any ice. Now, 3 Blind Sharks does have a Tranquility Home Grid running in server 1. And this is going to be a really important source of income that the runner might think about trashing. Because Sports Metal can just install 1 Tranquility, and if it goes the whole game, that is an entire game's worth of money.
A lot of money. Another
Mr. Hendrick again.
Oh. Well, you might get that second core damage here, because I don't think you want to lose your whole turn doing this.
Yeah, Mr. Hendrick is actually looking pretty good here, because your clicks against Sports Metal are precious. And Some Fish has taken a second core damage. We are now live to score ontological dependencies. There will be no Clot today.
Yeah, I do not suspect Clot coming out of this Adam deck. That would be very, very surprising to me.
But 3 Blind Sharks is gaining credits, not quite enough to move things forward. So that Tranquility Home Grid trash is a pretty big deal. Would have been nice to get that money while you're scoring the ontological.
Sunfish is going to continue to check the remote. Three Blind Shark's not really showing any interest in resing. Never mind. She is going to show some interest in resing this ice. It's a copy of Gatekeeper.
Yeah. But always be running. You can get rid of the card draw.
Yeah, and I think that's the right call. I think getting the card draw off the table.
Or just okay, you can't logic bomb this. You can't spend 3 clicks.
No, I don't think you can logic bomb this. They're gonna break the end the run sub. Okay, yeah.
We're here to see what this is.
Letting the draw fire. Three Blind Sharks draws 3 cards. We see her shuffle anything back. Yo. This feels like a trap. This feels too easy. It's just a Tranquility Grid. Well, Adam's forced to trash that one. Neutralize all threats says so.
I think you're okay with that. Tranquility Home Grid is critical, and the Corp just has 1 credit.
We're going to see an R&D run, so I'm guessing that Sunfish saw something off of Find the Truth that he wants.
Yeah, this might be a logic bomb. Yep, that's a logic bomb.
Makes sense. Ooh, that's a good one. You want to hit that one.
Yeah, that's the one you want.
I think you'd rather hit Ontological here, but you're still pretty happy with scoring any real 2-point agenda. The Three Blind Shark has 1 billion cards in her hand, but not a lot of money to do anything with, although she did get repaid from the Sports Metal trigger.
What's our time?
Oh, 19 minutes? We're ending at 53 after? Okay, you got it. Perfect.
Yeah. I think we can step out of the commentary booth to tell them how much time is left.
Check. I'm not opposed to helping out there.
New cards, new credits. My cat is headbutting my mouse hand, and that's making this difficult.
I don't think Sunfish is going to check server 1 here. I was going to say I think HQ is probably the place. See what happens. There's an Audacity and a Hyperloop. Okay.
Okay. Not great, but it is points.
I'd be curious what the breaker suite is in this Atom deck, whether they're on real breakers or whether we're going to be leading on Always Be Running and AIs and logic bonds.
It could be all disposable breaking solutions. We're not drawing hardly at all.
There's Rashida. Yeah, you're right. Barely any draws come through from the Atom list.
We do not have safety first. That's the...
Yeah, I'm going to point that out.
There's ontological.
Oh, there's the first one.
But Three Blind Sharks is taking the money. And she does have a lot of cards in hand, so maybe you've got what you need.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if there's more in hand or... Let's see, HQ, we're going to get 2 accesses. Gatekeeper,
yay!
That's a good one. And Adam goes 5 points.
That's a big steal.
Yeah, definitely. Getting 2 more.
Yeah, now that there's only 1 ontological, you're a lot less stressed out over it.
Definitely.
But we did see the Audacity in hand. The Corp is well prepared to fast advance out.
And I think the Three Blind Sharks took back a Biotic Labor many turns ago on this Drafter Fire.
Yeah, there is a Biotics hanging out in HQ.
And while 4 points out of Sports Metal isn't nearly as scary as 5. 5 points is where things get really spooky.
But we can get there really quick. I assume there's bifurcations around.
I would suspect there's another one in HQ. I think if that was the only agenda the Three Blind Sharks was holding, she would have drawn off the sports metal trigger. But taking the credit, I don't really think there's enough of a difference to between 13 and 15. And it would really suggest to me there's another one in HQ.
And now we can see the runner gets tread lightly. Probably not going to get to see a lot of use.
You love that card, though. Very fun in Adam.
Yeah, but in this matchup, we've probably seen all the ice that's going to get rezzed. If maybe
Not
one more.
Not ideal. Not ideal. There's a Spin Doctor. Okay.
Spin Doctor. The hand still doesn't look like how you want it to.
Yeah, we're going to finally ice HQ. I think that's probably right on time. We're going to ice the Spin Doctor, too. I would guess that some fish is still going to smash his face into HQ here.
And that's
Jailbreak.
jailbreak.
Where at is the question? Are we going to go HQ or we're going to undo click? Okay, maybe we're going to stay in jail. Yeah, we're going to overclock instead.
Yeah, that sounds good. Probably using Mayfly. Oh, no, we're not. We're firing all on Drafter, so Mr. Hendrick coming back?
Why are we overclocking?
I don't know.
Yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense here. Is it just... Yeah, I would think that Mr. Hendrick is going to come back. And he does, yes.
Yeah, and Three Blind Sharks has all the money in the world to fire Mr. Hendrick, so I think that's another core damage coming in.
I would guess so. I think the difference between a 2-2 and a 1-2 is not enormous. No, Mr. Hendrick going to lose all remaining clicks. Okay.
Okay.
That's an odd play. I don't know if some fish knows something that I don't know, but gonna install over Spin Doctor, not popping it.
It's another Spin Doctor. Sports Metal has to have something by now.
I agree. I really think that Sports Metal's holding something. Maybe that's the only argument for holding the jailbreak, is we're going to jailbreak this turn, but that would be a real hell of a read.
Stock buyback.
Okay, so Three Blind Sharks has infinite money for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to use that money for this game. Are you going to punitive over 1 point?
We're going to check archives. I suspect a Nightmare Archive is in here. I'm wrong. We got Seamless Launch, Audacity, and Drafter in the bin.
All right, the runner's coming into R&D. We're going through the Drafter.
Right,
so clicking through the archives install, but gonna be allowed to add a card from archives to HQ.
Wonder what the pull here is. Maybe the Spin Doctor? Sprint, also a good call.
Yeah, if you're drawing and you just to get something you want. All right, Mega Pre, that's good to have.
Let's see if Three Blind Sharks draws more. That would be again, I think that would be a tell. She does.
Yeah. So we're looking for the good stuff. And now, with 9 cards left, Sports Metal has to have something.
With this much money, is there any way for Three Blind Sharks to score 3 points in this turn?
Big deal.
Give it double, yeah, big deal, double biotic, something like that. I mean, these ontologicals being 2/2s is one more. Okay, there's Mega Pre, so no. Okay, we're gonna be content to go to 6, but I gotta think that there's something in HQ.
Yeah, that was a biotic to score that Mega Pre qualifier, and now the runner, and now both players could just win from one score, one access. Jailbreak R&D sounds excellent.
Interesting. We're finally gonna pop this Mayfly and just break this thing.
Yeah, no more Mr. Hendrick. The flavor text says that there's only 3, and that we're making sure that we stick to the lore. Okay, Spin
Right.
Doctor gets
Pulls some
some
garbage.
non-agendas into R&D.
There's 1, there's 2. There it is, the Vitruvius.
There's the Vitruvius.
Dumbfish takes it. Always be running, gets to win on stream. You love to see it. Oh, it's so sick.
Good for ABR. It deserves it.
I think we're winding down here in round 4, I would guess.
Yeah, let me take a quick look at how much time is in the round. Yeah, round ends in 9 minutes, and then Jeff is sending us on a 30-minute break, and I would love to go eat something.
Don't blame you. I think
What's
there's one
left?
I think there's one more game up on table 7, Amarum versus Shiat. We can see the mirror morph again.
Yeah, let's check if we can finish the round out with that.
And I'll jump in there and see. Looks like it's over. Never mind.
It's over.
It's over. Amarum,
Right.
Amarum, take it. It takes the game.
All right, let's take a quick look at Cobra, see if we've got matches all recorded.
They're still working on it here. A couple of the top tables are coming in. Sebastian K wins the 2-for-1 over Night Ride. So we're seeing Adam and Ag Infusion over. I believe that was the Adam deck with Bankar, right?
Yeah, I think that's the Adam Banhar deck.
Oh, sweet,
Then-
Bankar.
Then
Making it-
Deer and Motion Blur do a corp split. So Personal Evolution and Ag Infusion doing well. Results not in for most of the tables yet.
King loses his 2-for-1 against That's No Moon. Don't know what side that was on. I would have to think I would guess if I was a betting man that it would be the Outfit versus Hoshiko. That's probably a very Outfit favored matchup. Binkboggle takes the 2-for-1 over Oxu, Wild Sam over Wentagon.
All right, so we're seeing that Jinteki is doing quite well. Near Earth Hub made it into the, or no, Near Earth Hub did just lose the 2-for-1.
Unfortunate.
All right, let's see how standings are looking. So we see Deer, Sebastian, after 4 rounds. I think, is that everyone in?
It's all the topmost tables. I don't know that Amarum or anything from table 7 or down is in too much range of the top 4. So I think our top 4 might be set here with Deer, Sebastian, Motion Blur, and Bink Bonkle. So we see 3 Jinteki decks in the top 4.
And the Outfit snuck into the 4th spot.
Love it. So we see, Outfit in the 4th spot, and then on runner's side, Hoshiko, Adam, 419, and Zaya. So a little bit more variation on runner's side.
No need to apologize, Jeff. We're just here saying, are you done yet? Are you done yet?
Yeah, it looks like it came down to SOS for it came down to extended strength of schedule for the 4th seed there. That's the Moon just barely edging out Bink Bonkle with 0.2 additional extended strength of schedule.
All right. And I think that is probably a good time for us to take a break. So I will put the stream onto music for about a half hour. Oh, time zones are hard. How do I tell when we're coming back?
I guess I'm in Central Time, so that's all I got. It's about 4:15 my time.
Okay, everyone, we'll come back at 15 past the hour. And in the meantime, go drink some water, go take a walk, eat some food. We will be back. All right, standings are finalized. We can take a quick look at that.
Top four looks confirmed. Deer, Sebastian, K Motion Blur, and That's No Moon in our top 4 seeds after 4 rounds of Swiss. And we'll have a top cut. It's a double elimination cut to close things out, decide who our winner is. And I was mistaken before when I mentioned that there were no prizes. We do have a couple of prizes. We have invites for the next CBI. For both first and second place. So the top 2 will not go away empty-handed here today.
All right. Have a good break, everyone. We'll see you at 15 past the hour.
Trust the Whaling Consortium. Built to last. Whaling Consortium. Builder of nations.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are currently running the Accelerated Meta Test Tournament here, which is a free monthly tournament, just to let people have a chance to try out their decks. Currently on comms, we have myself, Cephalopod Wizard, and we have Cranked here to also be on comms. How's it going?
Whoa, I'm very well. I'm well fed now and ready to watch the rest of this tournament play out.
Yeah, so looking at the top pairings, we have on table 1, we have Deer versus That's No Moon. And on table 2, we have Sebastian K versus Motion Blur. And we've seen two different Ag Infusion decks. And we've seen our old friend Loki coming back to try to make runners' lives difficult. And we've also seen an asset-based personal evolution deck. There's an outfit deck that I don't think we've had a chance to stream yet, but maybe we'll do it here in the top cut. And then on the runner side, we see Adam making it into the top 4, Hoshiko Shiro, Zaya, and 419 all in the top cut.
And I believe the top cut is going to be a single elimination bracket rather than a double elimination bracket, just to give everybody involved in the event some time back in their day. So it should only be a handful of games left, but I think that they'll end up being good ones.
Yeah, and I think we have... How much time is left on the timer?
I think like 7 or 8 minutes. Let's see here. Minute left.
Yeah, round 1. Yeah, we have 6 minutes left, so we need to fill the airspace. What did you feed yourself today?
Oh, I had some leftover Peruvian food. It was Peruvian food and drag race night in my apartment last night. So very, very good stuff.
I made myself a very late breakfast of a fairly large omelet.
Breakfast is good, man. You can't go wrong with a good breakfast.
And Izzy saying, no NBN in the top cut is such a breath of fresh air. Yeah, there
Think
was
to
a couple...
I'm an NBN defender.
True, but there was a couple of years where it was all CTM versus Valencia.
Yeah, I remember playing in Worlds 2016 where it was basically if you're not playing Wizard and CTM or Wizard and maybe Wizard and Sync, you're going to be in for a rough time. Also, maybe not coincidentally, my favorite Worlds I've ever played in. We do have side selections for the games in the top cut. We're going to be seeing Sebastian K. Corping against Motion Blur. And we're going to be seeing Deer running against That's No Moon. So we will likely get to see this outfit deck out of That's No Moon against Deer's Reg Hoshiko. I believe it was a Reg Hoshiko with Keiko, right? I don't think he was on Maw, or I don't think they were on Maw.
Yeah, we've got to give the outfit a chance to get on stream.
And also, if we go to the other game, that means we have to commentate another Ag Infusion match. And I mean, I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the people at home want to watch that. So we'll just let one of the Ag Infusion players eliminate each other, and we'll go from there. Okay? Okay, great. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm really interested in the outfit. The outfit, very wide open idea. I feel like you can do a lot with it. I recall playing against somebody at a local not that long ago that was running like hostile architecture and Reaper functions out of the outfit.
That's cool.
Which was really, fun, unexpected. Almost killed me. Got very close. Aksu asking in chat, is it single or double elimination? It was originally going to be double elimination, but I believe the judges and players decided to do single elimination instead, just to cut down on time commitments for this event, and to just give folks a little bit more time back in their day.
Yeah, we don't need to spend as many rounds on the cut as the Swiss.
I love Netrunner, but like I also love, doing other things with my day. So I'm fine with it. What's the other side? Sebastian K is playing Ag Infusion against 419. That feels very Ag Infusion favored if I had to guess.
Yeah, that looks I'm not sure what 419 does about that.
Probably tries to, well, you can't siphon because it's ag infusion. You basically never get to land one of those. So it's, I think, just force them to res as much ice as they can early game until they get the combo set up and hope to get enough points. I don't know. I recall watching Sam Swede play that matchup at Worlds. Now, granted, that was a boat deck, but that was basically what it was. It's like, yeah, eventually I'm just going to get to a point in the game where I lose immediately and can't play. So I might as well try to play the game for as long as I can and get as many axes as I can up until that point.
Yep, and September Anner says, "I love that we're using Malinzi." And we may not all agree with that, but Malinzi is definitely it's getting to be a novel ice in this setting.
I have sleeved up Malinzi before. I recall playing it in Potential Unleashed back when that was an idea that you could play.
Boo this man.
I did grind through a Chaos Theory player with 3 Levy AR lab access. I am nothing if not an absolute degen on the table.
It's okay. We won't judge you in public.
That's okay. You can judge me. It's all good. You saw how excited I got when I saw that we were going to get a prison PE player. I think that's what Deer's playing, is prison PE.
Yeah, we did. Now we've got 2 minutes until the game start. I'll bring us over to Jinteki.net. We'll jump in the first game that pops up.
I would ask you, which would be worse, unbanning PU or unbanning Breach Dome? That's an interesting question. I think it's PU is probably worse for the game overall. Could you imagine Bladderwort PU?
Ugh. No. Why would you make me do that?
It really doesn't sound like a thing that anyone wants to play against ever. I mean, I'm not saying Breach Dome is that much better, but is Deer playing Doomrat's asset list? I don't know. It had like Warroid trackers, price X. I loved every second of it. It was so sweet.
All right, that's the timer finished. We'll extend. Oh, we need another 5 minutes for Deer. I think Deer was driving somewhere with internet.
Yeah, it might be this Doomrat list. It looks very similar. I don't know that it would. It's not exactly, because I believe Deer's playing House of Knives rather than Regenesis, but it's very similar.
You know, if Restoring Humanity got, forget about PU, but if Restoring Humanity got Breached Dome, do you think that'd make the idea a tournament dominator?
No, probably not. I love Restoring Humanity. I think it's super sweet. I think people are just gonna run. Well, maybe. Yeah, I think it would make it better. Tournament contender, hard to say. Rich plus Breach Dome would be fairly degenerate. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound fun.
Well, it'll be fun for one of the people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, one person will be certified having all the fun. Yeah.
To quote my friend, who shall remain anonymous to protect the guilty, your fun is not my responsibility.
Yeah, fun is a zero-sum game. Like, listen.
All right, so some fish. What is SOS and extended SOS? That is strength of schedule, and this represents. It's kind of a tiebreaker when it comes to determining, if we have the same number of points, then we can judge that someone is doing better based on who they have won and lost against in the tournament. So if we have the same 15 points going into the figure out who goes into the cut, then if I've won against people who are doing better in the tournament, then that would put me into the top cut instead.
It's supposed to represent, like, for lack of a better phrase, how hard your road was, and the general quality of opponents that you played against. I say that, take that with a massive grain of salt. But yeah, I think that's a pretty apt explanation.
So we look at these overall standings. We do see that NBN just came in all right here in this clump. Very middle of the road. Then we see a smattering of all the other IDs going as we go down the list.
Yeah, it feels like people haven't really figured out what to do with NBN yet. I think Drago sort of became the identity of the faction for a little while, and now that thing's gone, people have to figure out, like, okay, what is the compelling thing to do in NBN that makes the faction appealing? And I don't think the answer is necessarily tag and bag. I think that's the easy answer. I think I don't know that that's even necessarily true. But I think it's going to take some time. I mean, this meta is still very fresh. I think this is probably the first thing approaching a major event that's being played with this new ban list. So I imagine it'll take some time before people figure out, like, what's the busted thing to do in yellow, and then they start doing it.
Okay, and that is cut round 1 up and running. I'm just going to jump in. I'm pretty sure we have some fine print somewhere that says they have to let us stream the top cut.
I'll go with that.
Let me take a quick look at the pairings, making sure we're at the right table.
Ooh, and Cephalopod, we do have deck lists in Discord if you want to take a look at those. They're in the AMT General channel.
Okay. It's going to take me a little bit to try to get those onto a browser.
So it looks like That's No Moon is on a regulatory capture style outfit. There is a kill package with 2 boom, 3 hard-hitting news. Influence spread is 1 global food, 1 gaslight, 3 spin doctor, 3 hard-hitting news, and 2 copies of Gatekeeper. And then Deer is on the PE. It does appear to be very similar to the Doom Rat list. Major changes, like I mentioned, no Regenesis. We're instead playing 2 copies of House of Knives. We are also dropping the copies of Wall to Wall in order to play Maryland campaigns, and a cheeky 1x copy of End of the Line for anyone foolish enough to float a tag off of Prysac. Or I think, is that the only tag? Oh no, there is 1 copy of Snare.
I do love those one of cards. You never play them, but the opponent just has to be afraid that they exist.
That's not what we're going to be seeing. We're instead going to be seeing the Hoshiko, which looks fairly normal. A couple copies of Pinhole Threading, some Deuces Wild. There are 2 copies of Boomerang in here, kind of doing its best impression of the boat. We do see a splash of 4 influence for Bugalter, as well as 2 influence spent on a copy of Unity. But we're underway here. We're going to see That's No Moon on the outfit. Looks like both players keep their opening hand. We're going to see 2 ice installed, as well as a click for a credit to get things started for That's No Moon. Deer going to start off with the Deuces Mild into 2 copies of Gachapon. And looks like they started their turn by drawing a card.
Yeah, interesting keep on the outfit. I know you'd love to start off with some kind of econ operation, but I guess 2 ice is enough to keep the Hoshiko away.
Yeah, I don't think Hoshiko could afford to run very early. I would hazard a guess and say that this matchup probably favors the outfit. I think that a lot of this ice is really annoying for most Anarchs to break. Now, granted, being on Bukalter and Unity does change the math on that a little bit, but Deer has to find them. So we'll see what the Gachapons find. There's not much here. Is a copy of Botchless probably going to grab the Dream Net, though.
That is what Deer is really good.
Yeah, this is the turn you wanted. By that I mean turn 2. I would assume That's No Moon is running copies of 3x copies of Economic Warfare, so the full suite. So it's still risky to run and trigger this DreamNet very early, but it is nice to get down at a discount now. I would think that the card that Deer wants to find here is probably Buchalter.
And we see that the least important cards off of that pull were Pinhole and Daily Casts. And that seems pretty fair. Can stream zoom in a little? Yeah.
I think Daily Cast going to end up being too slow, and I don't think there's going to be enough reasonable targets for this Pinhole threading. This is the second Gachapon, so we're going to see a Botulus come down. Choosing to install the Botulus rather than the Buchalter. That's curious. So we're going to remove a copy of Boomerang and Steelskin Scarring, shuffling back in Stargate, Buchalter, and Hippo.
All right, we're starting. We're throwing the gauntlet. Trace me if you can, and that's a Mausolus, which is a very annoying ice to break, but the timing on getting the double Botulus counter means that you can break the important subs and let the corporation have a credit.
Ooh, grabs a red capture. That's a good one.
That's a very good steal.
You're drawing back up. Credit pool is looking pretty safe from hard-hitting news here, especially with the Hoshiko flip. I don't think that they're in range of getting HHN, even if with the double Econ Warfare.
Yeah, you'd have to throw an entire too big to fail into that hard-hitting news. And That's No Moon who needs to get some kind of economy going. We see a Spin Doctor. Hopefully that can find your too big to fail. All right, that's hedge fund. That's at least enough to res something.
I don't know that That's No Moon needs to rush into another piece of ice on R&D. Botulus doesn't really stack up super well with Mausolus. You're fine letting the corp have a credit most of the time, but you don't really want to take a net damage or a tag.
Yeah, and that one credit does add up. We're right at the start of the game asking, is the corporation going to gain 5 credits this game for me letting that fire?
No doubt. There's a hostile takeover. Okay, so there's some money. And the first bad pub online. Red cap down to a 5-2. Still not where you want it. Usually regulatory capture, probably best right around the 2 to 3 mark. You probably want that as a 3-2 most of the time at worst.
All right, and the runner's checking archives, maybe to both trigger DreamNet and to see if they can convince the corp to pop Spin Doctor, but not today. All right, is this zoom level better for the stream?
The fermenter coming down. Paperclip enters the bin. Deer setting up really, really nicely here. Well, that Still Moves deck does sort of lack a proactive thing that he can install in the remote server to force a run. I know a lot of the outfit decks in the past were playing copies of something like reversed accounts. Nothing like that is here. Probably the closest you're going to get is that singleton copy of Gaslight, as well as just all the agendas in the deck. And speaking of which, this could be one of them. And in fact, I think it would have to be. There's no NGO fronts in That's No Moon's list.
Yeah, nothing advanceable but agendas. So that looks like...
I would guess it's an Atlas.
Yeah, that looks like an Atlas. Because right now we're here with 15 credits asking, are you ready to handle a Bulwark? And no one is ready to handle Bulwark.
Yeah, Bulwark, Trebuchet, both of those look really strong at the moment. This Boomerang, that'll match up nicely against Trebuchet, and there's a copy of Raindrops Cut Stone. So if in fact Deer cannot bust through this remote, they'll at least get some cards and some money out of it.
Oh, Gatekeeper, that's really... That's the perfect thing to boomerang. It'll be really weak later on.
That's the one still sitting on 12 credits to res whatever this other card could be. Bulwark, Trebuchet, both live. There's Bulwark. And I don't think Deer can... no, they're exact.
Oh,
They're
but do you want to be... Do you want to be at 0?
Well, I don't think you want to let this fire either, because you're going to either just lose the paperclip you just installed or lose your fermenter. So yeah, Deer choosing to just go through this thing, valuing the agenda score. It was in fact Project Atlas. We're going to get 3 credits back from the Raindrops Cutstone. Activate liberated account. We're back up at 8 credits.
But is the Corp ready to punish?
Yeah, double econ warfare into hard-hitting news is a threat here.
You don't need 2 econs. You only need 1. All right, no, I'm sorry. I missed the second 4 credits.
Besides, you always want a double econ, because sometimes you just got to do it to them.
Yeah, you got to send a message.
Yes, absolutely.
No messages today, other than this botulus doesn't cover R&D anymore.
You're just going to get away with it. That's not insignificant. And yeah, the money just continues to roll in. Second copy of liberated accounts. Keiko comes down, says Paladin gets a little bit better. We are going to flip back, but I think that's fine.
Yeah, if the Corp doesn't install something new in that server, then you can just start withdrawing your liberated accounts.
Yeah, damage absolutely done here. There's a card in server 1. No advancement counter, so it doesn't... Could be a Rashida, could be Gaslight. Could be Spin Doctor. Here's Pinhole Threading.
And it is the Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor. So I do believe Pinhole Threading is going to just whiff, right? You don't even get an access here? Not that there's anything to access. Archives is dry.
Yeah. Yeah, Pinhole is not optional. You have to do it. And you're not going to do anything.
Your pays out 8 credits. Sheesh. That's so much money. Boomerang comes down. Probably... Oh, R&D. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does, yeah. This Botulus is ready to go. Ooh. Yeah, you're really happy with that Boomerang there.
Yeah, Boomerang really makes you safer against these gigantic ice.
Now, it is worth pointing out, That's No Moon has taken 3 bad pubs, so regulatory capture is down to a 3-2 for those last 2 copies. He's nothing on R&D.
And we haven't even played Too Big to Fail yet. We'll get those regulatory captures down to 2.
Yeah, it's really wild how fast Outfit can get to 3 or 4 bad pub.
Yeah, at one point I was trying to use Super Deep Borehole, and you don't need it. You just have enough stuff. Yeah, the Outfit is off to a slow start here, and that is going to spell a lot of trouble for them if they... That is going to spell a lot of trouble if they can't try to get some tempo.
Yeah, well, the Outfit really wants something to act as a credible threat here, and it's just not happening. There's really nothing that is that... As long as Deer can maintain the money lead, there's just nothing that's really that scary. There's Too Big to Fail. Okay, so 4 bad pub. Well, the last 2 red caps are 2-2s, but That's No Moon will still need to score one the old-fashioned way.
In the heap, we have Paperclip, and I can't turn off this. I can't turn off this little display.
We have just Paperclip in the bin. There's a second copy in there. No other bin breakers available. We did see Bukalter get shuffled back into the deck off of a Gachapon fire earlier. So you're going to start things off with the Deuce's Mile. Draw 2, gain 3, and ends up being net 1. We're going to Botulus on the Gatekeeper.
Okay, and we're going to let some subs fire.
Second copy of Bulwark. That's still pretty good. I mean, at worst, it just ends the run, draws you another card.
Are you willing to let any programs go here?
Evidently so.
That's
Makes sense.
paperclip going.
Yeah, Deer has 4 bad pub, and so can just reinstall the paperclip for just actual 0 real dollars, and then break the bulwark, so they can still get in, no problem. Hard draw fires on Gatekeeper.
Yeah, I've got to let it fire, since otherwise there's no point to trying to get through the bulwark.
So you see paperclip come back out here. Yep, costs all the bad pub, so that's no problem. You're saying, how greedy am I?
You're greedy enough to encounter the bulwark. I think what Deer's thinking about is, do you pay 1 less credit and trash Clippy again? But Deer is not that greedy. Break the Trasher program sub.
Above the law, yeah, so it wasn't a gen the whole time. This is brutal. Value econ warfare, it's not where you want to be at this point.
But it does let us see value econ warfare. We always love to see it.
There's Gachapon. There's Breakers as well. We see a copy of MK Ultra as well as the copy of Unity. Unity appears to be the choice.
You don't want
to shuffle.
No matter how much bad pub you have, you don't want to use MK Ultra on Trebuchet.
Yeah, we're going to remove Black Orchestra and Daily Cast. Black Orchestra leaving makes sense because we already have the better Breaker. Daily Cast still pretty slow. Not really a card you're super interested in playing this game. It's still a little dangerous to face check this HQ ice, just in case it's another copy of Trebuchet.
Yeah, we're here on turn 9, and there's already only 10 cards left in this stack. Deer has drawn so many cards.
Yeah, between the bulk card draw, between the Gachapon fires to thin out the deck, yeah, this sort of Hoshiko deck could really burn through very quickly. Yeah, Mad Dash not really doing a whole lot. There's Rashida. Tried to troll Andre. Joke's on them. Yeah, Andre's gone. He'll see it on the VOD.
Yeah, he doesn't have to know. You know, That's No Moon makes an excellent point. Are you really going to deny yourself the skateboard trick of getting the extra point?
I'm curious, like, what That's No Moon does here. Does he try to stick another 3/2 in the remote? Because he has to at some point. I think now maybe not quite the time to do it. But I don't know.
But if you don't do anything, then we start stargating, and R&D is not going to hold up.
This is not a deck that can really afford to sit back out its hands and wait. Choosing to kind of hedge his bets there. Jam a card in server 1, but let's shore up R&D at the same time. Government subsidy for good measure.
Now we're back to Deer. They've got a lot of money that they could take off the liberated accounts. And there's the Begalter. We can get through the Trebuchet now.
Raindrops R&D.
Interesting.
It makes sense. They can get through the Mausolith for free. Second Trebuchet is a little awkward, but I think you can just jack out after the first one. No, we're gonna go for it. Okay.
Nope, we're in.
I guess you could just take 8 credits off these liberated accounts on when you're done if you don't just happen to win the game.
There's 24 cards left. It's not that loaded.
We're gonna take a net damage off the Mausolus. Okay.
Yep, we're trading a card in hand for an extra draw from the Raindrops Cut Stone because the extra subroutine fires.
3 extra card. We're gonna trade 1 card for 3. 2 off the Raindrops Cut Stone, 1 off the Dream Net. That's pretty good.
Rashid Yahim fires. But the Corp now really needs to either start scoring those regulatory captures or try to set up for some kind of play in the remote. Because now Hoshiko definitely has the Stargate and can definitely install it and run.
May want to consider installing Ice to replace this Gatekeeper on the remote as well. And that card not really doing much for you at this point, what with the Botulus on it as well as the Unity installed. Six bad pub though basically means that one of these bulwarks doesn't really do anything. It's 1 credit. Like, yes, it sucks up all your bad pub, but like,
that is more ice on R&D and a new card in server 1. So now Deer probably has to think about which one of these to go for. I don't think you can go for both.
I don't think so either. Which one would you go for?
If I had Stargate, I'd just say R&D. I could play pick what I want out of 3 instead of whatever's the court picked for the remote.
Yeah, the only reason I like going the remote here is because if that's a spin doctor, it gets the 3rd spin doctor out of the game. I'm always happy to trash a Rashida. I might go remote. Ooh, the twinning.
That makes sense. It's a little slow to charge if you're only using Paladin. I wonder if there's another companion around. I don't think there was.
Check the list here. I don't think so either.
Just 2 Paladins. So
yeah,
slow we'll go slow and steady to get our Maker's Eye. Another interesting consequence of seeing the twinning this late is that you only have 7 total cards you might install. We probably won't need that many counters, but it is limited.
I was thinking about that too. I think Deer recognizes, well, I only need 1 more, so might as well just get this thing down and get the extra accesses. Ooh, Audacity. Now I really think that's Spin Doctor in server 1.
Yeah, so now you have to check archives just to force them to pop it. There's got to be an agenda in archives.
Modest. Yep, there's the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, and that way, well, I guess it's not Stargate. So
you see the Audacity in 1 face down. So probably only 1 other agenda. Yeah, the hard-hitting news plan out the door. Willing to bend the border control.
Into HQ.
I think you probably just to see both cards that are in there.
Yeah, that's not bad. And there's the Atlas for the win.
Yeah, tough break.
Unity gets through a charge powered up Gatekeeper pretty cheaply. Only 2 credits boosting.
All right, so Deer will make it to the finals here. Let's see if the other game's done. Probably is not. It is not. Sebastian K still facing off against Motion Blur. We want to jump into that game as well, see who Deer will be taking on.
Here we go.
Well, things are not looking good for 419 here.
All right. Sorry, Kiers. I don't have very good zoom levels, and I need to work on that for the future.
And there it is. So Sebastian K going to take out Motion Blur here to claim the other spot in the finals. Triestemoto Bioroids does what Triestemoto Bioroids does. So our finals will be Deer versus Sebastian K. And both players played opposite sides, so I believe Deer will be playing Corp. So my guess is that we're going to be seeing Adam versus PE. It's really
That will be
interesting.
interesting. Yeah,
Adam,
'cause-
this is the Adam list with Banhar.
yeah. And as safety first, we'll have to do a. We'll be very taxed to draw enough cards for both players to want to do all that net damage. Yeah, safety first is a big advantage, but it kind of just gives you enough cards to feed to Banhar. It doesn't really give you enough to do that and cushion you against personal evolution.
Yeah, I think you just have to treat it more as just, incidental card draw than it is about fueling anything.
And the players are working out if third and fourth want to play another game. We, however, should be expected to do one more game, and then that'll be it for the stream.
Yeah, we'll watch the championship game and see who our big winner is. Now, it is worth pointing out both of our players are going to be walking away with an invite to the next CBI, just based on the amount of players we had. Happy to say that both first and second will be receiving invites, which is pretty exciting.
Yep, and we will look forward to seeing these players. I don't know when the next CBI is coming, but we'll look forward to seeing them at some big invitational. All right, and that is 5 minutes on starting the next game.
Chichu in chat pointing out early keeling will be difficult for Adam. I agree. The hand size is reduced by safety first. It's not insignificant here.
Yeah, hopefully you've got the tools to make that work. Between Banhar and Logic Bomb, the Corp will have a tough time gear checking you. Then again, you're not really getting gear checked. You're just being asked to deal with Tithe repeatedly.
Yeah, I don't recall what breakers were coming out of that thing. Let me pull up this list and take a peek here. Oh yeah, breakers are bin breakers. Black Orc, MK Ultra, and Paperclip. And it is on the full 3 copies of Banhar, by the way. Influence spread to Adam is a copy. It's the 1x DJ Fenris, 3 copies of Banhar, Black Orchestra, an MK Ultra, a Paperclip, a Misdirection, and 3 copies of Tapworm.
What is that?
The Tapworm probably not doing much, given that this is a Bladderwort PE list, but
yeah, the PE list is on. It's on a pretty varied agenda suite, but everything is going to cause you a lot of damage. We have Obokadas and Stings, 2 House of Knives, and 3 Blood in the Waters. The only one you're really happy to steal is Blood in the Water.
Blood in the Water also generally very easy to score against Adam until he gets the brain chip set up. Probably only going to be a max of 3 cards in hand, and hey, guess what? You're on 3x Moonpool. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, this should be a very explosive match. And in the chat, Yusengrin has just shared the deck lists. And I see a bunch of people clicking on it. Welcome, everyone. I can say that I'm probably stealing that Adam list. I don't know what I was trying to do with Banhar and Apex. It's Apex.
Yeah, can you... Oh, no, Banhar does replace the subroutine, so you can heartbeat those, right?
Yeah, you can heartbeat those.
That's cool.
And incidentally, it does really well against the Thule decks.
Yeah, you can prevent core damage, definitely.
The bad news is you're playing against HB, who has good ice, so it's a toss
Well,
up.
we'll figure that out later.
Both sides have agreed that Adam will be taking a lot of net. Yes, that is the one absolute truth of this matchup. Nothing can stop it.
This will be a weird one. I almost wonder if Adams even can install the Bonhar. I mean, all the ice does you net damage anyway. Is there really any value? Because the ice spread is, I mean, it's 3 Diviner, 3 Anemone, 3 Tithe. So it's not like replacing those subroutines with net damage really does you a whole lot of good. I guess it's kind of good against Diviner. It might, not end the run, but...
Yeah, you'd like it to not end the run. Okay, let me get into the right window. Alright, double elimination. We'll be watching Deer versus Sebastian. And the timer ends in 8, 7, and some more numbers. All right. Let's do it, says Deer.
Right, looks like the lobby is up.
That's both of us in. And Deer does have this incredible ice suite that just looks to annoy you. None of it costs very much. It all does net damage. The real defense is on the ID and in the upgrades.
Yeah, Adam has a pretty tough road ahead of him here. I think that you'd have to get Brain Chip established to at least give yourself some hand size. And you got to score an early oboe. I think a lot of these games come down to how soon can you score an obokata. If you can score an early obokata and live to tell about it, then you're set up decently. If you don't touch any obos or you touch them when you can't steal them, then I think you're in for a world of pain.
And Adam chooses not to install always be running, so Adam will be allowed to take some turns off.
Start things off 3 ice. Okay, well, this is interesting.
Adam gets DreamNet. Click 1. That's a good thing to have.
That is good.
So for the rest of the game, Adam's going to get to draw 1 card to turn for money, and now I feel like PE can operate beneath the 5 credit threshold for Tapworm.
I do not think the Tapworm will be giving Sebastian too much money.
Yeah, so Tapworm gives the runner 1 credit per 5 credits in the corpse pool at the start of their turn. I don't think we ever saw PE go above 9 credits, so this will be giving you 1 credit per turn, if that.
Yeah, we're seeing the preemptive res on the Maryland just to get underneath it as well. All right, this run an Arcus. We're going to see the top card of R&D. I'll find the truth. Draw Brain Chip. That's a good one. Yeah, we want to get that one down. Click for 2 credits. Okay. Deer saying yuck. They understand what's happening.
Yeah, if you get one agenda, then the runner's in a good spot.
Ladderwort's going to pick a copy of DreamNet. Well, that's redundant. We don't need that. It's just a hit point.
Yep. But now you could score blood in the water.
Yeah, Blood in the Water as a 2/2 is seems good. Keeps Deer underneath the 5 credit threshold for Tapworm. And most importantly, deals a net damage and gets yourself 2 points. Instead, we're just going to draw twice. We do for the third click here.
Yeah, possibly installing an asset to... Yeah, new card installed. And I think the goal is to make sure that Bladderwort keeps on doing net damage.
Yeah, let's get more stuff out there to res. Doesn't really matter what it is. Keeling's good because you got to go trash it. Obviously, second Bladderwort always strong.
Yeah,
a lot of options here.
Yeah, and Keysra pointing out, Bladderwort, or Taproom seems optimistic versus Bladderwort. Probably true. Bladderwort does just instruct you to get under the Taproom credit threshold.
Matthew does have to be mindful of Reaper function. That could just accidentally kill him if he happens to dip below 2 cards in hand. Not super likely with this safety first on the board. Tends to do a pretty good job keeping you right around your maximum hand size, but still something.
Sebastian is just looking for that one first agenda to start this whole cascade of value.
There have been 2 draws. Sebastian's drawn Brain Chip and RNG Key. I think RNG Key could be, if he can get some fires off of it, could be quite strong just with the ability to draw 3 cards. Continue to pad the hand, but could also allow an Obokata steal when from below 5 cards.
Yeah, the question is, does that make sense? Is this a card that is more useful as 1 hit point?
You may want to zoom out. We might be going wide this game, by the way.
Oh no, sorry everyone. We have to go to less zoom. I need to do some real work.
3.
I need to work on getting the zoom levels to work well.
There's Reaper function. Okay, that's been diffused.
Yeah,
going down to 1 credit to do it, but
fairly cheap on the trash cost. It's only 2.
Yeah, there's Tithe. Effectively free res, assuming that this thing's gonna fire. Could dream that through it, but
you mean Logic Bomb?
Or Logic
no way.
Bomb, yes. Yeah, I don't.
But we are doing it. So I think that means there's an Obokata.
Oboe. Okay. I think you just have to take it and pray that that's not another Reaper function on the board.
You do have to take it.
Yeah, if that's Reaper function, you're dead, but I think that's a risk you're willing to take. It's Keeling. That's not going to kill you.
Yeah, you just got a lot of breathing room from Keeling.
Now you got to fade Blood in the Water. There's Spin Doctor. Deer gets another draw at this.
Yeah, there's options. Draw for try to get Blood in the Water.
There's 3 copies. Nothing.
Adam survives.
Fades the Blood in the Water. Adam lives. We have a game, folks.
Yeah,
Touching an Oboe this early.
Even with that Keeling, Adam's got 6 hand size. Well, down to 4. But Adam has hand size to spare for a while to deal with whatever this ice is.
Blackwork in the bin. Is Diviner a code gate or a sentry?
Code gate.
It's a code gate. Okay, so Diviner's the card that's going to stop gonna stop you. It's the only thing in the deck. So could go trash the Keeling at just about any point once you get moneyed up. I think you'll probably want to do that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, because then if you leave Keeling alone, suddenly there will be 2 enemies on it, and now you'll have a problem.
Yeah, or a price act, or just any number of other terrifying things that will kill you.
Speaking of Prisec, a new upgrade gets installed in the Keeling server, as well as a new card in server 6.
A lot of options there for that upgrade on the Keeling server. Could be price act, could be Hokusai, could be Warrior Tracker. Warrior Tracker not actually the worst here. I think you could easily bin this Tapworm and maybe even one of your directives.
And there's emergent creativity. Could go get the right breaker.
Yeah, the Paperclip's a dead draw, so you can pretty safely ignore that one. The only other card you'd want to maybe go get is MK Ultra, but that card doesn't really line up super well against a lot of this ice. There's Reaper Function. That's got to go. Adam says it does.
I think you don't feel good about MK Ultraing a Tithe, but against Anemone, there's better options, but it's not nearly as bad as trying to go against something with high strength.
Still got a little ways to go before this Keeling starts getting really spooky. Hand size down to 3.
There are 2 Reaper functions. If Deer wants them back, you could send a message and spin Doctor for 2 Reaper functions. Sebastian is having some time to think about how to deal with this situation.
I'm going to go force the Spin Doctor pop. I bet you're right. I think it's going to be double Reaper Function here. Yeah, Rashida stays in the bin. Okay, there's the MK Ultra. The Maryland gets shuffled back in. VNTN Keeling continues to tick up. Hand size down to 2 now for Sebastian. The other option that Sebastian has in order to continue to prop up his hand size is, just steal another agenda. Simple as that.
Yep, just go down to the agenda store and take one. I guess that is what we're doing here. We're just going to the agenda store.
In a manner of speaking. Every corp is really just an agenda store if you think about it.
Okay, we have probable Prisec coming into HQ. There might be some
Hokusai grid.
Yeah, it could be Hokusai. But either way, the agendas in HQ got much harder to steal.
Something spiky, something annoying.
And that Keeling is ticking down. Eventually, you have to go challenge it.
Find the Truth draws an Earthrise Hotel. Well, I don't think that's going to get installed. At least not right away.
No, this game is so low econ that I think the runner would be happy to play a smarter distributor.
Yeah, I don't think the 2 cards at the top of your turn from Earthrise is going to be worth it, especially not when you already have Safety First installed as well as DreamNet. There's Bonhar. Again, I don't think that one's getting installed this game.
Maybe not.
What do you think Sebastian's drawing for? Money?
Possibly money. It's apparently not to deal with this Keeling, because if that's Pricek there, then you end the turn tagged.
Right, and you have the breakers available. Most of them aren't going to need. I don't think any of them are going to need any more than one activation. So it'll basically cost 3 to deal with all the ice. Multi-threader helps out eventually, but we're still a step away from that.
And we're leaving
Run
Keeling
HQ.
alone.
Leaving Keeling, and we're going to run HQ and just deal with whatever this thing is. You're going to see Rashida. There's a sting. Okay, well, hand size goes up by 1. Upgrade is Pricek. Ooh, we're ending the turn tagged. Hand size is 3. Are we going to see an end of the line?
Yeah, we could see it. We could just end this all on the end of the line. Yeah, why wouldn't you draw if you
Yeah,
might
draw
just
in 1.
win?
Why not? 1 in 31 shot is just ending this thing. Yeah, Izzy pointing out in chat, no pinhole at the Atom. Definitely getting punished for that here, I think, a little bit. You'd love to pinhole this this Vientiane Keeling, but you can't do that if it's not in your deck.
Yeah, and from paying for that Pricek, now Deer is back under 10 credits, so only 1 credit coming in for Tapworm at the beginning of the runner's turn.
Come on, Deer, draw again. Come on. I know you want to. It's all Spin Doctor. Come on.
No greed today.
I can install. We're gonna install over the Bladder Ward. Yeah, I figure it's gonna be tough to get below the credit differential, or get below the credit threshold there to ever fire for another net damage.
The greedy player within me weeps at throwing away an uncontested Bladderwort. But I'm willing to bet Deer is better at Netrunner than I am.
What if I get below 4 credits again? That could happen.
Yeah, there's all this unresed ice out there.
All right, Sebastian's going to go in the tank here. Still tagged. 2 hand size from the Keeling. There are worlds where you can steal an oboe to win this game. Archives is open, so you kind of get to see the top of R&D, but the problem is Anemone really throws off the math here as far as your ability to go get an Obokata or any other agenda that you see off the top of the deck. Because if that's in Anemone, then, well, suddenly you're below the cards that you need to go get the thing. You do have a copy of Mad Dash, so it is possible that Blood in the Water could also be lethal, and that's a lot easier to steal.
But what if that server 1 is a Spin Doctor?
Certainly could be, yeah. That would be extremely prudent of Deer to not res a Spin Doctor to draw for the lethal end of the line, though. So we're going to go draw Misdirection, draw Bondhar. 2 clicks remaining. He's going to go for it. Really don't know what we're... I think we're just drawing for hit points here.
Yeah, because if Sebastian wants to deal with the Keeling, then he needed to start clicking for credits a while ago.
Right.
There is one more draw to come with the DreamNet.
Now you will get a draw and successful run. That is true. So Obokata very well. Yeah, Obokata is very stealable here. No, it's not because you can't break.
If
You
it's
can't actually
Anemone,
break the net. Yeah. you also aren't guaranteed to get through Diviner, so you'd actually want the ice on R&D to be Tithe if you think that that's your line. Could also go HQ. You know you're going to take a meat damage and a second tag off of the Prysac, but I mean, do you care?
Do you indeed?
Yeah, we're going to go HQ.
Yeah, it's probably there.
Yeah, because you'll take one here. You got to leave one card in hand for the Prysac. Yeah, get 2 accesses. I'm into it. She wants to call a judge.
All right.
Oh, there's a moon pool.
All right.
Oh.
That might be 2 cards in a snare, and we're making sure that snare gets hit. Yeah, Deer's correct. You can use this after Sebastian commits to access.
Yeah. Okay, so that'll force Sebastian into the snare, probably. When blood and the water go in. You want to advance anything? So you're gonna take what, 4 damage off this thing? Take 2 tags? Assuming that that's
It's Reaper
snare.
function. That's
It's
not
just
snare.
Reaper function. I was promised snare.
Shushu specifically suggested that it might be snare in HQ.
Someone ban Shishu. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
But I guess with the Vientine taking away, you had to discard as many cards as snare would have done.
That's basically a snare. This is to build your own snare. Come on, dear. Draw again. Come on!
The audience demands blood.
Come on! Draw again! I want to see them draw again. Thrash to neutralize all threats. Love that. And we're going to get a credit. Okay. So snare money's still live for the 1-of snare. And more importantly, denying the tapworm money via killing, dropping Adam to 1 hand size. So Reaper function about to be lethal.
Reaper function or 2 blood in the waters.
Now we know, or at least Sebastian should know, that there can't be a Spin Doctor threat. So anything that he sees on the top of R&D will likely stay there.
But now with your hand size this low, how do you draw enough cards?
Right. I mean, you can run archives and get a Find the Truth trigger and draw a card off the Scream Net. That gets you to 3, but I don't think you can draw enough cards to hedge your bets against Anemone. So again, the question sort of remains: do you just go draw, run through HQ, and maybe just hope the deer maybe drew one?
Do we have to give up on trashing Keeling at this point? Well, okay, this late into this turn, probably.
So. I just don't ever see how you get enough money to trash this thing and also live. Like, you would have to really hope that those are both Warroid trackers in server 4, and I just don't think that's true. I think the window to kill the Keeling is past. I think your hope is you either mad dash for the last agenda, or more likely, you get a. Okay, well there's right. The money.
It may have taken several clicks to draw for it, but that is the money.
I think, is there any combination of upgrades that will render this lethal? I guess Hokusai, and if it's Hokusai, Prysac?
Yeah, Hokusai, Prysac, and you need the follow-up blood in the water to
you need
out.
blood. Right, yeah. Because yeah, you'd be credit. No, that wouldn't kill though, because you're gonna draw off safety first.
What about 2 Blood in the Waters?
Ooh.
We've got the background just ready for it.
Looks like Prysac. Okay, and only one of them fired.
Yeah.
The
Deer ran out of
Sebastian
money.
should be safe here.
Well, no. If we find the one copy of End of the Line.
Yep, end of the line is the only thing that'll kill him. They would have had to have drawn it right now, because they do need to click for a credit here. All right, so now I think Sebastian can just take the turn off and draw up.
Yeah, back up to 7 hand size. That's quite a lot of hand size. And
There's
the Bladderwort, just to try to hit important cards.
I think the Fenris I don't think matters. I think you were always going to go Steve, and I think that HQ is not really somewhere you want to go anymore with this neutralize all threats being gone. I think that with 7 hand size, if I'm Sebastian, R&D is the place. Because you really only need 4 cards to steal the game-winning oboe.
I do count at least 4 cards in hand. Might as well at least run our
Or
cards to
Mad
find the
Dash.
truth.
Yeah, I don't think Mad Dash has been seen yet. Oh no, Mad Dash is in the bin. Okay, so that plan's out the door. That must have gotten lost to net damage a while ago. Apologies for not catching that one. So yeah, I think it's oboe or bust at this point. All right, we're gonna trash Find the Truth, which is a very good option here. Click for 2 credits, pass the turn back.
Still in range of pinging with Bladderwort. Yes, this is a very intense matchup.
All right, what are we doing with 2 credits here?
What are we doing with 3 credits here? We're taking now to the Bladderwort.
The deer can only fire one of these price decks, and only if they want to go down to 1 credit. That doesn't seem great to me. Well, opts to do it. Hitting Logic Bomb seems quite strong.
Yeah, we are doing that. But Sebastian's sitting healthy at 7 cards. Absolutely no worry about getting end of the line here.
Yeah, no worries at end of the line. Still have a pretty decent number of cards left in play to act as hit points. 7 in hand, 11 in deck. I think one thing that Deer has done really well this game is at least navigate Sebastian into a place where there are at least mistakes for him to make. Getting rid of the neutralize all threats prevents you from just accidentally losing off of drawing too many agendas and having them clog up HQ. Find the Truth is another just random incidental way of losing the game for Deer. So removing those 2 options makes Sebastian kind of have to at this point, almost luck sack it.
Yeah, now Sebastian has to just face plant into ice while worrying about what that new card is in the remote.
This is multi-threaders. A lot of the ice only costs 1 now. That's quite good.
Yeah, that's very good. Now it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to go check one of these servers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a run on potentially R&D next turn. I think Anemone's probably the worst of it. Damage server 1.
I'm going to guess that's some utility thing. Maybe it's a moon
gonna guess.
pool.
That was
Maybe
what I
it's
was
a
going to guess.
bladder
Moon
wort.
pool.
But Deer is out of money. Now, the other thing we need to remember is the Corp doesn't have any agendas in the score area.
Yeah. They have to be somewhere.
They have to be somewhere, and I think the runner can. I think Sebastian can take his time, because I think we've been thinking along the lines as if we might lose in the next 3 turns, but Sebastian probably has a lot of time based on just having this many cards in hand, this much hand size, for any threat to be a problem.
I think you're right. It just always feels like you can die at any time against PE. I think Sebastian can't afford to be careful with 14 hit points left.
Sebastian is thinking. All right, we are checking out server 1, seeing what the new card is. It is Vientine Keeling. That's a good thing to go. Just before that becomes a problem. And then safety first, drawing back up to 7 cards for Sebastian. Deer gets away with server 4, and that's the moon pool.
That is likely just to clean out HQ. I don't think... Oh, no, they could install this turn. Okay, they can score. Install advance, fire the moon pool. Guessing it's House of Knives.
Yeah, House of Knives would make a lot of sense. Or maybe a value Sting.
Sting would do 3. We're going to bin Sting and House of Knives. Scoring House of Knives, yeah.
Yeah.
Base would represent 4 net damage, the 3 tokens, when Deer chooses to fire them, as well as the what it deals from the PEIT ability.
Yeah. And that is the danger I may have been underselling when I said we can sit back and relax.
Deer is out of money here. Sebastian with 6 credits to do his name, so...
It's true. You could just run R&D. Nothing's getting rezzed.
I agree. I think an R&D poke might be good here. There's not a lot that can really hurt you.
Ronji Doge suggesting value end of the line, and honestly, it would make sense. Because that's half the runner's cards gone between end of the line and the remaining House of Knives tokens.
Tag doesn't matter. There's Maryland campaign. I think you just let that one stay. You're
Yeah,
being
that's
on 0
okay.
means it doesn't matter. There's RD, okay.
There's R&D. House of
Use a House of
Knives.
Knives token. There's Bonhar, no big deal. There's a Sting.
Sting.
Okay.
Just- At least the Corp doesn't have it, but if the Corp ever scores a Sting, you have a problem.
I don't think you can run back right away. I think you'd have to draw and then run back, but I still think that's worth it.
Yeah, you still get to win with Oboe.
Or Blood in the Water now.
And we're going back in.
Yeah, I think this is a good line.
House of Knives, you got
There
it,
it
and
is. It's
there
the
it
Oboe.
is. Good game. That was tense. A lot of people doubted
That was
that
a
Adam
sweet
would
game.
be able to pull it off.
Yeah, that was a sweet game. Defusing the Keeling at just the proper moment when I don't think I certainly didn't see that happening. It really felt like Sebastian was gonna just let that thing rock all game, and choosing to disarm it at exactly the proper time. Just let him get back right into this one.
Yeah, very good play. Very very well played by both players.
Sebastian Say is the first tournament he's ever won of any kind. Congratulations. Always feels good.
That
Adam
is-
and Agad Fusion take down the first ever accelerated meta test.
yeah, Banhar Adam no less.
Enhar Adam, incredible. I look forward to seeing that deck in the JDeck casual lobby for weeks to come.
Oh, I'm bringing this terror to my local play group. It's also a Circuit Breaker Invitational for both Deer and Sebastian. And I think that about wraps up the stream, everybody. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Prison lost to this whole. Well, no, Prison won. Agad Fusion won. So no matter who won, Prison won. So you know what? We're out here winning.
If everyone go hold signs in the street, ban Warroid.
Yeah, I for one welcome our new Jinteki overlords. That's all I got. Go Prison always.
Go. No, don't go prison.
Put him in the cage.
Have a good afternoon, evening, morning, possibly. Have a good day, everyone. Good night. Thanks for putting on this stream, Ysengrin. And thanks to all of you for watching. I didn't put up an end stream. You just got to go to the break stream. Have fun.